Well, it's like this. Forgive me, but I have never watched Game of Thrones.
Nice. I thought I was the only one.
On an innocent trip, how can one ruin so much? A belief in a soul, in a beauty, or in a touch? It's like a three-legged dog in search of a crutch.
Okay, so how does this work?
Just like a normal confession booth thing, but for anyone?
Yes, exactly. It always helps to say your problems out loud. Whatever you might need to get off your chest. Kind of a social experiment, I suppose you'd say.
And you sure this is...
Completely anonymous?
Couldn't pick you out of a lineup if we tried.
Okay.
And what's this thing here, a printer?
That comes later. Wait for it. So, yeah, whenever you're ready, no pressure.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Let's see.
Well, it's like this. I genuinely enjoy the music of Limp Bizkit. Oh man, now it's out there.
I talk during movies because I know people are too polite to shush me, so I basically just give her.
I hate all of the music you're supposed to like. I hate Bowie, and I hate Prince, and I hate Dylan, and I really hate Neil Young, and I feel like I'm the only one.
I only pee in the shower. Oh, God.
And Star Wars 2! Fuck Star Wars! God, I'm a monster!
What if I want to confess something kind of personal? Is that cool?
Yeah, whatever you need to say.
All right, challenge accepted. I sexually fantasize about my best friend. Am I doing this right?
I love my job, but I feel like I'm an imposter all the time. Like I'm gonna get fired when someone belatedly realizes that I was hired by mistake or something.
I almost literally imagine us having sex, and it's extremely unpleasant. And I hate that I'm secretly just a freak, you know?
Like all Limp Bizkit. Even results may vary. Especially results may vary.
My parents don't know what I do for a living, mostly because they're assholes, and if they did, they disown me. Literally disown me, like with paperwork.
People think I'm this busy professional, but I probably do like 2 hours of actual work a day.
Okay, let's see. Everyone else just seems so happy, and I feel like I completely don't belong here, and everyone's just waiting for me to die so they can get back to normal.
My friend forced me to do this because I never talk about my feelings, so... Yep.
Oh, yeah, and I'm 32, but I've never so much as kissed anyone, let alone had sex, and I'm fine with that, but I'm also really not fine with that.
I don't know. I think introspection just makes people less happy, and there are legitimately situations where people just need to suck it up and get on with things because we're all tougher than we give ourselves credit for. But of course, no one wants to hear that, so I just kind of keep it to myself. Oh, wait. There's a confession.
Even at this age, my parents can just tear my self-esteem right the fuck down. And I ask myself, why do I still care what they think? And I think it's just that if I stopped caring, it would be the end of the relationship, and as shitty as things are, the only thing shittier would be to not have your parents in your life. Oh, I'm fucking never having kids. Did I mention that?
It's not that I'm trapped in the wrong body. It's that I don't really care either way, you know? I'd be happy as either gender, but, like, what is that, you know?
Is that normal?
Is that normal?
Is that normal?
It's not, is it? And I'm always secretly wondering if anyone actually likes each other. You see people talking and you assume friendship, but maybe society is just an act? Because if it's not, it means I'm as big of a loser as I think I am.
When my friend talks about his depression, I'm sometimes just thinking, yeah, whatever, dude. But I don't actually say it because that wouldn't be PC. Obviously, I love him. That's why I care to begin with. I just get so tired of waiting for him to get back to normal. I need someone to listen to my problems too, you know? I get depressed too, but oh no, he's always taking care of himself because... And this is actually pretty fucking sinister now that I say it out loud.
And what else here? I'm a feminist, yet I like fake boobs, and...
It's been 3 dates and I still haven't told her.
That I just can't handle illness.
And I make sexist jokes, but it's just to impress my friends.
And I hate my friends.
And I tell people I have bitch face, but I'm actually a bitch. Like, I actually am visibly disgusted with most people I meet.
So yeah, I suck, basically.
And in a way that other people don't. And that's it. That's everything. Thanks for listening.
No problem. And before you go, that's for you there.
What is this?
That's a summary of what you talked about, and the numbers are how many other visitors to the booth have confessed the exact same thing.
Oh wow, really?
That many? Huh.
Seriously?
God, you know, it's like... Is it the actual issue that's bothering you, or that you think it's only you, you know?
On an innocent trip, how can one ruin so much? A belief in a soul, in a beauty, or in a touch? It's like in a trial out of sight, disposing of their present situation. It felt right. 2 winters and summers passed over like a sound.
So tell me about yourself.
I'm really lonely, but I'm worried the more desperate you are, the less attractive that makes you, so it's kind of a... Yeah.
So where did you grow up?
Hey, how's it going? Never really done this kind of thing before.
I have. I've done it way too many goddamn times. I'm about at the point where I want to just start masturbating under the table while maintaining eye contact just to see if anyone notices.
I see.
Sorry. I'm just jaded. You do these events and you meet the same people over and over, or rather you don't meet them because everyone's generically trying to appeal to the largest number of people and it just feels so pointless.
Sorry? Why come then?
Because the people I meet at work are the worst, and because approaching a stranger in a bar is just prejudice and a flowery typeface.
I sure wouldn't date anyone where I work. What do you...
Stripper. Not because it was the only avenue for me or because I just needed to pay for school, but because I genuinely like being naked in front of large groups of people despite the cognitive dissonance of that situation necessitating the kind of audience that immorally thinks the human body is inherently taboo.
You sure are, forthcoming.
You sure are still talking to me because a certain level of conventional beauty mitigates an equal level of craziness. Look, compatibility is based off specificity, right? So tonight I thought I'd be as specific as possible as a shortcut to eliminating everyone who's not a good match. So you've got all your potential matches, right? And then either I can say, hi, my name is Joan, and I took economics in school, and I really like movies, and I believe you've already met my giant rack. And then I'm gonna be here all goddamn night. Or I can say, hi, my stage name is Candy, and don't you hate it when you're sliding naked down a pole in front of the kind of businessmen who are ruining the country, and one of them throws a 5 and someone used a Sharpie to make the guy in the bill, I don't know his name, look like Spock, and you have to fight not to burst into laughter in the middle of your twerk routine because it would humanize you, and that's worse for business in a way that your cellulite only dreams of. And yes, I just narrowed the dating field down to people with a stripper fetish. But hopefully, there's also a couple people who heard the nuances of what I was saying, or the way I was saying it, or even my willingness to say it, and regardless of my career choices, something fundamentally resonated. Which is who you want to be dating. Thus, radical honesty. I mean, it's supposed to be speed dating, right? This just makes it like warp speed dating.
That was probably something to it. I mean, basically all I heard there were the 2 references to Star Trek, so right on, eh?
My favorite series is Voyager.
So what kind of music you like?
Oh, I don't know. I like stuff from a bunch of different genres, I guess.
Wow, risky strategy, that's for sure.
Is it though? If I tell every potential date that I think the criminal justice system should be restructured so that multiple accusations of sexual assault against one individual are classified as evidence and the high percentage of convictions introduced by this fundamental change would outweigh the small number of false convictions, then I'm weeding out entire groups. People who think sexual assault is no big deal. People who hate women with opinions. People who hate new ideas. People who can't handle differences of opinion. Or even just people who think I'm an idiot because they have the experience to know better. And so who's left? Sociopaths who don't listen to what I'm saying regardless of what it is because to them I'm just Barbie with shorter legs. But then also people who appreciate either my sentiment or my motivations. You whittle it down. You're still here, so which group are you?
The too polite to leave until the 7 minutes are up, even though staying when you don't like the person isn't really polite group.
Ah, right. Them too.
What do you like to do?
Oh, I like traveling
And food festivals.
And live music.
But not country.
and I like drinks with friends and
Taking photos. Like, I kind of want to be.
Be a photographer, maybe.
And I also like staying in.
Staying in and just chilling sometimes.
But like whatever works, I guess.
Oh, me too. We have so much in common, eh?
What do I like to do? I don't know. Watch YouTube videos about Russian prisons or people who died doing BDSM, and then either half-heartedly masturbate or read shitty 80s sci-fi paperbacks, or both at once until one becomes more engrossing than the other, but either way, kills 3 hours. You don't want to finish too fast. It's supposed to be about the journey, right? Yourself?
Cooking?
Yeah, I just eat hot dogs and shit. I figured the time you save by not cooking will roughly equal the extra years you'd live if you spent that time preparing actually healthy meals, so it's a zero-sum game. Or I just don't give a shit because I'm vain as fuck and when I'm old and ugly I won't want to live anyway. I forget which. Next!
you're trying what now?
Just being like really specific instead of general, I guess. You know when you see a couple and you ask him, oh, what do you like about her? And he's like, well, she's so beautiful, instead of naming an actual personality trait, and then eventually there's someone's miserable grandparents? Like, the opposite of that, I guess. Radical honesty, maybe? I'm weird and alone, and I figured I'd try and be upfront about basically everything and hopefully find someone who likes those differences, kind of thing.
So I'm guessing that's why the first thing you said was,
Yeah, that's why I'm leading off with, hi, my name is Jeremy and I'm a virgin. I'm completely sex positive, though. I mean, I've never been in space, but I'm definitely pro-astronaut.
But that's, like, so risky.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're obviously horrified, but for someone who wasn't, these 7 minutes would be flying past.
Instead of not.
I don't know. It's like I can date someone and wish they were a certain way, or I can just say, hi, I'm looking for someone who thinks that two people reading quietly counts as doing something together, and then maybe actually find someone who thinks that. You only need to be attractive to one person, right?
Yeah, totally.
How's it going?
Bad. Horrible. Oh my god. Holy fuck! Why was I born? The shame! I'm bald! I'm bald! Good. Yourself?
That seems risky. Don't you think you're giving people too big of a hurdle?
Oh, I know. You can go best foot forward to get yourself in the door, after which it's easier to have your quirks overlooked once they emerge. Or you can do the opposite, where in bait and switch is impossible, but then you're faced with the possible condition that you have insufficient bait to catch anyone. I guess I'm just theorizing that whatever idiosyncrasy sits alone in one's Pandora's box is enough to attract someone fundamentally compatible.
Plus, the longer they're inside the door, the harder it is to break up with them, even if they're entirely wrong for you, eh?
Well, exactly. See, you get it. God, I wish I was gay.
I know, me too. All right, I should get back in there. Nice meeting you, actually.
Godspeed.
So tell me about yourself.
You know what? It's like this. I'm super nice, but I can be unavailable for weeks at a time due to anxiety and depression, so whoever I end up with has to believe that the good times make the bad times worth it. I'm just gonna lead off with that.
Okay, then. No, you know what? Seriously. Thanks for being so upfront. That's really cool, actually.
Thanks.
You just have to forget about the awkwardness of failing. The system objectively doesn't work, so you change the system.
Oh god, you're one of them. Do I even dare ask who you think should pay on the first date?
The restaurant should pay, because they principally make money off alcohol, so promotion where you let first daters eat for free would be a fun way to get business and publicity while also helping out a bunch of nervous young people who have enough to worry about and who are probably broke anyway.
That is actually not bad.
What's on your mind?
I'm really sick of feeling like a weirdo outsider when I don't deserve to. It's the assholes who should feel like they don't matter. It's the racist pieces of shit who don't belong. They're the ones who should feel like society isn't for them. They're the ones who should be wallowing in self-doubt and alienation. I'm sick of good people feeling bad and bad people feeling good. That's what's on my mind.
Fuck. Good answer.
Radical honesty. Fine. I secretly want to find someone who's into watching bullfighting as much as I am. See? And now you're horrified.
Yeah, but if I wasn't horrified to the core of my being right now, this would be a huge moment for you, right? Focus on that.
You know what? Fuck it. I like two things. The beach and pegging. I like two things. The beach and pegging. I like two things. The beach and pegging. I like two things. The beach and pegging.
Oh my god, really?
But even if honesty doesn't work, it's about the journey, you know? You put yourself out there in a risky way, and yeah, you get a predictable amount of stares, but you also learn a lot about yourself just saying stuff out loud and hearing how it sounds and realizing that you agree with yourself. You weren't just thinking it.
And it's nice. I mean, we're constantly being told that if it's not success, then it's failure, but that's bullshit. Maybe the entire focus of dating should be to get a greater sense of self-acceptance. And then maybe that'll make you attractive to the kind of person who finds that attractive.
The kind of person who's like smart and sexually confident.
And who thinks two people reading in the same room at the same time counts as doing something together.
And you talk in a similar way.
And you kind of feel like you're from the same
time and place.
But it's like, even if you do every damn thing to put yourself out there, you still might never meet them just due to luck. There's only so much you can control. So hopefully you can at least get something out of the search, you know?
Yeah, no, that's cool actually. If I can be honest, I don't really feel the right chemistry here, but if I'm willing to tell you that, then at least...
Hopefully that means you'll believe me when I also say I really respect your honesty and what you're saying, and I genuinely wish you all the best in your search.
Thanks. And yeah, you too. Godspeed. I hope you find what you're looking for.
I mean, that's why we're all here, right?
Me down, then go slowly. Love is not a running race. you want to lay me down, then be sweetly. 'Cause now you left me with a bitter taste. I guess you're in the groove when you treat me like you do. I'm so over you, 'cause everything I do is no good for you. Oh, no good for you.
This is gonna be awesome.
I know. Not only did I find a non-crazy guy on a dating site, but you're actually real as well.
Well, you should still...
Scan your entire Twitter history for problematic bullshit and then Google your name and quotes along with things like court date and multiple wives and triple homicide? Yep, way ahead of you. 0 hits, by the way.
Right on. So I'll see you tonight. Really looking forward to it.
Me too. I can't wait.
Who is that?
20 odd years to go until I'm 49.
Oh, you can switch out the meat in any of the burgers for vegetarian things. I love that about this city. Sorry, I'm just pretending to find the menu super interesting instead of
capitulating to awkward silence. Oh, I know. Wow, they list the calories of everything.
Wow, 750 calories in a mushroom. Who would have thought? Yeah, sorry. This is why the first line of my dating profile was like, hi, I have terrible problems. Just getting that one out in front.
Oh, did you ever read that John Ronson book about shame?
Yes! Oh my God, it's like, yeah, just own it. People don't care what you did. They just want to be superior to someone, so don't play into it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to imply you have anything to be ashamed of, though.
Oh, I do. Dude, I was in a nerdcore band for like a year once, literally rapping in a fake English accent because the entire point of it was 3 people who were too afraid to be authentic. I'm like maths when the shit goes on. I divide the squares, then I'm octagon.
Okay, that is hilarious.
No, it really isn't. It's just one of those abandoned projects on the way to finding your voice. And this is not my voice.
Well, whatever. This is already 10,000 times better than the last date I went on.
Yeah, I just tend to assume I'm 100 times worse than everyone else. It's kind of a depression anxiety thing, I guess. One word. You're not getting one without the other. I don't know why there are 2 separate words now that I think about it, but I'm always thinking about it. Please interrupt me.
I totally get it. Like, I've known people, I've had my moments. It's just hard to conceptualize what it's like for someone who has it worse, but I want to try at least.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't know. There needs to be some kind of catch-all term for the whole anxiety, doubt, fear, self-hatred, self-sabotage ball of wax. Yikes, ball of wax? There's the hot new lingo of 1920. Boomers, am I right? Anyway, yeah, when you're talking depression, it's just the whole thing of not feeling like there's a point to doing anything because you're so shitty, or the world is so shitty, and you can't stop telling yourself that even though you know it's not true. It's not true, like it's not, but you just want to believe for whatever reason.
It's not true. All night you've been apologizing for, like, standard things.
I know! Obligatory line where I apologize for apologizing. You can at least somewhat take it as a compliment in that I'm so afraid of losing this and I'm generally anxious around you, and then I'll eventually let myself be comfortable around you in like 3 years.
I can wait. I mean, I can't wait. I mean, you know what I mean.
Thanks.
Hey, there are whole countries like that, you know? I read in a guidebook about Denmark once. They're all like an old ketchup bottle. At first, nothing comes out, and then eventually all of it comes out all at once. So, yeah, ketchup.
That's amazing. Yeah, that's kind of me for sure. Except no one's willing to keep shaking the bottle. I love metaphors, actually. Like with depression, there are a lot of comic strips I could send you that one thing where depression's like a broken hand that people keep telling you to just get over.
Yeah, I've seen that, I think. Oh, just man up. Because that's a thing.
Oh, I know. I actually have my own metaphor for it, though. It's like this thing where... did you ever watch that show, The X-Files?
Oh, yeah, back in the day for sure.
I actually didn't, but yeah, back in the olden times of actually using your TV back in 1920, I did that thing where you randomly watch a show you've never seen, and then like 2 years later, you randomly decide to watch it again, and you change the channel, and it's
the exact same episode?
Yes! Oh my God. So yeah, I've literally seen one episode twice, but it's the one where X-Files and Lady X-Files are trapped in this big fungus thing. And it makes them hallucinate, and they can't tell if they're awake or dreaming, and it keeps tricking them into thinking they've escaped, but they're still trapped. And that's kind of the basis for my depression metaphor. It's this thing where you keep slipping into another reality, and you don't notice, and then it's too late.
Oh, okay, so like you're telling yourself you suck, even though you know you don't. And even though you know it's not your real voice saying that.
Yeah, it's not like you're trapped in a fungus, though. It's like you're sitting in your living room and you're talking to someone about your problems and they're just laying into you about how shitty you are, how you might as well not even bother dating because you're just going to be wasting everyone's time. And you're kind of nodding along, and then you look up and you realize you've been talking to, like, depression guy. You were just sitting there reading, and this horrible dude snuck in your front door, sat down and started saying shit to you, and it took you like 2 days to notice, and now it's too late, and you'll be sad for weeks. Weeks if you're lucky, sad if you're lucky.
Depression guy. I'm just picturing like the stereotypical mustache villain who ties people to train tracks.
Yeah, exactly. Except he's dressed more subtly, like he belongs there. He's camouflage, he's all articulate too. He's like hipster mustache villain. The modern version. He blends in so you don't see it coming, but then he suddenly annihilates your self-esteem before you could remember that this keeps happening. That's kind of how I see it anyway. I swear to God, I have to think of depression as this outside entity that tricks you into forgetting reality, because intellectually, I do know that I'm all right, that I'm good and kind to everyone, that the number one symptom of being a bad person is not worrying about how good of a person you are. There's just this total asshole that keeps sneaking in and ruining your life, and you're trapped. And then suddenly, it's been a week since I left the house, and the cycle continues.
Yeah, it's some X-Files stuff for sure, eh? Oh, what was your rapper name, by the way?
God, Lady Anna Trump.
Right on, right on.
You see, shame-tastic.
It does help me understand, though, actually, the whole depression guy thing.
Does it? Come upstairs. Innocently, not suggestively. I don't nothing on my very first date, but now you're the...
That's supposed to be I don't do nothing?
I don't do nothing. Does my psychotic metaphor actually make sense? Hi, I habitually lose touch with reality. Pretty good date, huh?
Yeah, for sure it makes sense. I think this date was pretty great. If it rhymes, it must be true.
All right, thanks.
Like I said, when the server shows up and you both forgot to decide what to order, that's like the best possible sign, right?
Yeah, I think maybe it was a good date, actually.
Well, in retrospect, it wasn't a perfect date. You did kind of overshare a lot, actually.
Oh, God. I did, didn't I? I know. I'm sorry. I don't know.
Sometimes people are just kind of politely humoring you. I know it seemed like everything was fine at the restaurant, but if you really go over all the stuff you said...
I was at least semi-articulate, though, wasn't I? I really tried to explain the whole depression thing and not be all ashamed.
There are different kinds of depression, too, though, right?
Oh, my God, yeah. I was just trying to kind of conceptualize my own situation. But yeah, some people just have terrible chemical things that cause it, or they have issues stemming from childhood.
Well, exactly. That's why metaphors are so juvenile. Whatever your good intentions, people are going to assume you're speaking for everyone.
Oh no, you're right.
What's the difference between omission and ignorance? People these days tend to search for easy answers, convenient little blurbs that can explain huge, complex issues, and you're just doing that.
Yeah.
You should have put something like that in your dating profile. How you're really kind of self-absorbed and naive, how you're really immature and whoever dates you is going to have to put up with a lot. And then you have to ask yourself, if your dating profile requires so many disclaimers at the front of it,
then there's probably not much point in having one.
Because you'd just be wasting somebody's time. Other people aren't like you. They're more mature and centered and a lot happier. And you can't just show up with all your issues and expect them to tolerate you.
Yeah.
There's a certain level you have to get to before you're entitled to love and mutual support, right?
I can imagine it, though. I just went on a date that went pretty well. That was me. I can do it. I believe I can do it.
That was like a week ago. He actually texted half a dozen times before he gave up. That must be a new record.
I told him about you, you know? He wasn't bothered. You assume you know how people will react, but you're never right. You're just...
You assume they're telling you the truth, though. Generally, only the insults are people telling you how they really feel.
I remember it, though. That was me. Just like I can always imagine the worst when I'm doing all right, I can at least picture the best when I'm severely depressed. Hey, it rhymes at least.
Barely.
Well, I at least want to believe.
You know what I've realized? Death completely violates the laws of the universe.
How do you mean?
I mean, the universe is built on the law of conservation of energy, meaning for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. If, say, a car hits you, the distance you sail through the air is directly proportional to how fast the car was traveling, for instance.
Nice example.
Right. But anyway, that's a constant. That's how everything works. Energy cannot be destroyed, and so the destruction of one thing always results in the creation of something else. But one thing I've learned is that death completely fucking gives that the finger. I guess I just never had the opportunity to confront that before, but it's really changed how I think about things.
So how does death violate the laws of nature?
Well, think about it. Think about a human life. Think about the entire universe of thoughts and ideas and experiences and memories that are contained within just one person. Think about all the infinite potential of a single individual. Think about all the social connections, the family connections, the interdependence in a society. Think about the power of one person to affect others and the future and life in general.
But then when you die, it's like someone pulled the plug on a toaster, eh?
Yes, exactly. All that, and then a tiny bullet pierces some key location on your body and it all just fucking vanishes instantaneously? It's bullshit. Where did it all go? You can't fucking tell me that for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction when in the moment of death, all of a person's decades of experience and love and abilities and interconnectedness just cease to exist. It doesn't even come close to making sense. It's bad writing.
It's okay, right? To think about religion or whatever after going through something like that?
Well, that's just it. I mean, I really started to see how the whole religion thing got started. It's 10,000 BC, lifespans are brief, someone's mate dies from a fucking snake bite, and you're standing there watching someone's whole world vanish in an instant because of something so witless and random. Yeah, I'm guessing you're gonna start thinking of some kind of way to make sense of it pretty damn quick, and then you'll probably get someone to write that shit down.
No atheists in a foxhole, is that how it goes?
That's just it, though. Despite it all, I'm still not religious. Religion is just what people used to explain things before we had the mechanical capability to explain it all properly. And now we can explain the tides and the seasons and the stars and chicken soup.
So if everything in religion has eventually had some equivalent in reality, then
what people thought of as the afterlife could also exist. It's just beyond our current scientific ability to determine it.
So what would that look like, I wonder?
Well, having had weeks on my ass to think about it, I have an idea of what it would look like.
Do you really?
So, what differentiates us from other life on Earth?
Hats? Not hats.
Other than hats. It's our ability to defy nature, right? All other animals are locked into the natural balance of the ecosystem, but we're able to opt out. What do we fear most? Death. What are we best at? Breaking the rules.
So we'll make heaven somehow.
Society exists to meet our needs. What we need most is to conquer death, so it logically follows that eventually we will. But not just death in the future. All death. Because all death throughout history has been just as bullshit.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying I pretty much now believe that to die is to find out if humanity ever conquers death. Because if we ever do conquer death, we'll obviously use that power to save everyone who's ever died. If we can imagine it, we can eventually build it. And I have to believe that in some distant future, we'll have invented a way to not only preserve consciousness, but to reach back in time, back to the moment of someone's death, and rescue their consciousness as well, and transport it into the future to live on in infinity. Everyone who's ever lived, living still, 1,000 years from now, or 10,000, a man-made heaven, analogous to what ancient people needed to invent for themselves to keep from going mad, to not lose hope. And so to die is to merely find out if humanity ever develops the technology to defy death and create a vast and infinite future that's the only possible proportionate reaction to millennia of people dying. The only possible equilibrium to thousands of pocket universes going silent every day of every year forever. That's what I'm saying. That's what I believe.
Wow. You literally do believe all this.
I basically have to. What can I say? Death fucking makes you crazy.
Near death, anyway. Your time in hospital sure changed you, huh?
Yeah, it did. It's not my death that got me thinking about this, though. That's my entire point. I don't think religion was born from a desperate desire to stay sane in the face of your own mortality. I wouldn't be sympathetic towards it if I thought it stemmed from love for yourself. I can accept my pointless, random death.
I don't get how your time in hospital changed you then.
It just did, all right?
every time it ends. But you learn to love again.
Hey, I really loved your show. Okay then. Fucking bitch.
Hi. I really loved your show. Okay,
Hi, I really loved your show. Great stuff, eh?
Awesome. Thanks so much.
I play guitar myself, actually. I keep one at the office. It's just something I need in my life, you know? I really like the Fenborn Cutaway you're playing. That's a nice looking guitar. What's the action like? I've heard those can be kind of tough to get used to.
Yeah, thanks so much.
All right, well, have yourself a good night.
Hi, we really loved your show. Yeah, we drove up from Michigan for the show, actually. She saw on Facebook this morning that you were playing, and then on Google Maps, it was like we technically had enough time to get here, so yeah, totally worth it though.
Over Roses is literally my favorite song. I was like jumping up and down when you played like the first two notes. Oh my god, it's just like such an honor to meet you. Do you mind signing something for us?
Thanks so much.
Okay, well, bye.
Yeah, awesome to meet you. Hi, I really loved your show. Do you have a second to talk? Hi, sorry, I was just saying I really loved your show. It was just great. My name's Martine Demetrius. I'm with Carthouse Records. It's a Warner label. And I was just wondering what your plans are for your music. I know you've got some stuff out with an indie right now. I picked up the latest one at the merch table. It looks really great. Anyway, I'm based here in town. Do you think you'd be interested in having a conversation sometime? I love this design with the little vines and everything.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, have a good night, I guess.
Hey, you were just on stage. I really loved your show. Can I get you another drink?
Thanks.
Awesome. Hey, another one of these and a Brickwords, thanks. So, have you been playing for a long time? Probably, right? I don't normally listen to a lot of music, but everything's good live, I find.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. That's cool. So, I don't know. Do you know any fun things to do around here? I'm just in town for a trade show and someone recommended this place, but I don't really know the neighborhood here or anything. Are you from around here?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, yeah, I figured. I don't know, like, are you doing anything later after the show? I could hang around, maybe.
Oh, maybe.
No, it's cool. Sorry, my gaydar's kind of off right now. Probably the jet lag. It's nice meeting you, though. Good luck with your music and everything.
Hi, I really loved your show. Can I just tell you you're literally my favorite artist?
Thanks so much.
Yeah, it's like some artists I love, but I don't care about seeing them live, but then some it's like practically a religious experience to see them play. Like, even at home when I'm listening to your stuff, I have to run over to the computer every few minutes to find live versions on YouTube. Like, oh man, there's this video of Front Stairs from some radio station in Australia that you played at, and it's embarrassing, but I swear to God I've watched it like 30 times. Just like the little moment at the end when you kind of pause and open your eyes for a second before saying the last line. I mean, I guess it's projecting to assume you're caught up in the emotion of the song, but still, it's just intense. And then at the end, the host and the other girl are like visibly affected, and it takes them a second to remember to clap. I swear, it gets me every time. Like, I know the worst question ever is how do you get your ideas, so I won't ask that, but like, where does that song come from? I don't know, it's just my favorite song, I guess. I could really relate to the message and everything, and yeah.
Thanks so much.
This all
Thanks again so much for coming out, you guys. Let's have a big hand for Not My Dog being the best damn venue in the city. Woo! Some of you guys know this next song. It's an oldie, but I still like it, and I'm guessing y'all might as well. I wrote this when I was 17, and all I wanted to be was a successful singer-songwriter. It was the 90s, and...
Woo, 90s!
I know, right? How many of y'all were at Lilith Fair? Yeah, you were. So yeah, I wrote this at my friend's cottage out at Moose Mountain, staring down at the station wagons, heading down the hill, past the old bait shop and into town, and as I was sitting there on the front stairs... You do know this song. So yeah, I'm sitting there, I could just see the lake over the trees and then the hills on the other side where we'd been hiking all that week. I had these green shorts and they were all covered in paint from helping fix up the cottage. And the dog was there sleeping next to me, probably more than a few drops of paint on him too. And everyone else was out back getting the barbecue going. I can hear them all talking and laughing. And they had this old guitar that was their grandma's. I couldn't help but grab it out of the corner 5 seconds after I got there and start messing around on it all day. I could never sing in front of people, but a sleeping dog I could handle. So I sat there on the porch and I just started coming up with this song, just kind of out of nowhere, like the gods were handing me lines and I was just reading them off. 4 in the afternoon, sun still hanging around, perfect weather. And I swear, I came up with the entire thing on the spot, just as you're gonna hear it now. That was kind of the first time I knew I could do this whole music thing. Just sitting there, away from the party with the dog and a bunch of problems, singing about what could be. Dreaming of finding that one place in the world where who I am would finally work. And I'd maybe feel alive. Finding your voice, I guess they call it. It's probably my favorite song I've written. And you are my favorite audience. Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Hey, how's it going?
Usual. Can't win them all.
Yeah, or any of them.
I've seen you around. My name's Ted. Nice to meet you.
Why do you do that?
Shake hands with people I already know like I'm meeting them for the first time? I don't know. I just think it's funny or something.
God, you're weird. Snack?
We're already in a restaurant. Yeah, I'm weird.
Yeah, you are.
Dude, when I first met you, you were wearing a Friends t-shirt, and you said you didn't even like the show. You just like the concept of friendship.
Fuck whatever, that was grade 7. I can't be held responsible for things I did back then. You were the one actually watching that show. You probably still watch it, like that guy from that Mad TV sketch where he's imaginary friends with all the characters. Hey Joey, pass the chips.
Okay, have you ever gone back and watched the show Friends? It's garbage, man. It's actually the worst.
Yeah, probably even I think that show's too white.
It's not even that. It's more like there are 2 things to know about the show Friends, right? Number 1 is that every funny thing you remember is from the first season, when the actors were nobodies with average incomes playing nobodies with average incomes, instead of millionaires playing regular people like aliens in human costumes. And number 2 is, damn it, I lost my train of thought.
Hey, feeling all right? Raging on stage here.
Just really tired this week. I'm fine though.
Ted Lindbergh.
Okay, so yeah. And number 2 is that in a contemporary TV show, Ross would be a goddamn supervillain. People forget what the 90s were like. Watch a few episodes. You'll just be staring in horror at this nightmarish asshole you're being told is somehow the protagonist. The show is basically saying, yeah, it's perfectly good and fine and protagonist-ish for a guy to be this gigantic, jealous, petty, manipulative bastard who literally yells at women for doing the same things he does because it's fine for a guy to do it. Fuck, it's jaw-dropping if you go back and watch it now. There should have been the one with the intervention, where the other four sit Rachel down and tell her she needs to stop going back to this abusive loser.
Holy shit, the fun police is out in force. Calling all cars.
Come on, this is the show that invented the friend zone after all. It's the Robert Oppenheimer of all that men's rights bullshit. Destroyer of worlds, Martha.
Friend zone. That's where little dickless internet losers hang around a chick they want to screw who obviously doesn't return their feelings or some damn thing?
Yeah, it's where dudes objectify women to the extent that women equal sex, so if you're not sleeping with a chick, then you're getting ripped off or whatever the fuck these quote-unquote people are telling themselves. Sorry, I just get really mad about this shit.
I'm pretty sure people think I'm friend zoning you. Stupid people, but still. Even after however many years they see you helping me move apartments and they're like, oh, this guy, he's just biding his time.
That's just it. This kind of bullshit infects the general discourse, and then you're feeling weird about things that are perfectly normal just because some stupid sitcom was written by idiots and forced on everyone via a monoculture that we're only now digging ourselves out from.
There's the liberal arts degree talking.
So yeah, I probably have felt weird about it a few times, but there's a long list of great people I'm still going to be friends with in 20 years because I'm not sleeping with them. And then there's also an opposite list that I prefer not to think about. Not everything that's good looks that way from the outside.
Well, what people are probably saying is that everyone's looking for a partner, so if you found someone you like spending time with, then why not just go ahead and date them?
I don't know, because it's nobody else's business maybe?
Oh, that's such a cop-out though. Despite how liberal everyone's pretending to be, I'm sure you're still getting a few comments about your chick best friend and why don't you just hook up, and I guarantee it bothers you.
You know what? Yeah. And when I don't get comments, I imagine them, and then I even question myself, even though it's bullshit. But at least it fucking weeds out the judgmental people. You know why you're gonna be the best man at my wedding? Because I'm gonna be marrying somebody who's fine with that.
Hey, you too, broski. Even if I elope to Vegas for a 3-minute ceremony, I still want you hovering nearby in some official capacity.
Oh, I'm maid of honor.
You do get comments then, eh?
I have friends who don't get it. Like, they don't say it outright, but they say nothing instead of stuff they'd normally say if you were a dude. Granted, these are the same friends who will, unprompted, repeatedly go out of their way to tell me how non-racist they are.
You know what I think? I think your friends are a bunch of slack-jawed fat—
All right, let's just say we agree that people should fucking shut up. What do you say when people ask?
Besides, fuck you, Mom? I don't know, the reflex is always, no, we're just friends. But at the same time, that's kinda, what's the word?
Fucking lame as shit?
Yeah, there it is.
Well, fuck. Yeah, exactly. Just friends. That's such garbage. Having someone trust you and want to consistently be in the same place as you, it's the worst.
Yeah. We're not going out, Mom. We're just in a situation of permanent mutual support and understanding. We're trying to work through it, though.
Yeah, you know, we're just attractive to others in the first place because of the confidence from being accepted by another person.
Yeah, as much as I genuinely see every month as an opportunity for a Baskin-Robbins number of one-night stands, there's probably something to be said for how we've been hanging out since grade 7, whereas the longest I've dated a guy for is maybe 7 months. And then once it's over, it's super over.
Man, grade 7. It's been that long, eh? That's nuts. And we haven't once woken up naked together in a hotel room at someone else's wedding, like TV said would happen?
Well, I think sitcoms in reality are just friends.
Yeah, I don't see that one ending with kids.
You got any other women friends there, by the way? What about that gangly fucking Christiane chick I keep seeing you with? Are you two bros or what?
Oh, her? No. That's not anything. We're just in a relationship.
Oh, too bad.
Yeah, well, you can't win them all. But yeah, that's what I'd tell people if they ask anyway. Something about how I like the concept of friendship.
Yeah, or just that whole thing where two people are friends because they're similarly weird, but
they similarly would both want the support of a romantic partner that balances out their craziness. Because
love and romantic love are different but equal. Plus they have different sexual needs and long-term goals anyway. Whatever they call that.
Common sense?
Yeah, that. Or maybe I just want to make sure that I still know you in 20 years. Snack?
Nah, I'm actually trying to eat less red meat lately. I was reading this thing about sodium and—
For fuck's sake, how anyone thinks I could date you is beyond me.
Back at you, Martha. Back at you.
You've been out of luck. You've been on the roads too long. So you don't give a fuck now. Gonna do to me.
Hey, I didn't get an RSVP from you. Are you coming to the big employee thing at that club tonight?
Oh, sorry, I totally forgot. Yeah, for sure.
Great. I'm putting you down for +2. We're all allowed to bring a couple people.
Awesome, perfect. Hi, my name is Safra, and I'm secretly a gigantic loser with no friends.
Hi, Safra.
I guess it started in adulthood. Like, when I was a kid, I had all kinds of friends, and everyone on the street would hang out, and we'd be outside all the time. And even in high school, I had a really close group of friends. But then after graduation, everyone went off to separate universities, and I never really recovered socially. I have a great job and a great place, and people stop me on the street to say they love my outfits, but I go to the movies by myself half the time or with coworkers that barely like me because there's no one to ask. It sucks, and what I keep thinking about is that if I ever get married, my side of the church is gonna be like 3 people.
Oh God, the wedding problem.
Oh man.
Yep.
Totally.
100%.
Yeah.
I almost want to look into that. I feel like maybe there's some kind of website for loser weddings where they disguise it by hiring actors to fill out the chapel or something. There's a tech startup idea. Yeah, that's me anyway.
Thank you for sharing, Safra. Shall we keep moving around the room?
Hi, my name is Candy. I was at a staff party earlier watching everyone else talk to everyone else as usual, and I basically came straight here. Oh, and I was in a hospital for 4 months and didn't have one visitor, so, yeah.
Hi, Candy.
Well, actually, my name isn't Candy, it's Joan. I secretly have a boring name, and I've surreptitiously been a pathetic loser for about 10 years now, I guess. I get free hair products at the salon like a problem gambler gets free drinks, and I tan and I work out, and I fucking really think I'm all right, and I make a lot of money at work, and clients send me free shit, and half the people at work are too intimidated to talk to me because I'm fucking really good at what I do. But on days off, I'm basically just sitting on the couch with a huge thing of sadness wine because there's a giant, amazing poster of me on the building where I work, but I literally have no friends.
Sadness wine, right?
I actually have a wine mug. A mug for drinking wine.
There should literally be a fridge you can buy with a wine dispenser on it instead of those goddamn French fry ice cubes.
Wine fridge! Oh my God.
Or you could have just a water cooler, except wine. Taps for red and white and like...
Wine fridges, isn't that fantastic? Let's keep moving along, shall we?
All right. Hi, my name is Ted. I'm a successful artist with thousands of fans, but I made like $12K last year, and I live like a 17th century ship stowaway. Like, I honestly have no idea how I don't have scurvy right now.
I know a place that sells hardtack. I'm not even joking.
Yep, there it is.
Oh.
So yeah, I've had books out from major publishers, had a comedy special on CTV, won awards. I go back home and people stare at me and talk about how famous I am, but the arts economy being what it is, I literally am poor. I am a poor person. There are definitely some kind of handouts I could be collecting right now if I was actually responsible. Ow.
Do you ever give homeless people 5s or 10s just to try and, act like you're somehow different from them?
I did that on the way here. Here you go, buddy. I hope things turn around for you. Meanwhile, I'm eating mustard sandwiches for dinner. Hold the bread. But no one would ever know. I date women, and they probably wonder why I always want to eat in, but it's literally just to save money. So, yeah, that's me. Coming up on 8 years now, I've secretly been a total loser.
Listening to you, I'm thinking, God, you're clearly a huge success. You're just faking being a loser. It's so hard to internalize that anyone else could be in the exact same situation as you, you know?
Oh my God, totally. I was instantly thinking that with you. Like, why is this super hot chick here? She's obviously not a loser. Somehow forgetting the entire premise of why everyone's here.
Who would like to share next? You over there, you haven't said much.
Okay, sure. Hi. My name's Jackson, and I'm secretly a gigantic loser.
Hi, Jackson.
Hey. Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. Oh, these guys are all so normal and extroverted. They don't belong here, but obviously no one would pretend to be a loser. I have that kind of shyness where it's right in the perfect area where everyone thinks you're just aloof instead, even though you're actually afraid of everyone and everything. Like, I'll leave in the middle of parties or something because I need to go be alone in a room to recharge. But I have this air about me where everyone thinks I'm just rudely storming off instead. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I'm cursed to seem like I know what I'm doing, even though I don't, so no one knows that I'm secretly a loser with no life and no close friends. Like that thing about the wedding. Jesus, I know I was just kind of sitting there smirking with my arms crossed, but inside I was going nuts.
Completely know what you mean. I used to have that accidental aloofness thing too. Eventually you get so jaded it transitions into legitimate aloofness. Like, I do not give a fuck about any of you right now. I want to, but I gave up a long time ago, so now I just push everyone away.
Oh man, you're me in like 6 months.
You'd never know, but me too. Fully.
Well, that's it, you know? What do you do when the exterior and the interior don't match at all? They say there's no such thing as normal, but there's definitely a common experience, you know, and a set of expectations about appearances, and if you divert from that in any direction, you're fucked.
Yeah, exactly. It's not if you're thin or fat or ugly or beautiful, it's just that you're different. And sometimes it's not even people telling you you're different, it's you assuming they think you're different, and then when you belatedly realize that no one actually ever said anything, it's too late. Your identity is already too firmly established, and you're some hopelessly inaccurate reactionary combination of exterior and interior.
A bemusing glimpse into the psyche.
It's true. There's probably nothing important about me that you could assume from my appearance. This is terrible advertising.
Oh, I know. I work in an office with functional adults, so all my interests are things I've literally never said out loud. Web comics. Gem in the holograms. That feels weird.
Women's fashion apps.
Nihilistically eating ice cream for breakfast. Probably shouldn't have said that one.
Fuck, I thought that was just me.
Seriously, my apartment has this great big beautiful kitchen. Meanwhile, my idea of cooking is putting Doritos in a bowl.
Oh, but how can that be? You're so pretty and successful.
Sorry, secretly a complete disaster.
My neighbor in my building, he's this middle-aged, stocky guy, a construction worker or something. Comes home at the same time every day, eats dinner alone, watches TV alone, stumbles home from the bar on Friday nights alone. Literally never seen him with another person. And I just think, that's me in 20 years, you know? Rotting away in some box apartment, getting excited when you get bills in the mail. And I suck, and I'm poor, and I have no friends, but I've superficially elevated myself just enough that no one is ever gonna ask if I need anything, because clearly, I'm fine. I just worry about the future so much.
I know. It's like, statistically, someone has to be the old person who dies alone in a heat wave and isn't found for weeks.
And gets eaten by their cats.
And who is young once.
Why is it so hard to change? Why can't people just ask? The number of times I've almost posted on Facebook, does anyone want to come over and hang out, is just too damn high.
Society, I guess. We send out this message where various things indicate that you've made it. So if someone has one of those things, then they shall never again need assistance.
And how does that make you feel?
I don't know. I've told people, and they know, and they still don't ask. People can know the facts, but can't get past appearances.
Or they can, but only to your detriment. Like, what's that one episode of Seinfeld where he's dating a girl who seems really great, but everyone tells him to ditch her because
The Van Buren Boys.
She's actually a loser. Yeah.
Well, that's our time for tonight. I'd like to thank you all for the courage you've shown in sharing your experiences with secretly being enormous losers.
Yeah. Whatever.
Hey, maybe I should ask him if he wants to go catch a movie.
Although she did say she's used to going to movies by herself.
And he probably would have asked me already if he wanted to.
And I'm clearly not on her level anyway.
So he'll obviously say no.
And I don't want to look like a loser.
Okay, that's all for now. You will finish reading Chapter 2 for tomorrow, please. Thank you. Ted, would you stay for a minute, please?
I guess. What did I do now?
You did this creative writing assignment, Ted, and you did a tremendous job. I just wanted to let you know that.
Did I? Okay.
This is a really good story you've written. I think you should submit it for publication. I know there are a few youth anthologies that would easily accept this. I can even help you with that if you like.
Is it good? I was just kind of writing whatever.
Yes, it's extremely good, as is everything you write. You're a very talented writer. It's a rare gift shared by some pretty great people. I hope you're at least somewhat proud.
Okay, I guess I'll write more.
I think you should.
Dear Mr. Dolan, I was Googling random shit at 3 a.m. for some reason, and somehow I got from the Wikipedia page for double-decker buses to the website for the old school, and I remembered how you were basically the only good teacher I ever had, so I thought I would write to you and say something. I'm not even sure, actually. Maybe this is just weird. You know what? Never mind. Dear Mr. Dolan, I was cleaning shit out of my closet the other day, and I found some old stuff from school, and I remembered how I basically hated every other teacher except you. And then I looked at the alumni page of the school website and saw the business owners and the dentists and that chick who was on Shark Tank, and half of them were younger than me. And then I wondered why I wanted to write to an old teacher to announce that I barely make a living cobbling together various writing and comedy and acting things, and my new book sold 143 copies, and the publisher stopped replying to my emails, and why the fuck would I ever tell you this? Dear Mr. Dolan, I keep getting the idea to write to you, but I don't know how this kind of thing is supposed to go. I feel like acknowledging that you are an actually good memory for me in a haze of awkwardness and bullying, but at the same time, I've tried Googling this shit, and when most people write to old teachers, they're saying, thanks for fostering my interest in science and reading, because now I'm a physicist/judge, and my conventionally attractive partner and children would just like to say, cheers for the leg up. So I didn't end up as some creepy guy in a bar making teenage money at age 30 and writing completely unwelcome letters. Dear Mr. Dolan, you would read books to the class, and when we obviously weren't paying attention, you would scare the shit out of everyone by yelling suddenly when the characters in the book would yell, and I always thought that was fucking hilarious. Sometimes I do it during my act, but it's not really the basis for a letter, I'm guessing. Dear Mr. Dolan, maybe I just hated all of school and every teacher and most of the kids, and it was just decades of misery, and you were just the least bad experience instead of something actually significant, and this letter is a brick sailing through your mental window, and there's a note tied to it, but you don't recognize the name because why the fuck would you? I mean, even if you did know who I am, this is fucking ridiculous. Dear Mr. Dolan, my kindly grade 7 teacher, thought I'd just let you know, I just finished writing a 40-minute comedy set about oral sex and how lazy men should just become gay because it's less research, because that's the kind of thing I do with my time. And I fucking use swears the way other people use the and I like that Japanese porn where the women have dicks. And I'm hateful and unapproachable, and sometimes I'm fucking literally just looking for a fight. And you're a normal man who coaches volleyball and helps in the community, and aren't you glad you had some hand in my upbringing? Isn't it totally appropriate for me to be writing to you? How the fuck's it going? Dear Mr. Dolan, I keep coming back to this letter even though I don't even know what you mean to me. Like, do other people have this problem?
Dear Mrs. Kincaid, I just wanted to casually and easily wish you a happy retirement in a manner that's entirely proportional to your role in my ongoing existence. P.S. I almost made 6 figures last year. I know, right?
Dear Mr. Whoever, I literally haven't thought about school since I graduated because it was a smooth and unremarkable experience for myself and my friends and probably most functional human beings.
Hello, Professor Gruber. It was good to see you last night. I greatly enjoy our bi-weekly dinners. It's so wonderful that the friendship that blossomed between us back then has persisted so strongly throughout the years and...
Dear Mr. Dolan, God fucking damn it. Dear Mr. Dolan, I'm allegedly a writer, but I don't know what the fuck I'm trying to say. Dear Mr. Dolan, this is the biggest house I'll ever own. Dear Mr. Dolan, everything seems like a good idea at 3 a.m. Dear Mr. Dolan, the first time I had the idea of writing to you, you were still listed as a teacher, but you must have retired by now, and I guess I still have the email address you gave us back in the day, but I doubt you still use it, so I think this is just a convenient sign that this was a fucking terrible idea to begin with. I don't even remember myself back then. Why would you? Hopefully you enjoy your retirement and get letters from actually successful students, and then live out the rest of your years, and you'll eventually pass on never knowing that I think you're... You know what? fuck it. Dear Mr. Dolan, hi, it's Ted L. I was the lippy, irresponsible kid in your grade 7 class like 17 years ago. I was weird then, and now I'm even more a sketchy, nebulously counterculture guy whose life barely overlaps with the kind of person you are, or know, or probably ever encounter. And you were a teacher for like 30 years, and you had hundreds or thousands of kids, and most of them were normal, and you probably see them at the supermarket with their kids. And meanwhile, I'm sitting in the dark, 1,000 miles away, in the middle of the night, writing the 800th draft of a letter to someone who obviously wouldn't remember me or understand why I would remember you. But there's a point to this, I swear. I do remember you. I remember the other kids bitching about how hard of a teacher you were and how it was weird that you did the voices when you read books to the class. But me and a couple other kids hated every teacher except for you. I never fit in, and I remember how you would single me out for extra attention sometimes, and I always wondered how you knew to do that. But in retrospect, it was probably obvious that I needed an arm around my shoulder, and you definitely did that for me because you're one of those rare people called an adult. Capital A. I am not an adult, but I'm trying to get there, I swear. And if anyone gets there, it's because of the example other people set for us. It's easy to forget how much time we spent as kids with adults who weren't our parents, but who also influenced us, no matter how different we ended up being. And every kid needs that, especially the weird kids. And I've probably blocked out most of my time in the education system, but I guess I've always remembered you. And I remember you told me it's okay to start a sentence with "and," because writing has no rules. And you taught me to define stuff like nice and cool, instead of just mindlessly using words. But most importantly, you were the first person to tell me I was good at something. And I was like, huh, really? I'm good at writing? But that went on to form my entire identity. I write for a living now, as much as I make a living. I mean, I keep waiting until I'm officially successful and mature to start thanking everyone, but I could be waiting forever. I mean, that's not what life is, so it's like this. Writing's the one thing I'm good at, and I'm glad I'm good at it. So yeah, I'm writing this to you. And maybe you won't even read this. I probably missed my chance, and you won't know who the hell I am anyway because nobody keeps their email address from 17 years ago and nobody remembers people from back then either. So maybe I won't even hit send when I'm done. But even if I'm just talking to myself here, I guess I just need to say I remember you. I need the universe to know that. You were a fucking really good teacher, so thanks. It's a rare gift shared by some pretty great people. I hope you're at least somewhat proud.
Oh, what's the name of that actor?
William something or other. You know, he's a that guy. He's the that guy-est that guy.
You know, in France, they don't have a that guy. They call it le monsieur. Oh, you know what? There should be a that guy version of the Expendables.
There should be a that guy version of the Expendables. How can you eat so much of that?
Rule of thumb, if a chick eats snacks all the time but is somehow not 500 pounds, it's because those snacks are literally the only thing she's eating. Popcorn's like packing peanuts. How do you think those actresses do it? Fuck, Google old school Hollywood sometime. Judy, are you eating? We talked about this.
That is terrifying.
What do you do to avoid having to exercise?
Sleep till 2, so I skip breakfast and lunch?
Fuck, how did I never think of that?
How do you think Kramer makes a living?
I don't know. Either porn or full-time fast food. There's only so much overlap between jobs you can pay the rent with and jobs you wouldn't tell anyone about. Why? Oh, because I'm essentially Kramer in real life, so I would know?
How do you pay the rent?
It's funnier if it goes unexplained.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it was this movie. Mike J, the biggest, stupidest kid in grade 5, got some one-line role because they were filming part of it at his house, and all he would talk about was how he met Robert Loggia and got paid $1,000, and he was a thousandaire. And then it ruined him, and by high school, he was just this huge disaster in a trench coat trying to sell counterfeit cigars out of his car.
That's the guy you Googled.
Yeah, and the only result was a police report from 2013 where he was arrested for soliciting minors on Craigslist. So yeah, never be a child star, basically. Or not even a star, a child extra.
Oh man, Good times.
And you see, now the movie and the popcorn are over, but I was just starting to enjoy myself here.
I literally live next door to a Cineplex. Let's just go see a random 9:30 show. Popcorn, candy, laughable plot twists, floors you can spill shit on.
Yes, I'd watch that. Okay, do you think this was actually shot in Prague?
I don't know, it's like...
Everybody's a crime, and you're going to pay for yours.
I have a daughter who wants to be a stripper. I was wondering if you
Oh
had
god, here we go with the terrible strip club scene that at no point intersects with reality. Hey, just pick a group of people who aren't likely to tell their own stories and stereotype the shit out of them. Look at those moves. Literally from the 80s. I mean, am I the only person thinking that a lot of
shit in movies is dependent on ignorance for it to be interesting? Hollywood is so dehumanizing. I bet if I met a stripper in real life, she'd be nothing like the cliches in this stupid movie.
And there's the obligatory lines of coke scene. Oh, for God's sakes.
Keep it down.
Sex with my daughter is a risky game. If you're not careful, I will do unspeakable things to you. Things they couldn't even put in the Geneva Convention because they're too filthy.
Holy
Things
shit.
that are-
Dude, chill out.
This movie is actually the worst. If I was alone,
If I was here alone, I'd walk out right now, but I have to stay for his sake. Holy shit, this movie is the worst.
Ted, why are movies so bad? Ted, I know you can hear me. Ted!
Did you say something?
Shh. Maybe movies are like elections. The only way to get party status is to appeal to the largest group of people, i.e., people who do not give a fuck about anyone.
I.e., every popular movie is an adaptation of a wretchedly bad amateur novel that every idiot bought because they could relate to the incoherence. Fucking 50 Twilight Shades of the Martian Da Vinci on the train.
Man, I loved that movie. It were real entertaining. There was some trans people in the theater, though, and I ain't prejudiced or nothing, but them trans people should be sent back to Transylvania.
Damn it. I feel like you just said something funny.
Ted, if you're in a band in Prague, is it automatically prog rock? Fuck, this material is going to waste here.
This always happens to me. I specifically love the subject matter, but then I end up hating the movie. I mean, listen to this guy. He literally talks with the exact same cadence and intonation in every scene. It's like he's perpetually reading a limerick. I mean, am I the only person thinking that this is the worst movie ever? And
Everyone in it made more money than I'll ever have, and
I can occasionally see people checking their phones and
Maybe there are people who think the same thing.
maybe there's a constellation of similar views in here, only visible from a distance but burning bright in the silent darkness of the cosmos. This movie sucks.
Did someone just say this movie sucks?
Presumably, as it sucks.
Human beings only use 10% of their brains, but you, my friend, are special. You use 11%, and thus,
Oh, you have
no
got to be
man can
kidding
mark
me.
you in combat.
No, you know what?
Nor
You're
can
not
they
going to
rival
shush
you in the
fact
bed.
checking.
Lots
Humans use 10% of their brain the same way we use 8% of a calendar. That is not anyone's real hair, and you're watching pole dancing from 30 years ago. The more you know.
Will you shut up?
The dude's speech where he explains the origin of the rule of thumb was bullshit too, if anyone's wondering.
Oh, I noticed that too. How hard is it to Google that, eh?
You watch enough stupid movies made by smart people and you have to wonder, you know?
Yeah, completely. Like, what's the word for when the application of collective intelligence results in something that's less intelligent?
I can't fucking hear the movie.
Yeah, and then like we put our heads together and come up with this total piece of shit, and it would at least be entertaining if you could talk during it, but we also established a culture of art criticism where the audience's role doesn't even matter. So just sit down and shut up.
Sit down and shut. Yeah, that.
The intellectual focus of the entire process is actually the financing. But fuck you if you don't take the plot seriously.
Oh, I want a piece of this, actually. So what are you saying, that movies are just financial exercises?
Well, at least to the extent that it's a bit precious to say that you'd better sit there and watch them in reverent silence.
Will you please stop talking?
Yeah, but people are paying to hear the actors speak, not the audience.
But a theater full of people is a stupid thing to seek out if what you really want is silence.
Hey, it's a self-resolving problem. If the movie was good, we'd all be so enraptured that we wouldn't be having this conversation.
There's a cure for syphilis, and it's called a 357 Magnum.
Yeah, if.
But a movie can still be good and make you immediately want to discuss it, though.
So shouldn't you be able to?
Yeah, art is supposed to meet the needs of the audience. So if it merits a debate, then.
Okay, if you guys don't shut the fuck up, I'm gonna go get the.
Shh! We are trying to have a conversation.
Fuck, let's take this outside. It's too hard to have a discussion in here.
No kidding. Whatever movies are, I just get so sick of the cliches. On screen, everything's so cut and dry. Meanwhile, in real life, the strip club is the one place I don't fucking get groped by sociopaths. Figure that the fuck out.
Oh, I know. I get sick of movies being so forgettable, yet I can perfectly remember every good heckling I've participated in. So many memories.
As much as I am pro-shushing, literally the only reason I remember seeing Inception is because a fight broke out in the theater. Bitch, I'll kill you!
Was this at the Varsity? That actually might have been me.
Fuck, I was only there for the air conditioning.
Hey, I'm just here for the popcorn.
Right?
I think that art is subjective, and it brings people together by how they subjectively react to it. Imagine if you couldn't talk at rock concerts or football games.
Stop the game, someone's talking. Yeah, it's fucked that we don't at least have talking and non-talking theaters, eh? Fuck, just put an extra screen out here. Popcorn, candy, lounge seating, not having to turn your phone off.
Yeah, I'd watch that.
So was that movie shot in Prague or what?
I've been to Prague, and that was not Prague. Which is weird because they do film tons of shit in Prague.
If you're in a band in Prague, is it automatically prog rock?
Ha.
Oh, Jesus.
So what did you think?
Oh my god, that was so bad.
I know. I wanted to say something like the entire time.
I don't think I should sleep with a 17-year-old.
How about two 17-year-olds?
All right, good. Don't worry. You two won't even know I'm here. All right, I found a ruler. Just sit over here. Now is the time for dick measuring.
So it seems like nostalgia is a thing these days. Probably every toy I had as a kid is now a movie trilogy. And the new games look like old games, and everything is in fashion, and yeah, you're nodding, okay? You know what I mean. It does seem like the past is the fucking place to be. When you were a kid, you had a big house and a shitty black and white TV. But now, you've got a 55-inch plasma and a $600 phone, but a shitty apartment with mirrors instead of other rooms because house prices start at $500,000, and I doubt you would have accepted the trade-off if you'd been asked first. One day you realize that you need binoculars and a clear day to see the poverty line. Your whole life is the equivalent of playing tennis with a frying pan, and the only thing between you and those official poor people you see on the news is your parents bailing your ass out. Oh, and you'd love to have kids of your own, but how the fuck are you ever going to be able to afford that? So maybe it makes sense why people are nostalgic for childhood. Because anyone looking at the world right now would conclude that shit is fucked. Like, if people from the future were watching us now, fuck knows what they'd be thinking. Now is bullshit. Now sucks. Especially on a personal level. Certainly my life probably seems like a joke. And yet, the thing is, I'm still not nostalgic. Not even close, man. Not even a little.
And you're staring now, trying to figure out why the fuck I'm so happy with all this. You look at me like you look at the world, and you probably just see a whole lot of wasted potential. And I definitely see that myself sometimes.
I mean, you grow up, it's all before you, and you start forming who you are. But then suddenly school's over, and youth's over, and you have to take what you've built and somehow make it work. But what if it doesn't? What if all freedom did was allow you to become unmarketable? What if your carefully crafted persona came at the expense of developing practical skills, and it constantly feels like a miracle that you're not currently living in a cardboard box in an alley?
What if that was another trade-off? What if you had to spend so much time and emotion trying to find out who you are that when you look around, it feels like you began 100 feet back from the starting line? What if you have decades left to go, yet it always feels like there's no time left?
Sometimes it feels like you're stuck in some kind of permanent brunch between school and adulthood, constantly expecting maturity to kick in the way TV said it would. But as the years pass, it never seems to happen, and you keep waiting, you keep getting dressed up for the ball, but it keeps getting deferred.
And meanwhile, they're telling you to prepare for adult life. They're telling you to learn some relevant skills and go outside and meet someone, but they never tell you how. And they definitely don't tell you about all the other shit you're gonna be learning while you're trying to learn how to type or pour drinks or dance for the people. And you've had to learn a lot, you know?
You've had to learn to be alive but not exist because people look at you and willfully ignore anything beneath the surface.
You've had to learn how to bury the anger because if you didn't, all there would be is anger.
You've had to learn how to imitate humans so you can pass for one of them, but you still worry about being discovered.
You've had to learn how to live with the knowledge that one day this will all be over. And all you can do is desperately try to make some ripples in the water, to prove you were here before you sink below forever.
And you've had to learn how to live with the fact that millions of people won't even get that much because overwhelming heartbreak and injustice is a constant, and you were just lucky to not be born into it. And don't you dare waste that gift. Don't you dare turn out to be nobody. And when you're done learning all that, you'd better learn to look backwards because none of this shit existed when you were a kid, so that's gonna be your happy place forever.
They never said that one day you'd feel like if it wasn't for work, you'd just want to sleep forever. That sometimes the mechanisms that let you go anywhere can also paralyze you. The competition that anyone can win is also what can help you destroy yourself by constant comparisons to everyone else in the race. So you can be independent and attractive with a decent job and an apartment, and you'll still feel like a total fucking failure half the time.
Maybe there won't even be an Earth in the future the way things are going. But if there is, if we somehow invent our way out of climate change and prejudice and terrorism and nuclear war, if there's some amazing future society that looks back on us the way we look back on the Black Death, are they gonna see anything worth salvaging?
Are people in the future just gonna be laughing at us? If they can time travel, they're probably here right now. They probably watch the past for entertainment exactly like we do with movies. They're probably invisibly walking around, staring like we stare at an aquarium, pointing at all the primitive creatures that never made it on the shore. How we spend so much time doing things we hate. How we're constantly held back by selfishness. How we all look the same but hate each other regardless. How you can get a few million of us in one place, and yet when you zoom in, you see how alone everyone feels. I know they'd at least never want the world to return to how it was. They sure as hell wouldn't be nostalgic for this. But you know what? I try to feel that way too. We're supposed to yearn for the good old days. We're supposed to look around like we're at the end of history and think that everything is fucked and it all gets gradually worse, but that's bullshit. Because I look back, and I can only speak for myself, but I never had so much as I have now.
I look back and I was never this poor, but I was never this focused either. I was never this stressed, but I was never this responsible.
I was never this discouraged, but I was never this engaged.
I was never this tired, but I was never myself either.
I was never this afraid, but I swear to God, I was never this determined.
And I don't know a lot, but I know I'd never want to be any me except this one.
Some days it seems hopeless and like nothing will get better, and you just want to be someone's kid again for a minute and not have to worry about everything. But on other days, I remember how I've never enjoyed anything as much as I enjoy the things I've accomplished and the people who I only know because of who I am now. I'd like to see a movie trilogy about that.
I'd like to see a movie where everybody realizes that nobody is who they were when they were born because it's your right to work towards something you're happy with.
I'd like to see a movie about how things do get better, and fear can't change the world because love is the only thing motivating enough to shape the future.
And if people from the future are looking back at me, they're gonna see someone who's looking back at his own past and is only nostalgic for Halloween and summer, because this is me.
And I like me, believe it or not. Am I making sense here? What do you think?
I think this is easily the worst lap dance ever.
I know, I'm sorry. It's been that kind of year, I guess.
No, it's fine. I completely agree with you, actually. I may look like I know what I'm doing, but I look back and there are a lot of bad haircuts and bad choices. And 10 years from now, I'll probably feel the same looking back on this.
It's all right. It is what it is.
You can look back and say your favorite TV show could never get made today. But maybe it's because we've learned to make better shows. Maybe we can't make this place great again because it's fucking never been as great as it is now and as great as we'll make it in the future. And as for any time travelers watching us, what would the future say about the past? I don't know. What do you say about your own past? I just say I'm glad I kept going. Because whatever this is, it's not the end. Whatever I think of my past self, I'm so thankful that despite all the assholes, despite all the hate, despite all the bullshit, he didn't give up. Because I'm only here in a place I like because of him not giving up. It's not nostalgia, it's not regret, it's just gratitude, you know?
Dette z Exactly hat i was spa.
Tak?
Me too.
Cambridge, Kingston, Chatham, Oshawa, London, and beneath Mississauga, Brandon, Delaware, Brooklyn, Pickering, Cornwall. That's not all.
So how was 2017 for you?
Disappointing.
Oh my god, sometimes I have nightmares where it's still 2017.
Why make a film about 2017, if you don't mind my asking?
So we asked around, and it seemed like a lot of people felt like 2017 was kind of a turning point in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it did kind of feel like society was heading in one direction. And then 2017.
Yeah, exactly. So we figured that was worth talking about, basically.
Yes, there were certainly some horrid things in the news. I think I've tried to forget most of it.
I may or may not have blocked out most of that year. I'm not sure how much good I'm going to be to you here.
No, whatever you feel like talking about is fine.
Partisanship. That was the theme of the year. I mean, my goodness. Suddenly everyone seemed like they were divided into different groups like different races on Star Trek. Oh, you can just dismiss so-and-so, those Romulans are all the same. To say nothing of the freaking Nazis.
There was a lot of hatred in 2017.
Looking back, that was the first year I really started thinking about how most people have most things in common, but we focus on the few differences and turn everything into us versus them. But there actually is an us and them. And it's normal people and extremists. And they win when the rest of us are fighting amongst ourselves.
Ideological extremists, but then also financial extremists. If you trade lies for money, you're still a fanatic. Hashtag 2017, to use the relevant vernacular.
It seemed like extreme personality types had been getting rewarded with power for quite a while.
So you'd say there's a lot of difficulty in 2017?
Yeah, that's one word for it.
People should understand how needlessly difficult it was for young people in 2017. When you build a society that has infinite potential for personal success, but you don't structure in the kind of controls that ensure that everyone progresses in relative unison, you rather negatively impact the minds and wallets of the upcoming generation.
It was like musical chairs, except there's more chairs than people, and you still don't get a seat somehow.
And tell me about where we are right now.
Okay, so this is the neighborhood where I lived in 2017. The usual thing of something looking affordable, but then your rent is 180% of your income.
I had to move twice in 2017. You get new owners in, and they quickly jack up the price before you can introduce yourself and put a face on things. That was really the year where I started to notice how some people don't actually want to live in a society. They would just not give an inch if it meant someone else would benefit and not them.
I think all my favorite restaurants were out of business by 2017 because of rent hikes. Property developers in an office somewhere that you never meet, just making decisions for everyone else about the character of your neighborhood.
These are, of course, things I didn't necessarily even realize at the time, but I've come to realize. There's much that seems more than bizarre in hindsight.
Attitudes toward mental illness and disease. That was a huge theme.
Even my own attitude was pretty disappointing, to be honest. Though it got me thinking, at least.
Got you thinking?
Yeah, about how for better or for worse should be a vow for friendship too, and not just married people.
There's this huge opiates epidemic. The one we wouldn't have had if we treated drug addiction humanely in the 80s and 90s. And if you have any other disease, this whole huge support system materializes around you to make sure you're taken care of. But if you have the disease of addiction, you're just left for dead? Why? Because you chose to take the drugs? Well, guess what? I can think of a couple other things we choose to do that cause disease, but we don't consider those a moral failing. 2017.
There's always some backwards, inhuman aspect to society that's only acknowledged in retrospect. And it can really get you down. Really get you down.
I was so depressed in 2017. I can't even tell you. You just feel like you're not successful enough, and you're not pretty enough, and you're not experienced enough, and no matter what you do, it's just not good enough, and you feel like it's just you, which is the worst part.
I've never spoken about this, but in the summer of 2017, I was so depressed I was afraid to leave the house in case I happened to walk past a bridge. I'll actually never forget that.
And it was a great tragedy that we'd publicly celebrate the artistic expression of very sad people, but we wouldn't expend quite as much effort in protecting them. Some people feel more, and the rest of us can't just sit back and enjoy the good parts and leave them at the mercy of themselves. And that lesson can only come too late.
When have too many people died for them to have died for nothing? I think it was 2017 when I started to think about things differently.
You mentioned Star Trek earlier. There's actually a new Star Trek series that came out this year.
There was. Very exciting.
What would you say about culture in 2017? It seems like it wasn't that different from previous decades. Pop music, video games, Star Trek.
Yes, the individuality of decades was noticeably on the decline in 2017. As music and technology sort of plateaued, I suppose I'd say.
I mean, I spent 2017 listening to the kind of thing that would have been called oldies once. I think I was listening to the Smiths. Their last album came out 30 years earlier. But my parents listened to classical, and when's the last time Brahms put out a record? I think the more time goes by, the more you realize the good things will always be good. They're immune to the passing of time and all its sickening crimes. Unlike me, unfortunately.
Well, I think you look great.
Thanks so much.
Star Trek's a great example of how culture changes but doesn't change, and the way it always reflects the need for a positive vision based on the problems of the time. So in the 1960s, it had Americans and Russians working together, and then in the 80s and 90s, you had stories about privileged societies rationalizing ways to not make war. And then in 2017, Star Trek seemed to say it wasn't good enough that the real world was such an insane contradiction, with prejudice being instantly transmitted across the planet by fiber optic cables, cavemen taken great distances by things they could never have created themselves. We were kind of halfway to Star Trek in 2017. We had the ships, but not the crew.
I think a lot of stuff is always going to be the same. You look back at other centuries and it feels like another planet, but it wasn't. And I guess it becomes a little easier when you're looking back on a time that was recorded in 1080p. You notice so much.
I think 2017 was around the time when people started to actually take notice of the problems other people had been dealing with their whole lives. By December, I was just looking back on the blissful 90s with shame.
2017 was like one of those cows where you have a hatch in the side so you can see into the digestive system. There was a lot of shit that became visible.
So compared to how things are now, do you think the world has gotten better? Worse?
Well, I'm biased because I live here, but I can honestly say that things have gotten loads better since 2017.
That's the thing. 2017 seemed like the friggin' end times, but even the ideal future of Star Trek was built on the ashes of World War III. Good people only run for office when things have been terrible, and I would tell people 2017 was the end of a lot of complacency.
I might be very slightly older and marginally less beautiful than I was in 2017, but the world is at least going in the other direction, so it's pretty much worth it.
When you've known someone your whole life, you don't notice them aging, though.
Yeah, so the fact that the same familiar world looks so visibly different now says a lot. Like, holy shit, Earth, did you get work done?
Earth is hot.
And for all the young people watching, you think aging sucks, but what doesn't suck is living long enough to see the world improve. This great, immortal creature that seems to only get younger and more open-minded and more advanced. Can you believe self-cleaning fabrics didn't exist in 2017? Can you imagine having to constantly wash all of your clothes? It's craziness. I tell my grandkids, and they just stare at me. They think I'm joking.
That's actually kind of why we wanted to do this project, to kind of see if there was a new way to really help bridge that gap between now and the past.
That's terrific if we could help.
Oh, for sure, and there's actually more to it as well. So what we did was take scans of some old photos of all of you, and we're actually using the CG program that we developed to transform all you guys on the screen in real time. So while right now in person I'm seeing you as you are in 2067, the people watching the documentary are going to see and hear you guys exactly as you would have appeared 50 years ago in 2017.
Oh, wow, really?
Indeed.
So the concept we had for this was that, whenever you watch documentaries, you're always looking back on things, so you kind of don't really connect with the past as much as you should. And that's a shame because...
I completely get what you mean. You watch World War II documentaries and you think the war was fought by old men, but they were like 20 at the time. Wars fought by kids, and you never get a sense of that. And not only kids, but kids who cared about the same things we do. Kids who weren't different from you.
Yeah, every generation does things for the same reasons. It just looks different due to technology. 100 years ago, that would have been an aspirational ad for cars. And 100 years from now, it'll be an ad for teleporters. But each time, it's just people wanting to fill the same need.
Yeah, if you guys got a technology that can help people see those parallels, then you really got something there. Because not being able to see the parallels was the entire problem 50 years ago.
Yeah, we really wanted to try a new style of documentary. Start by hopefully making 2017 way more real for the people watching this.
Oh, I can't wait to see this. I looked friggin' great 50 years ago. Bring on the footage.
We can actually show you how you look on the monitor here.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Hi, I remember you.
Oh, You handsome devil.
God, it's like time travel. It's so weird. Suddenly I can kind of remember all those people I used to be. This is the kind of thing 2017 needed.
That's such a good idea, though. Looking back on 2017, you remember all the problems caused by people not seeing each other as the same, living in a society physically, but not mentally.
Yeah, for sure. So thank you for being part of this.
Oh, well, thank you.
Okay, but how's the documentary going to end, though?
Oh, you should kind of fade out on the CG to show how we actually look in the present day. Blow some minds.
Is the scenery CG'd as well?
Full the big reveal at the end. Like, hi, this is me now, but inside I basically still think I'm 30, so I'm glad you could see me how I see myself as well.
Is there anything else you'd like people to know?
People say, oh, don't get tattoos, what about when you're old? But take a look at me. I look friggin' badass. Sorry to all the mums and dads watching.
I want to say that there aren't the divisions that you think there are between you and your grandparents, or now in the past, or anyone really. That's you in the history books, if you were somewhere else.
There's no such thing as oldies.
I want you to know that I might not look like you, but I used to. And life wasn't that different for me when I was your age.
So yeah, you know how we thought the world was going to shit? Well, guess what? Everyone has always thought that. And then they have kids who are way smarter and nicer than them. Kids, aka future old people.
2017. It completely did feel like a turning point, but it was because what was happening in the world changed us to see how willing we were to fight for a better world. And we were pretty damn willing, as it turned out.
Just on a personal level, I started to push back against things in 2017 because I wanted to still be here in 50 years. If you'd like to know the story of 2017, have a look at 2067 because one led to the other. Because that's how it works.
It's really the perfect year to use in this movie. It seemed like it was one thing and then it turned out to be something else. Something that brought us together.
It didn't feel like it then, but we were just links in a chain, and I think that chain gradually gets too long to ignore.
Nothing really divides us, not even time. There's one race, and that's the human race.
I'm actually not surprised you chose 2017 to make a film about. That was around the time I started to imagine a better future.
And the only way to make sure there's a future is to remember that we're all someone else's past.
Oh, we should end on that. Nice one.
Well, I had 80 years to think of it.
Holy shit, Earth was a mistake.
Online dating?
I'm Groucho Marx at this point. I refuse to date anyone who would want to go out with me.
But they're entitled to an attractive woman. You are a war criminal.
Maybe 1% of the messages I get acknowledge that I even wrote anything in my profile. I'm basically just the fucking secretary for my own photograph.
It's like you gotta reverse catfish people or some shit to get around their prejudices.
Reverse catfish?
Just get a profile photo off Wikipedia.
Yeah, exactly. Like, not even a picture of a woman. Maybe Photoshop a wig on there and tell them I sell Nazi death metal out of the trunk of my car and I live with both parents, plus 2 step-parents somehow, and I have 17 cats, all named after dictators, and I'm the fucking founder of revengeporn.org, and I haven't left the house since 1991, plus I'm married, plus I'm in a polygamous cult, plus another cult, plus I'm a hoarder, plus I'm on parole for starting fires. and we message for a while, and then I show up for our date, and I'm me instead in that one dress that makes police cars slow down as they go past. And I'm like, please, just give me a chance. I'm not actually 1,700-pound internet Hitler, but you and me, that was all real, I swear.
I was expecting someone I could talk about cats with. This is bullshit.
You know, just everything that makes me different is a demerit against me being a person, because when you dress a certain way, it's because you're fucking stupid. And when you have cosmetic surgery, then people fucking start lining up to tell you how low your self-esteem is. And when you have any normal job and you're in the news, it's woman robbed at knife point and man found dead. But when you don't, it's stripper robbed at knife point and stripper found dead.
I think it's actually legal to murder us.
And then stripper rage quits dating site because I'm sick of being a collection of ideas and opinions and genuine love for humanity that's constantly being told that it's actually some whore who'd maybe be on equal footing with circus animals, except nobody's starting change.org petitions to get me to a ranch in California.
Petition to open human race membership to all humans.
So I'll just update my profile here. Hi, my future is to be the coffin for my unfertilized eggs because I stupidly insist on being myself. And who am I? Well, I'm sure you've already decided, so just let me know via dick pics and sign language.
Appropriate that all they can sign is the letter I, and then people wonder why they can't find someone.
That's exactly it, though. It's like this.
What?
I don't know, I just noticed this one non-insane message from earlier, and his profile looks interesting, actually. How did I miss this guy? Hold on, I'll finish this rant in 1 second here.
Man, what's the word for
when something good happens right as you're giving up? I mean, I'm just on this huge tear about how only cavemen are attracted to me and I want to dynamite the planet. And then I see your profile and I think I've seen you around town, but I didn't know much about you, and it's like, yeah, plot twist.
Right? I swear, everything happens in that 10 seconds after you completely lose hope. I was literally gonna rage quit on online dating at midnight, and then suddenly there's this new profile and it's super funny and confident, and she thinks reading is doing something together and guilty pleasures aren't guilty.
They aren't guilty. So what did you say this song was called?
Masters of Chaos by Big Dumbface. It's a concept album about an eternal time loop where a guy fights his own severed head from the future.
That is just perfect.
I feel like this is the hipster version of that Disney scene with the dogs and the spaghetti.
Well, I can either be Lady or the Tramp. Your call. Sorry, that was one of those lines that initially sound super cheesy and then you notice I'm serious.
No, I definitely got that.
Good.
Cheers, by the way.
Cheers.
You know, sometimes you're just weirdly comfortable around someone, and then you realize they know about your job and your inexperience, and maybe all that shit you judge yourself for is irrelevant because the right person accepting you feels like a billion people.
I think that's what life is. It's spending your time in that thin strip of land where the few things that don't suck are, and where nobody thinks that whoever you used to be defines who you will be.
Okay, so what were you like in high school? Because I feel like maybe I wasn't the only person who was super annoying in English class.
Holy shit, yes, I was just the worst in high school. I would get intensely mad about people pronouncing words wrong. I literally just needed to be smarter than everyone. I mean, I still do, but at least I'm self-aware now.
I know, I was completely the same. I actually wish I still had that kind of nerve.
Usually I'd say I wish I'd followed through with my unrealistic plans to be a marine biologist instead of a glorified sex tube, but right now I'm happy with where I ended up.
Well, I think you're just the kind of person who's smart enough to be really good at any job, and that kind of means you can never be defined by what you do.
Oh my god, that is really nice of you to say. Thank you. If I can speak on behalf of a billion people, let me say that you shouldn't worry about the future as much as you were saying you do. The future belongs to people who aren't foolish enough to think it owes them anything. And I don't ask out fools.
Hey, I don't wear my one actually good shirt for people who aren't just generally awesome.
You know, I swear 90% of the people messaging me are initiating contact via a wormhole from ancient times, and then...
Cavemen?
Yes! Just literally wearing hides in their profile photos. I was so fucking relieved to see someone like you. It was just instant. I wasn't nervous to ask you out, and I feel like that's the test, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe a little nervous, but you know.
Yeah, I felt the same way. I really cannot get enough of you, to be honest. That's not the wine talking, that's the wine giving me the courage to actually say what I'm thinking.
I just have so much respect for you being so upfront about yourself, you know? It's definitely fucking awesome.
Yeah. Thanks. Okay, so tell me this about cavemen. Why do you think they spent all their time drawing like deer and stuff? I mean, I've met people who draw and essentially live in caves, and they definitely line the walls with other things.
I know! I have literally wondered that exact thing. Why have they not found porn caves?
Porn caves!
My whole fucking career is being a cave painting in a cave for cavemen. There's no way that's just a recent thing.
Calvin and Hobbes was right. Sorry, that was always my favorite comic of theirs, where he wants to be a caveman when he grows up. I love those comics.
Oh, really? I used to read those too. That's awesome. High five.
Wasn't that in my profile? Maybe I just thought it was. Anyway, my point was, I only read books with pictures. Oh man, do you ever pick up like random street books on garbage day?
Okay, always. And I always think, oh, maybe this will be some kind of unbelievable lost classic, but it never is. You actually should judge books by the cover because often they're way better before you actually read them.
Oh man, yeah, exactly. How's it going?
Good. Just happy. That tells you about my life. Oh my god, what's wrong? You're not scowling.
I definitely also am happy.
It's just been so hard lately. I never thought I'd have a problem with dying alone entombed in a pyramid of wine bottles, but lately I've realized, I don't know, I have a good imagination and maybe I can see myself not dying alone or reading alone or traveling alone, and it feels like that percentage of people who don't suck should probably be finding strength in each other these days. And I think I'd like to have that kind of courage.
Yep, that pretty much covers it.
And then I saw you and fuck, I literally just smiled, you know?
Yeah, me too.
Sorry, I'm not usually nervous around people. I just have a lot of respect for you, basically. How do you personally deal with knowing so many assholes are out there? Because my whole strategy has been to gradually turn into one of those brightly colored poisonous frogs, but you're so chill. I just really admire that.
I don't know. Honestly, I can get mad at the world if I let myself. Like, I've been that guy and I'm trying to outgrow it, I guess. I'm trying not to assume people care that I have a shitty job or no relationship experience.
Believe me, this is not a thing where experience is good.
Yeah, like, hey, I've been married 14 times. I'm super experienced at marriage and I'm therefore totally the guy you should marry.
Oh my god, exactly. Being good at dating is like being good at sitting on the bus. You're supposed to get off at some point.
I think that joke was actually in my dating profile.
Oh, was it? I probably didn't read that far.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, of course.
Did you ask me out because I'm transgender?
Did I ask you out because?
Yeah, honestly. Sorry to ask, but...
No, it's fine. I was reading your intro where you talk about that, and then I guess... I just really think it's amazing who you are, and then...
No, I know. I totally get that. I don't for a second think that you think anything less of me as a person.
No, I really don't. I fucking seriously apologize if I gave that impression in any way. That is absolutely
No.
not.
It's totally cool. Don't worry. It's not you. We're all kind of living in the context that assholes have created, and it's hard to get past that sometimes, I guess.
Yeah, completely.
All you can do is be yourself and hope that someone sees you for your ideas and opinions and your genuine love for humanity and the part of you that matches them. I mean, that's what everyone wants, right? As opposed to reminders of how you're different or whatever for the 500th time. I don't know, hopefully I'm making sense here.
Yes. Oh my god, for sure.
It's like a dating profile is kind of a metaphor too, I guess, in the way that there's always so much there, but a lot of people never see past the first couple sentences. Like a book club where no one read the book.
Yeah, completely. Yeah, for sure. I'm not usually at a loss for words. Can I please buy you another drink?
Thank you, but no. I'm gonna head out, I think. Take care though, eh?
Man, what's the word for when everything just turns on a dime? So did you message him back?
Yeah, I did. Hopefully it goes somewhere. I would date this guy in a second, actually.
Wicked, man. So you were saying, rant-wise?
Oh, well, what you said. That's exactly it. You're just invisible behind whatever makes you different, and then people fucking wonder why they can't find anyone. And it's not like everyone is a sociopath, but I think prejudice has fucked everyone up to the point that even good people are letting each other down. I can deal with being stereotyped by idiots, but it's the non-assholes that hurt. You think I've never dated anyone who was clearly just there because they liked the idea of being progressive enough to date someone like me? As in the idea of me instead of the person. So not only do you get assholes treating you differently, but then you get others treating you differently in response to that. And yeah, I get it, but it's just one more reminder of how you're the other, how even people who should know better can't see you because of labels. We're always pursuing people for reasons other than what's in their head, without even realizing it, like a book club where no one ever reads the book, and nobody connects with anyone, and everyone is sad, and it's just one more legacy of prejudice. Maybe one day we'll all notice how much we're sabotaging ourselves, how it shouldn't be this fucking hard to find love, but how much do we have to miss out on for us to pay attention? How alone do we have to be? How much does it have to hurt? You know?
Are you seriously blowing off your friends to watch Empire Strikes Back? Dude, this is the exact thing I keep telling you not to do.
Hey, I at least made some friends that I can repeatedly cancel on, thanks to you bugging me. Baby steps, I'm trying.
Well, you know what they say about trying. Do or do not, my friend.
I don't know, it's been a while and I just really want to finish watching this, I guess.
Man, we must have watched this fucker 30 times over the years.
Yeah, but at every age you watch a movie at, it's a different you watching it, you know? 30-something me has never seen this movie before. I can't have seen it because I don't ever remember being so rattled by it before.
I know. Luke was unknowingly dating his sister the whole time.
Yeah, that too. And the whole going to the dark side of the Force thing, that's definitely a keeper. Anger being the easy way out, however he phrased it.
Quicker, easier, more seductive.
Yeah, it's definitely the most perfect metaphor that's ever emerged from a $40 billion marketing franchise.
Can't argue that one. What's bothering you, though? You know I hate seeing you like this.
I don't know. It's the Obi-Wan stuff, to be honest. I never really thought about it when we were kids. Like, oh, he dies, and then the Force magically lets him come back as a blue ghost thing or a voice or whatever. Good times. But, you know, it's like you always said.
Movies aren't real, so you don't need to analyze them like you'd analyze real events.
Yeah, and I watch this movie now just as a metaphor, and the whole thing just hits me in a different way. He dies in the previous movie, but then he's still around, and I don't know, now it makes me think about what it actually means to be alive. What is life? It's kind of like, I'm just gesturing with my hands here. I don't know, maybe I don't actually have anything to say here.
You know what I'm gonna say, right?
Yeah, you're gonna say that the difference between silence and genius is self-doubt. What are the odds of that, though? I know. Never tell you the odds.
Man, how'd you get so big eating food of this kind?
I know, I'm working on that. I had a vegetable last week, I swear. Pizza is a vegetable, right?
No, but cheeses do make one great.
Okay, so yeah. The meaning of life, the definition of life, anyway. We live in an interconnected society, right?
The Force flows through all things. Man, did you make some visual aids?
Well, you were always the creative one, but I figured I'd take some inspiration.
Ah, I've taught you well.
Well, you're still the master. So anyway, we're all alive in and of ourselves. But so much of who we are is like how we relate to others and how others see us and how we see them or something. Okay, damn it, this is why I made visual aids.
Let's see.
So like, the internet age, right? There are tons of people who have friends they've never physically met or even spoken to. They're just text on a screen, but they're alive. They're someone, even though to you, they mostly exist in your head. It already kind of requires a new definition of life.
See, I told you you weren't stupid.
Okay, and then, well, do you remember that one time we thought Uncle Carl was dead?
But it turned out to just be a poorly worded email? Yeah, that was a fun 2 hours.
Yeah, so we'd see him like 2 days a year, maybe. He basically existed as a feeling of someone being out there who's in your corner, and we mean the same to him, but even back then, I remember thinking, what actual difference was there that he was dead? And I don't mean that in a bad way. Like, obviously, him being dead would make a difference to him personally, but from this distance, he'd be as alive as ever. He's a set of feelings and memories and advice. He's a hand on your shoulder, metaphorically speaking. He's never here, but he's alive, even when he's dead. What is life?
God, what is love would have been so much easier.
Good segue, actually. So, think of any song. Shit, even think of What Is Love.
Done and done.
All right, now, think, how many times have you actually heard the actual song? 3, maybe half a dozen? And yet you've probably heard it in your head hundreds of times. Songs, movies, whatever. You experience them once or a couple times, but then the majority of their existence is you remembering them. They live in your head, and you don't remember them perfectly, so maybe the details change.
Luke, I'm your father.
Exactly. Everyone remembers that line differently from how it is in the movie. So, which is the real line? When they inevitably remake that movie 50 years from now, I bet the misremembered version will be the line in the script because it lives so much larger.
I would not take that bet, actually.
So what is life? Something exists, but then it becomes connected to people, and it takes on a new existence. If they erased all the copies of that movie, we'd have to recreate it using collective memory, and we would. And that's how stories used to exist anyway, the oral tradition, or whatever. And you could even say that about the storytellers.
Oh, like the creator of Calvin and Hobbes.
I knew you'd say that. You used to be obsessed with that comic. So yeah, he makes art for years, and then he retires from public life. So to us, in the audience, it feels like he's dead because the art was how we knew him. It was how he was alive to us. But then on the other hand, if he was literally dead, and knock on wood, the work he created is still here, so it will permanently feel like he's still out there. It feels like he's dead, but he'll always feel alive. What is life?
If a stuffed tiger is alive in your mind, is it alive?
Yeah, no kidding. And if a comic strip or a movie feels so authentic that you react to it with the same emotions you'd react to real things with, is it real? Do artists live forever if their work lives forever? Okay, look at Shakespeare. If he suddenly rose from the grave tomorrow, he'd be exactly as alive to me as he was last week, since I'd never meet him anyway. His purpose was to reach an audience, and he lives through his work and them, and that purpose is pretty limitless, so he's pretty immortal.
So you're thinking that purpose is the key here?
Yeah, and then it's like, what if you aren't the most famous playwright in history? What if you just suck and have no influence on anyone? Could you then stop existing before you physically die? Say you're just a loser, and there comes the point where anything you've ever said has already been forgotten, but you're only like 45 or 30. It's the opposite. You're physically still there, but if you died, it would make zero difference.
You know that's not you, right?
No, I don't know that.
Then you know I'm gonna keep harassing you into believing in yourself and trusting that you don't suck. If it's the last thing I do.
Yeah, I know. I know you are, and there's so much you'd never need to tell me. Because I know word for word what you'd say, and even when you're not in the room, it's like you're standing right next to me. So what is life? Art feels real and it hits you in the same way as reality. What is life? You lose an arm and you can still feel it, and it hurts. What is life? We're connected to limbs and other people and everyone, and dying can only take your body away, and it can't take away the love and advice and opinions and the way people feel when they think about you. So what the fuck is life? And I watch fucking Star Wars movies, and I look at old Ben Kenobi, and I see the story of someone who cares so much about what happens to this Luke kid that death can't silence him, and I can't get over that. Like, he's not literally there as a blue ghost, it's just symbolic for how his purpose meant he lived on. He wasn't physically present, but he may as well have been, because Luke knew exactly what he would say, and he tried to live up to it. If so much of who other people are is that space they occupy in your mind, then if we always need them, then they're always going to be alive. They say hell is other people, but life is other people if you care about them enough. So that's what life is. Has to be. And I see all that stuff, and Empire Strikes Back, and it just rings true, I guess. I'm glad you pushed me to actually express this. It's stuff I think about a lot.
And I thought you hated those movies now.
No. I just hate watching them by myself, even after all these years.
Yeah.
Ugh, sorry. I know you hate me dwelling on loss and such.
You know I want to say something helpful, but it's just... I never had anyone die on me, so I never feel like I have the right to say anything.
No, man, I bet I even know what you'd say.
Then you know I'd probably at least say that I like your theory. And if someone can live on in others, it's hopefully as the knowledge that they cared about you enough for you to keep going without them.
Yeah, I hope you know that I care that much about you too.
Search your feelings. You know it to be true. Dude, you think you'd be talking to me otherwise? Hey, your friends are here. Promise me you'll enjoy yourself, huh? Get drunk, tell someone you love them.
All right, I promise. See you around?
Always, man. I love you.
I know.
Hey, could I get a... Whatever. Is it okay if I sit here?
Yeah, for sure. How's your evening?
All right, I guess. They say you should force yourself to get out of the house when you least feel like being outside, so here I am at a bar for whatever reason.
Yeah, for sure. It's good to get out there.
Hey, ward beer. I thought I was the only one who liked that stuff.
Oh, yeah. It used to be better. I literally want to time travel back 10 years and buy like 20 cases.
Right? Once they got bought out by whoever that was, that financial consortium thing, the actual beer got 100 times worse overnight.
I've always thought that, like, there should be a rule where if you buy a company, you have to change its name to that of the parent company, so you're not fooling anyone.
Oh my God, exactly. Like, oh, go ahead and buy out the independent beer company, but now you have to sell Morton Fiscal Policy Association Pale Lager.
I know, like, here's some international tobacco resellers mayonnaise for your sandwich.
That would be amazing.
I'm sure they'd find some way around it, though.
Oh, I know. Every company just renaming itself after its most popular brand. Like, here comes Mama Italiano's old-fashioned cruise missile guidance systems, just like Grandma used to make. But at least my pasta sauce was unaffected.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. Sorry, that was such a weird example. I quote-unquote dated this quote-unquote guy for a couple weeks, and he was obsessed with, like, intense military things. It was pretty dark, actually.
So it didn't work out, I guess?
I mean, it worked out as well as these things usually do, ironically. Sex with someone you're completely incompatible with is kind of disappointingly fun, but whatever. I don't know, do you believe in relationships even? Everyone needs to have fun, but I feel like nobody believes more than that is even possible lately. It just becomes this thing where all the people around you either have super low expectations or they're the reason other people do. And then you date them and then you give up too. Oh my God, half the dates I go on are like boss fights from a video game.
I'm not really looking for anything serious, just someone who could ceaselessly validate my existence. I hate my job. This IPA is too hoppy. I'm socially liberal, but I'm a fiscal conservative. I think I want a guitar. What's the deal with gay pride parades? How come there's no straight pride parades?
Plus, I've yet to acquire power, wisdom, and courage.
Yeah, for sure it's tough. I guess I don't have that much experience, to be honest. But I can totally see what you mean, though. I'm sure that what everyone wants is that, like, depth of connection with another person. but it's hard, obviously.
Yeah, it's just so hard not to get discouraged. You have to put everything out there to even have a chance at a connection. And then when that doesn't work a few times, maybe you only have so many chances before you can't even function in society. There's a factor.
So many factors. I love that. It's such a great word.
I know. I say it all the time. Why are you 7 hours late for work? Factors.
I know I put off going to the dentist until I had entire mouth cancer, but there were many factors at play.
Oh my God, that's what my dating profile should be. Just, what am I doing with my life? Factors.
Yeah. So, what does it actually say?
Me? Oh, I don't know. I only have one because I'm paranoid of just missing someone. Deleting it and then the exact perfect match logs on 3 seconds later. I'm always anxietying about that kind of stupid thing.
Oh, for sure. All those people you just miss and you don't even know about it, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge factor. I think we all have a huge scrapbook of all the missed connections that we couldn't even have known about. You know, here's Steve. He and I would have been sexually compatible in a way that neither of us knew existed, except we had no reason to know that, so we never messaged each other. And here's Susan. Susan, she would have been the kind of best friend who runs toward you when you're ill while everyone else is running away. Except I missed the bus she was on by 2 minutes and we never met. And here's Wendy. She and I would have felt like we'd known each other our whole lives after 10 minutes and would have paid for each other's weddings, except she lives 20,000 miles away. And here's a picture of Barry. We were made for each other, except he was made 100 years too early in another country. He was super into terribly flawed chicks with my specific sense of humor. I mean, it would have been perfect except for how impossible it is. And I think we all have a huge list of those people that we can never know about.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know. It's weird to think about, obviously, but I'm weird. I love sci-fi, and I'm like, maybe they'll invent a way to figure out exactly who you should be spending your time with. Like, figure out some way to quantify all the factors that determine compatibility, and you enter the stats of everyone in the world into a giant computer database, and it compares everyone and tells you down to the decimal place who you're a match with. This person would be your best friend, and this person would be your ideal partner. Just a huge list of where you can find your people, and everyone is looking at the past, thinking, how the hell did we ever find anyone without it?
That should seriously be a thing. That's an awesome idea, basically.
And then I think, like, after decades of having that data, what if you go to use it and the person you match with actually did live 100 years ago? Maybe it would just be frustrating. Well, unless, of course.
They also invent time travel. Factors.
Factors, yes. Would people do that, though? Go live in the past or future because of another person? Can you imagine?
I feel like if you did have time travel, then history... Yeah, so I love sci-fi too, by the way. History would maybe just start to feel like one time period since you could go to any part of it. Different eras would just be like these weird countries where they don't have microwaves or flying cars, or they haven't got the 50th James Bond movie yet. Okay, I almost just said James Bong. There's a movie franchise.
Oh my God, like, how can something be shaken and also stirred? That's like impossible, man. I don't know. I guess I don't think you could actually determine a perfect match, though. That's kind of the downfall of that little idea. There's just so much timing and stuff. Is that person even ready for something? Do they have that kind of self-esteem, or are they like me, where if it's a bad month and someone compliments me, I literally get mad because I assume they're messing with me? I think we're all from different times, and I think if you think of maturity and confidence as kind of being the future, and anyone who has that shit is from the future, they and I really don't want to waste each other's time.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like the people who need friends the most can be the hardest to befriend.
I was just gonna say that. The worse you feel about yourself, the more you need people and the more you don't want to bother them. It's an impossible situation. Timing is such a factor, and maybe that time is years or your entire 20s. You can't always be friends with someone, even if you're super compatible. No computer can account for how someone feels when they're told that this person wants to be your friend.
Yeah, like usual, we invent something that should work perfectly, so we keep trying it, hoping it will, but it never actually does. Because not even data is perfect.
Yeah, exactly. There's probably no data that can perfectly encompass the continuum of a single person. Oh my God, I've given up on the future in advance.
You'd never give up, though, if you magically knew in advance that a person was theoretically a perfect fit for you.
You don't think so?
Like, I have this one cousin. She went to this stupid culinary school that turned out to not be what she really wanted to do with her life. All that tuition for nothing, basically. But then she met one of her best friends at that school, so she actually thought it was completely worth the money. If you could pay a few thousand to probably get a friend for life, you automatically would. If you had to relocate to another country, but you knew you'd have a specific chance to find that depth of connection with another person that makes life worth living, wouldn't you? There's so much that keeps people apart, 5 seconds or 500 years, so what's friendship worth?
I feel like it's worth a lot.
Yeah, if you knew for sure that someone could be your best friend, you'd try anything, even if it seemed impossible. Even if you had reams of data on compatibility and when to approach them and it still wasn't working. Even if there were factors, I think you'd try forever, basically. That's probably what friendship is worth. And I think people who need help making friends are worth the effort.
Yeah. This is some solid bar talk, by the way. Sorry, I have like 1 hour of social battery some days. I should head out before people start thinking I hate them. Fatigue bitch face should seriously be an entire year at med school.
No, I totally get it. I'm super shy usually. Most conversations for me are like boss fights. The social boss fights when you're trying to pick the exact right dialogue option to try and okay, sorry, yeah, just rambling when you're trying to leave. I really enjoyed meeting you though. Do you,
Yeah, you do. Take care, eh?
Wait, I know it's just bar talk, but this was kind of really fun. Did you maybe want to hang out sometime? I don't know, I just, yeah, could always use more friends. And you seem awesome, basically. I don't know how you ask someone to be your friend when you're adults. Do you want to ride bikes sometime?
Thanks. Sorry, this already isn't the answer you were hoping for. As much as I'd like to, I honestly don't think I'm in a place where I can be a good enough friend right now. It's like sometimes I don't want to rewatch my favorite shows because I know how much emotional involvement there's going to be, and my brain knows it needs to save that energy for other stuff. And I guess I feel that way about a lot of things right now. I have no idea how people have like 20 friends. Maybe if you're not crazy, it frees up a bunch of your mental energy. So yeah, it feels horrible turning down friendship, but trust me, you're probably better off.
Are you sure? I don't care if you're not perfect. You've already been better company than most people I know.
Sorry, I should go. This is a hard thing to talk about. Thanks, you seem like a seriously great person. It's just timing, I guess.
Okay. Please, just think about it. I can't just give up. I'd love so much to be friends with you. Yeah, I'm sorry. That was just completely overboard.
It's all right. I get it. Hey, my name's Safra. It was good to meet you.
All this time, and I never even told you my name. It's Mal. Kind of an unusual name, probably, but...
Hey, I obviously love weird names. Take care, eh?
You too.
Always said that love was not enough. Always on the move. Even though we long to shut it off, we could never choose. Now we know there's nothing waiting us better than the truth.
Hey, could I get a... Whatever. Is it okay if I sit here?
Yeah, for sure. Hi, my name's Mal.
I got nothing but time, so the future is mine.
what the hell? Hello, and welcome to the Museum of Alternate Realities. Allow me to show you around.
Wait, so what is this?
This is What If. What if the world took slightly a different path? Here we have some things from such worlds. It is interesting to see what might have been, you know.
All it has to be is more interesting than taking the bus home to eat leftover chow mein for breakfast. Not bad though, yeah. Why have I never noticed this building before?
And now what is the main attraction? Here you can meet other versions of yourself, if you had a different path in life. In fact, I also am a different you. Pleased to meet you.
Also, pleased to meet you. Hey, grab a chair. Okay, that's impossible.
But what if it wasn't?
Okay, so this is...
Weird? Magic realism, maybe? It does not matter. It simply is.
It sure is. How do I know you're really me? Is there anything we all have in common?
Relentless skepticism?
Yeah, how do I know you're really us? Anyway, you clearly have the family bitch face. Good enough, I guess. Well, hi. I'm you if you're a fucking lifer at a strip club. Not even a good strip club. Sorry, everyone. Exit through the gift shop. Don't apologize. We're just you if you made different choices. I'm not totally sure why we're all here, but we'll figure it out. Yeah, don't be sorry. So, hey, I'm you if you took a more, I guess, conventional career path into self-employment. It was rough for a couple of years, but then I got my business off the ground and met someone really great, and now we have a kid together and we actually just signed papers on a new place. We don't make a lot, but it's rewarding as fuck, and having a family is just... Well, I know you don't think you'll like it, but trust me, you will. Okay, wait. So when I'm on a dating site at 3 a.m. and I see someone actually normal who wants to get married and have kids soon, and then I start imagining how maybe that wouldn't be so bad after all. I know, eh? And maybe I could do it, and maybe I could travel more and have pets and go camping, but then I forget about it all the next day. You mean I actually am capable of all that? I'm capable of having kids and not feeling like you're casting them into the hell of a shitty world and its terrible future? Of course you're capable. Things change pretty quick. Never underestimate the limits of the human imagination. Over and over again, I meet people who are stuck in particular patterns of behavior simply because they can't, envision something more for themselves. There really needs to be some sort of societal shift to really stress the value of focusing on goals instead of assuming you know who you are and what you're not capable of. Like I tell everyone, you can't plan to meet your best friend or your partner because the best things are often things we can't see coming. Nice to hear that out loud. Life is, you are there and you keep making sure you are there, and then while you are there, something new. You never know what is coming, and what can you do? It is cool I have it in me to be bilingual. Or largely bilingual anyway. Hey, fuck you. Okay, so basically I could have been someone actually good, but I blew it? Yeah, that sounds about right. Again, sorry. That's not what we meant at all. This isn't an intervention. Oh, that is probably the first thing they say at every intervention. Yeah, based on your appearance, I'm sure your life is just terrible. You're what, the fucking CEO of Time Warner or the president of Zimbabwe or something? No, I actually am active in local government. I'm you if you took some different courses in school, got inspired by some specific people, tried a few new things and found that you liked them, and yeah, it's frankly exhausting and dating is not easy, but it's also great knowing that I can tangibly make a difference and yeah, I'm doing well, but... Well, that's just fucking delightful, isn't it? And you're me if I'd got a 1% higher mark on a math test in grade 8 and then became a trilingual polymath on the level of Leonardo da Vinci, won the Nobel Prize for perfect skin, and you just bought a dacha in the country for you and all your fucking friends, and then one time you guys all went to a strip club as a joke and threw rubles at some bimbo loser for a couple of hours. Ballpark? Specifically, I'm you if your parents had to move to another country for work. I myself work in fashion design, principally.
You fucking bitch.
You know what? Let's kind of reset here. And No, that's fine. I mean, even if I was born on another continent, it's good to know I'd still be more successful than I am now, with better hair, more friends, and of course, way happier. Because the most I get out of life is to babysit that percentage of a guy that doesn't deserve to be lonely in that brief moment before he says something demeaning. But it's good to at least have confirmation that of all possible realities, I've managed to find the fucking lost city of failure. I'm fucking sorry that you were brought here to see you could have been this much of a fucking embarrassment.
You only are the failure one if you keep up with this fucking nonsense of telling us what you think we want to hear. You are me, and I know me, and I don't have this definition of success and happiness that is all money and nice boyfriends and the certain specific furniture. I'm not that much of a mewling goddamn baby. You think all of us are from realities where we are going around judging the shit out of everyone?
Well, I think all of us are probably united in not defining happiness as lying awake every night, trying to forget that you could have been an adult and you could have been a winner, but you're fucking not because you fucking suck.
You know what I lie awake for? There are young people. All I think about is these young people. Young girls in villages, and to be a model is the only way out, but then there come these men who say, oh, I am modeling agent, you come with me for work, and they are a new victim of human trafficking. You would sell your soul to provide money for your family, but here it is taken for nothing. This keeps me awake. And young friends, someone you work with every day and you love them and they tell you they are very glad they meet someone on a website, and the next day you find out the date they were going on to meet was actually an ambush. It was 6 guys from homophobic group who beat them and robbed them, and you don't even ask about police because you know they don't give a shit. You're different. You're not a human. God does not allow this. And that is their life. And if you think I can never not care, you can forget about it. All I think about is all these people, and I try to help. And a lot of this money you think I have, I put this aside for kinds of safe spaces and efforts and these kinds of things, but never it seems like enough. My heart, it broke a long time ago. But having advantages then not helping others is not moral. You really are not human if you are just sitting there enjoying your luck. You are not poor, you are not different, you are safe in God's love. I'm sorry. It's just very hard to know not everyone has our choices. Not everyone can see what is in themselves.
Honestly, my secret plan is to save up enough money to buy out the owners and then turn the club into something better. Fucking feminist strip club. I literally have diagrams and shit. It's an actual serious plan I have. To take all that money they think they're paying me in return for my dignity and then upend the whole thing from the inside. And then even if it goes out of business a week later, even if I just end up recreating Don Quixote, that won't stop me from being glad that I tried. The girls I work with deserve it. I do a lot of outreach work for sex workers, and I can't even tell you the changes I'd make if I had more resources. They deserve the whole thing other people get, where you get to be yourself and get respect. I'm fucking sick to death of people having to pick one or the other, you know? Okay, I was vague before because I didn't want you to feel pressure to have the same job as me, but I actually run a nonprofit for really similar stuff to that. I actually would really like to compare notes with you right now. Oh, wow. I literally spent last year getting mobile outreach funding through city council. There's a huge trafficking problem that nobody talks about, and it's like pulling goddamn teeth getting anyone to give a shit, but I fucking give a shit, you know? Yeah, me too. Yes, you too.
A nice rack, by the way. Quite something you got there. Yeah, I guess there's no point denying I've had work done. And it's sure not what I would do, but it's just as valid a choice because it's your fucking body and your rules. Yes, and it's everyone's obligation to rid themselves of the need to have opinions about what transpires within the absolute sovereignty of other people's physical space.
Much as we do not vote in the elections of other countries.
Elections of other countries. Nice to hear that out loud. I guess it's at least good when the place you feel most accepted is a room full of yourself.
Indeed, I concur. You bitches are a bit of all right.
Fucking A.
You know, I accepted a long time ago I was living in the working below ability universe. The potential was there, but everything I had to be proud of was just the best thing on a bad menu because I chose poorly. Never underestimate the limits of the human imagination.
I think everybody feels that guilt always for the road untaken. I know that I do. How green elsewhere is the grass, you know.
Yes, I think we can all relate completely.
And you're like, but you guys have so much to be proud of, but so do you. People like you change things. And hopefully people like me do as well. Yeah, you think I'm not in fucking awe of your confidence right now? Knowing I have it in me to be you is amazing. You know, we eat ourselves alive worrying if we're on the right path in life. I mean, I think we all feel like the shitty version of someone else at times, but I think it's easy to forget about the things that would always be the same no matter who we were.
So much is decided for us anyway. Where you're born, in what circumstances. What we control is what kind of person are we.
A person who tries to make life on this ridiculous planet easier for even one other person. And even in my darkest moments, I know for fucking sure that no matter who I was, I'd give a shit about others, and I'd question myself, and I'd constantly be working towards something better because that's what matters. Yes. I think that's the one true path in life, you know? Fuck yeah.
Yes, me too.
Yes, you too. Maybe whatever this is right now, plot device, hallucination, stress-induced daydreaming. Maybe the point isn't whether there are alternate paths out there. It's that it's irrelevant because there are no circumstances where you wouldn't be you. I think that's what we all have in common, to answer your question. You guys really think that's possible?
What if it was?
Everything we've ever done, or ever lost, or ever won, was only leading up to this special shift in emphasis. No, I'm kinda sensitive, forgive me if it gets a bit repetitive, but this is what I'm working with.
That's the loveliest thing I've ever heard.
How's it going with the online dating there?
Man, it's interesting. After about 5 seconds, you notice how everything on here is so contrary to how women are portrayed in the media. Everyone's just like, fuck it. I want sex every day, I want to see Pearl Jam in 30 countries, and then I want a joint, and here's a selfie of me on top of a fucking mountain. I'm building a whole stand-up routine about it, actually. So I finally found a video game with really well-rounded female characters. It's called OkCupid, or something.
I took a selfie on top of a really fat guy once.
And yeah, you know me, I really want to write shit that says something about what it's like to actually be a person. And yeah, I'm learning a lot from these women. They're never what you think.
You mean we're never what you think? Holy shit, please tell me you haven't thought I was a guy with a high voice this whole time.
Sorry, I know. I just think of you as you know.
No, and that's cool. I don't like to play the vag card, but I know you think research and empathy is the key to understanding others, but people don't always tell you everything, right? There's shit I don't even tell you, so I know for sure there's shit women in general aren't mentioning alongside their top 10 list of dad rock bands. I know you stare pretty hard, but there's still shit you don't see.
Example?
Fuck, have you ever messaged a chick on there and not heard back?
Yeah, I keep writing these like genuinely smart and funny messages, but then nothing, usually. I know life is unfair, but still, come on.
Yeah, but you haven't seen the other side there, have you? Like, of the two of us, you're the raging feminist for whatever reason. So you should probably get up to speed on how there's the chicks you see and there's the chicks you don't, who are on the other end of all that shit that people do to chicks when nobody can see.
I see. What don't I see, though?
Okay, you know when you see female friends on social media and they don't use their actual name? And half the time it's innocuous, so you never really know. But then a fucking bunch of the girls I went to high school with have Facebook names like Mary Fakestein and Sue Donim, because they all fucking have a violently abusive ex they're trying to not be found by. The guy that everyone thinks is great because he only savagely beats you behind closed doors. It's a thing.
Yeah, wow. And then you take the guy to trial, but nobody believes you because you didn't behave in the way they think they would behave if it happened to them?
Yeah, that whole thing. Don't rely on your imagination is what I'm saying. It's not that good. Like how you think I don't get street harassed because it never happens when you're with me?
What? You don't, though. Do you?
How can I explain street harassment to someone who literally still watches cartoons on Saturday morning? I guess it's like...
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. Send me a kiss by wire. Baby, my heart's on fire. If you abuse me, honey, you'll lose me. And you'll be all alone. Oh, baby, telephone and tell me I'm your own.
Shit. Sorry, that's enraging. Fuck. I always specifically hated that cartoon frog, too.
They're out there. One day there'll be sex robots, but right now we have to deal with all the guys who wish there were sex robots.
The shit you don't see, Ted.
I know about some of the shit. I know that when it seems like a girl is flirting with me, it's often just her being nice to try and defuse the situation because I look like a murderer.
Or when you enthusiastically pretend to be someone's partner to ward off unwanted attention.
Because I imagine shit probably all looks totally different when you're, not as strong physically.
Dude, I've dated guys that could hold me down with one hand like it was fucking nothing. Someone corners you and you need to fucking nice your way out of it.
Yeah, for me, the only reason I'd flirt with someone is if I was specifically interested. Whereas on the other side of that power dynamic, yeah, there are probably a whole lot of other reasons.
That's why you need to be mad at the assholes. Because they ruined it for everyone.
I already am mad at assholes. I at least got the memo that sexism is everyone's problem. If you're defining yourself by how you're different from a stereotypical image of women, then you're boxing yourself in just as much. Like the way we make ourselves dumber by fetishizing certain types of intelligence over others.
How do you mean?
Let's see. How can I explain this to someone who literally watches 19 hours of TV a day?
And we're back. Susan, you have the board.
Tacit social understanding for 1600, please.
Chances are your unhappy friend just wants this instead of this.
What is for you to just listen instead of listing solutions?
Yes.
For 2000, please.
The C word is best described in this manner.
What is having different connotations to different people, so you shouldn't just use it casually?
Yes. Betty's board now.
Midwifery for 2000, please.
In human beings, this can often shorten the duration of labor before giving birth.
What is exercise?
Yes. Well, it's been a two-horse race here as we enter our final round. But remember, contestants, this last question is worth $175 million. The category is things that Arnold arbitrarily values. And the answer is, these are two things that Arnold...
What are economics and sports cars? Woo! Man, you guys don't know anything.
Yeah, whatever guys are doing is glorified by default. I got that memo. Oh, why aren't more women founding tech startups? Because I have better things to do, maybe? Why aren't more men not sending me threats of violence on Instagram? Direct messages, of course, so no one can see.
Yeah. Fuck. I would just be mad all the time, knowing that so many people have to privately put up with all kinds of sinister shit. How do you deal with that?
I don't know. It's not like it defines you, Ted. People don't want your fucking pity or for you to be some protector, man. They just want you to not be a piece of shit. They want you to not spontaneously start choking people during sex after a perfectly nice evening. And yes, that's a thing. Put that in your comedy routine. What's the deal with how literally anyone you date can suddenly turn out to be a sociopath?
But how do you not just constantly walk on eggshells?
Because you don't? Plus, I think a lot of times when the whole floor is eggshells, you really just stop giving a shit.
Hey, new girl, how'd you lose your finger?
Oh, my ex-husband pinned me to the kitchen table and cut it off with a pair of garden shears because I ordered the wrong kind of pizza for dinner. They couldn't even reattach it.
Hey, that reminds me, do you want to hit up that new pizza place next door later?
Totally. Fucking starving.
You are who you are in spite of, not because of, you know? You think you'd be mad all the time because you haven't been seeing people's hidden strength either.
Ah, touche.
Or their hidden antidepressants too, probably. How have you never been to a strip club, by the way?
I don't know. Something about having to objectify people in person?
But I know you love the ladies of a certain stature there, Mr. Feminism. Mr. fucking giant boobs loving feminism. Somehow.
Well, you don't know what it's like to be attracted to giant boobs.
Ah, touche.
Why are you not a feminist, by the way?
I don't know. I'm not a feminist. I just don't like being told what to do. If I want to get hammered in strip clubs, go home with whoever, and fucking spend the night getting turned into a sperm geode, then I don't need anyone telling me I'm a traitor for doing it. I fucking have enough problems.
Yeah, and this might literally be mansplaining feminism, but the first rule of Feminism Club is that there's no singular definition. For me, it's not about telling people what to do. It's just about making sure that everyone has the freedom to choose what to do.
That's just common sense, though, is it not? If that's even a thing anymore.
Yeah, of course. And maybe the first two rules of Feminism Club should be, don't talk about it because it leads to misunderstandings. But at the same time, I feel like if you're not in people's faces, then it doesn't force the issue. One of the most progressive characters on TV was Elaine on Seinfeld, but nobody fucking noticed because the show wasn't called Me and My Male Friends Who I'm Equal To. It's all well and good to be ahead of your time, but I think you can also bring people with you as opposed to waiting for them to catch up.
You can talk about Feminism Club, Ted. Just make sure you talk to people first. Make sure you're not telling anyone how they feel. I don't even fucking know how I feel half the time.
Talk to crazy bitches who like metal?
Talk to bitches who play metal, where people will pull them aside and be like, wow, you're just as good as a guy. Also a thing. And then imagine how that would feel.
Yeah, and then imagine if, on top of that, you have the temerity to not be white or straight or...
Well, exactly. Pretty sure I see a lot of feminists who have just as narrow a definition of women as the people they're opposing.
Well, a lot of us don't, Martha. Trust me.
Honestly, dude, I'll always trust you. That's kind of my point here.
I wonder what I can do, you know? How do I be a good ally?
Look, maybe it's just me, but I'm not trying to recruit allies. You don't need to buy into the whole thing where every dude thinks it's personally up to him to go forth and save everyone. You just need to listen, be the kind of person where people will tell you things to begin with. I don't ever want you to look at me differently. That's why I hesitate to talk about this shit, and why there's stuff I might never tell you. I don't want you to feel sorry for me, I don't want you to treat me like a victim, and I don't want you to think you're a bad person. I just want you to realize that there's a lot that people don't talk about, so there's a lot you don't know. So your picture of what it's like to be a person is probably incomplete. And I know that's not what you'd want, even if the world you get isn't what you'd imagined.
Check in with a video update of your life once a year for 10 years. You'll thank us by the end. Okay, I've already wasted my life and successes for other people, and I'll be dead in the next 10 years, and nobody will ever want to watch videos of me. That should save you some time.
Okay, I wrote something here. To whom it may concern. I suck. I have a degree and good parents and absolutely no direction in life. In addition, I am also not attractive and am a loser. And I'm gonna end up broke and living in a refrigerator box, so please enjoy this rare footage of me when I was indoors. Sincerely, nobody. P.S. Who would even watch this?
Who would even care? I don't even care.
Age 21, checking in. Okay, see you next year.
Seriously, though, I don't get the point of this. I hate this town, and I hate the people in it, and I hate my face, and I hate my body, and I hate my family, and I hate school, and I really hate that it's almost over, and mostly I hate myself. The same self will always be.
I'm just average. I'm completely just boring and nondescript, and I don't think this site is supposed to be for me.
I don't think people necessarily care that today I played Tetris for 6 hours while simultaneously looking at porn somehow, instead of knowing what I'm supposed to be doing with my life.
Or how I've needed a job, so I went by this restaurant that was hiring, but I was too afraid to go in. I just kept walking, like always.
I did a lot of walking this year. I feel like there's this wall between me and other people, and I try to make them like me. I say funny shit and they all laugh, but it never really feels like there's anything coming back the other way.
Everything feels the way TV feels, where you see people, but they're all inaccessible to you. It's all this other world that you can't actually be a part of.
You know that cartoon dog whose catchphrase is, I hate my life?
You know that exercise where you try writing your own obituary and list your achievements, and yeah. You know how this is pointless and stupid and I hate it and goodbye?
Oh, but one more thing. It's not that I suck, it's that I have all the potential to not suck. But I go ahead and suck anyway, despite having every advantage. I call it the aristocrats.
And I swear to God, this year felt like 10 years.
And I don't know why I'm telling you, but I just feel old.
Just super old. And I wish I hadn't missed my chance to be as successful and happy as everyone else.
Everyone I meet. Everyone I see.
Everyone that isn't me. Fuck. What a stupid website.
Hi again. age 23, just came back to say that you go through school and everything's always mapped out for you, but then you finish and it's just improv for the first time in your life. And I'm improving, which looks like the word improving, but definitely isn't.
I actually moved across the country this year, just to get away from myself. I think she may have followed me, though.
Moving was way too easy. I wish I had something to lose, you know?
But if I was going to be somebody, that definitely would have happened already. So I just run in place.
Age 24, checking in. I wait tables and I write because I was the best writer in elementary school. That's all I got. And I live in a shithole. And I get unsatisfying haircuts, and I'm alone as fuck. Now here's Tom with the weather.
Oh, and I met this girl in improv class, and it's been just... I can't even believe it. She's so smart and funny, and I just wish I was good enough for someone like that.
I think about asking him out, but who am I? I can't imagine anyone thinking of me as attractive. Like, logically, what would I contribute to another person's life?
If she was interested, she'd have asked me anyway. There's no point, just forget it.
It's just that I really like him, and I know I'll never meet someone that good again. I just feel like that's it. I lost my one chance at something.
And I'm completely alone in being this alone.
Because, you know, I hear stories about people who are exactly like me, except they met someone anyway, and they're super happy. And, you know, when you laugh to keep from crying, yeah, that.
You know how your parents were younger than you when they met?
You know that song that's like, I miss the comfort in being sad?
And now I'm 25, and things have been going all right. I was in LA for some meetings this week, and they want to start me on a new show that's happening soon. Because apparently you can get a job. You can informally make vital connections. Apparently you take the bus for long enough, and eventually you're the bus driver. But it's always a surprise because nobody tells you shit. Everything's a fucking giant hedge maze. Like, how is there not a textbook? A textbook to, like, life. My brother had to explain taxes to me using action figures and Play-Doh. And as much as Cobra Commander is an accurate metaphor for the government, I feel like I still lack a nuanced understanding of the social contract and how to fucking manage without just going crazy, and how to actually be the kind of person who people don't have to pretend to care about. Where's the manual?
I just don't know how people know anything, you know?
I don't know. I know that I sort of randomly don't expect to live past age 30.
And sometimes it's hard to get out of bed. I seriously need to man up.
I've heard about depression or whatever, but I don't have some kind of condition. I'm not depressed. I just really don't like myself.
I'm not different. I'm just not trying hard enough to fit in.
I'm not addicted. I just do it a lot.
I don't have OCD. I'm just crazy.
I'm not homeless. I'm just couch surfing.
I wasn't sexually assaulted. It was just a weird situation.
I'm not gay. I just have this bad habit.
I don't have anxiety. I just suck.
I mean, I don't want to hurt myself. It's just something people think about.
I'm not an adult or even a fucking person, but I was supposed to be one by now, and I'm really not enjoying these updates.
I'll be 30 shockingly soon, but still no sign of adulthood.
I have super well-developed taste, though. Possibly to distract from that, ask me about my 50 favorite action movies.
Ask me about my favorite bars and drinks and mistakes and...
Ask me about my favorite people, none of whom I've actually met.
Ask me about my favorite musicians who'd achieved everything by this age, or the ones who didn't get any older.
And you can sort of understand, because right now it feels like everything's building to something.
And it's way too late to be someone else.
And this is like one of those motion sensing camera traps, but it detects aliens. All I do is bother people, and it just feels like nothing is ever gonna change.
Shit, I just randomly thought about this site and I can't believe it still exists.
Oh, wow.
I skipped a few years there, but it's actually been 10 years since I first did this.
I used to hate this site.
Sitting here now, being made to think about the last 10 years? I hardly even know where to start.
There's so much I didn't know.
I look back and I didn't even know what depression was.
Or mental illness.
Or love.
Or speed metal. Holy fuck.
It's hard to even imagine now.
Because you can only look back in time. But then you start to see the point in all this recording we're doing. How so much of ourselves is on video. Because there's nothing like video to be reminded of how you were feeling.
And I've watched a lot of video.
And the first thing you realize is all that you couldn't have known. I remember how the bad years seemed to last forever, but back then, each year was a way bigger percentage of your life.
And it's not that you were incomplete, it's that you were exactly as worthy as you are now, but without the ability to see it.
But hopefully someone will see this and it'll be at least a little like looking forwards in time.
So, hi. You know how you're young and unsure and you're not who you want to be yet, so you don't think you deserve love or respect? Well, you do. If anyone does, it's you.
You know how you think there's youth and there's adulthood and you're just failing to make the transition? I know you feel that, but you can't know what adulthood is supposed to look like because it's never been now before. This century has never happened before. It's all new.
You know how we compare ourselves to everyone? We're not all playing the same video game, though. We're playing 7 billion different ones, and it's impossible to compare.
And I won't lie. You may not find a place where you fit in, but what you can do is create your own place. It's not easy, but one day someone else will feel like they belong because of what you've made. And you would never trade that for anything. You think you're stuck, but maybe your life is like a tree growing up through a fence. Oh, that's just giving me a song idea. I'll see you next year.
And I'm so glad if I can save anyone having to wait 10 years to learn that what's real is the place where you know you matter. And if you ever find yourself in another place, just know that you'll get back there again and you'll know that people care about you because they do. I don't even know you and I care about you.
Nothing will evolve you as much as when you start to figure out just how much people need each other.
It's not that it gets better. I mean, historically, it kind of does, but it's more like you get better. Gradually, at the job of being human. You get the time to actually figure shit out, and one day you'll look at young people who can only see failure and shame in themselves, and all you'll see is their potential.
One day you'll remember how it was to be young, and you'll be on here recording videos of yourself until 5 a.m. because you can't see the point of not describing your life.
One day you might see the point in a lot of stuff, despite how imperfect your life will always be. You just haven't been old enough to feel that way yet.
One day you'll look up and you'll have built something.
One day you might decide that the point of life is to get older and then help other people get older.
One day you might know what to say about being in your 20s.
Pretending to look over there, making it look plausible. Oh, what's that?
Pretending like I didn't notice him looking at me, not admitting it. Keep on looking to the left like it's my thing. Looking left, nothing to do with him.
Street person coming up. Start reading the ingredients. Keep on reading. Ingredients. Maltodextrin. Oh, soy.
Oh, here we fucking go. Fuck off. I'm fucking broke and tired and stop fucking asking me. Do I have any change? Do I have any change, motherfucker? Fucking stop bothering everyone.
What did I do?
I cannot fucking stand having to encounter the same goddamn street person every goddamn day like a mental toll booth. I mean, for fuck's sakes.
My strategy is to only give money if they actually ask. Otherwise, I'd give away too much money.
Oh, well, look at you. My strategy is to literally be poorer than them, yet I'm always the person they ask. Like how cats only like people who are allergic? I should ask street people for money.
Or people, as they call themselves.
Whatever.
Got any change?
No.
Change?
No.
Got any change?
No. Do you?
Nah.
That's why I'm asking.
Well, you know what? I've been a loser with no job, sitting around wondering why I have no money, and it's because you don't fucking understand how hard everyone is working. Even being as big a failure as me is like 60 hours a fucking week. So I just do not have the patience for anyone who won't put in the time.
Why are you so mad?
Because I work my ass off and then I can't even walk down the street without being made to feel all uncomfortable. Like I'm not giving enough. The same guy every day. You're too lazy to work, fine, but don't fucking ask me for money and then 5 minutes later I probably see you in an episode of Cops trying to steal a fire hydrant in your underwear.
Sure. I don't know if it's totally like that. I mean, did you ever have a coworker who was lazy?
You mean fucking all of them? Yeah, well, whatever. I'm too tired to be intellectually consistent right now, and I'm too horny to be single, and I'm too angry that I have to work at 6 fucking a.m. and it's already midnight. I swear to God, I can't even remember what this city looks like in the daytime.
I know, me too.
Why? 'Cause you sleep till 5 p.m. and then toboggan down the stairs to the comedy club? Get a job.
Hey, I've said it before. The difference between me and the homeless is my parents' money.
Yeah, and your attitude where you're not a fucking druggy idiot.
Got any change?
No.
Got any change?
No.
Got any change?
No! Why do you have to sit here every day? Why do you have to bother people? Everyone else is working really hard at bullshit jobs. We will literally hire anyone who can put on a hat. So why the fuck do you live in the street?
'Cause whatever would have to happen for you to live in the street is probably what happened to me. Probably.
Well, a fucking lot would have to happen. Do you have any idea how much it would take for me to lose all my fucking self-esteem and hope?
Yeah, pretty much.
Fuck, whatever.
Hey, we're all learning, sister.
Yeah, well, at least I have a fucking job, all right? Fuck, that guy up the street is the worst.
What guy?
Up the street.
I don't know. I drive here.
You're a real shoulder to cry on there, Becky.
Hey, what's good today?
No, dude, I told you to never visit me here.
Oh, whatever. You think I never worked in fast food?
Not when you were my age, you didn't. Please don't look at me.
You probably make twice the money I do, you know.
Yeah, well, good for me.
Jeez, are you gonna die on me here?
Sorry, I'm just seriously uncomfortable right now. Can you please just go?
I guess. All right. See you tonight?
Yeah, fine. Tonight. Bye.
Hey, place next door is gone, eh?
Oh, God, it's you. What?
Not asking for money. Place next door, out of business.
The hipster greeting card place? Sign just says gone fishing or whatever.
Nah, I see that shit all year. In business one day, vanish the next. The sign's just them trying to ignore the reality of it. Knife edge in this city, eh? You just stare, wondering what happened to them, you know?
Sounds about right, actually. I fucking hate this city. Every store or restaurant I like, suddenly they're not open on a Monday, and you assume they'll be back the next day, but they're just fucking gone.
Yeah, I hate change. Not the money kind, the other kind.
Man, you know, exactly. I can remember being like 10 years old and actively wishing everything would just freeze the way it was forever, but it only seemed to work on my boobs and social life.
I for sure did that too. Talking to whatever an 8-year-old thinks God is, going like, just make everything like The Simpsons, repeat the same year forever.
Man, yeah, like, exactly. And then you grow up and it's just constantly the opposite. You find things and you weave them into your view of the world even though you know how fast things can go south, and then one day there's just a sign and no lights on. And you know that when anything disappears in this fucking city, it's gone forever.
Fucking A.
Sorry, I gotta get home here. Bye.
God bless you, sister.
Anything else?
No, thank you. You know, you should really convert your dining room to Parisian seating. Do you know Parisian seating? It's an alfresco seating style that maximizes usage of space. You could easily increase your capacity by 30 or 40%.
Yeah, well, when they start paying me enough to bring my brain with me to work, I'll be sure to mention it. So that comes to $7.63.
Here you are.
Oh, we can't actually accept hundreds. Do you have any change?
Indeed, I do not.
Yeah, no one ever does.
Nice outfit, eh? That's all. Just nice outfit.
Yeah, it is actually. I literally sleep in this. I don't get the whole thing of owning 900 different outfits. Plus, these pants are impossible to get off anyway.
I like that.
Yeah, well, you can fucking make your perverted comments, but you never wore tight pants before. There's no going back. I go out in sweatpants and I'm constantly looking down to make sure I got dressed before I left the house, because you can't even feel them. My work uniform? Fucking giant clown pants and those shirts that are too lame to even be golf shirts. I mean, holy shit.
I'm sorry for the comments. I seen you in work clothes. You look normal to me.
Well, I don't feel normal. Never get a job. I swear to God, it's just a comprehensive fucking inversion of everything you hold dear, just for its own sake.
Finally, someone telling me not to get a job.
Right? Dude, people tell me to get a job while I'm at work.
No, I meant a real job. Like the real kind?
Okay, I will. And then it's, oh, but why not the corner office? Why haven't you been promoted? Oh, you're writing for a TV show? Why not your own show? Why are you working for someone else? Why are you just the vice president? Fucking get a job. Where's it end?
Why do you keep looking at your pants?
Because go clean out the stockroom.
God, what'd I do?
Hey, sister, you got a cup? Not even change, just a cup.
Sure. Tastes like shit anyway. Or do you want this? It's just cola.
Nah, it's cool. I know I'm not supposed to have preferences, but I only like diet. Regular's too sweet.
I wish I was too sweet. Fuck it. Hi. It's Martha, by the way.
Call me George. Hey, George and Martha. Nice one, eh?
Nice. Where's your cup, George?
Dude stepped on my cup. He's just all mad out of nowhere. I'm sick of you, man.
Really? That's fucking bullshit. Punk kids or what?
Nah, bigger dude that goes past every day. He's like, man, sit somewhere else. In England, they put out spikes.
Huh. I feel like I've heard that before from someone. Someone stupid.
Guy makes me so damn uncomfortable, you know? Can't even just sit here.
Fuck, was it like a super greasy middle-aged guy who looks so much like Mayor Quimby from The Simpsons that there has to be plastic surgery involved?
Yeah, man. Fucking Quimby.
Dude, that's the fucking general manager at my store. It's absolute bullshit putting up with that guy. Hi, I literally watch porn on my phone at work. I literally am that person. Me, I'm the fucking Batman of running a drive-thru, and then you get your employee evaluation back, and he makes up some fake thing so he can only give you a 25-cent raise.
Gave me a quarter once.
Probably trying to get rid of you too. Fucking Quimby.
Hate dealing with that guy, man.
Fucking A. Just the usual for me. You know what? Could I actually get a number 3 to go as well? Diet Coke.
What button's the addition thing again?
It's the, yeah, right there.
Sorry, I know I suck at this.
It's fine. We're all learning, sister.
Oh, would you carry me to that old oak tree down by...
We all think we know how we feel about everything. I know I sure do. We've all accepted the same narrative and we assume it's the right one. But if there's one lesson I've learned in this city, it's that the only narrative is your own. And if there's another lesson, it's that if you think a person's continual presence bothers you,
so do I.
Well, it's probably nothing compared to how bothered you'll be by their continual absence.
Cowboys and Indians are fighting in the streets.
How long have you been trying to rent this place?
Oh, a while.
Instead of looking around, I just have this cynical, embittered checklist, if that's cool.
Go for it.
Bed bugs.
Don't even have a bed.
Good water pressure.
Get psyched for a life of suspiciously long showers.
Very nice. On a scale of 9 to 10, how loud are the neighbors?
Literally all librarians. Statistically unlikely, but quiet. It was in the news once.
These are good answers. Mice? Rats? Fucking snakes? Anything?
Not even people.
Perfect. Rent? 5 figures a month, plus it has weird extra utilities like whale oil and solar wind?
Nope. Half the price of across the street, all inclusive.
This place is fucking perfect. So what's the catch then? Bikers had a hit out on the previous tenant and they still think he lives here? It was once used as a set in a movie starring one of those actors who defends Roman Polanski.
They're building a heavy rail line directly outside the window starting next week. And it'll be 7 years of yelling and drills, and you'll never sleep again. And then one Sunday morning, the construction finally finishes, and you part the curtains, and in that brief moment of silence, you remember that they were building a heavy rail line, and then the apartment is paint shakered by the 5 a.m. express, and then your life is trains. Trains instead of days and months. Trains instead of your identity. Everything is trains.
Yeah.
Been there, but no. The catch is that the successful applicant is the one who passes the test.
And the test is sexual?
This is the ultimate bachelor apartment, and competition is fierce. So you just have to prove that you're the most alone person, and the keys are yours.
Well, that's fucking easy. I haven't had sex in 5 years. I hate everyone. They really hate me and give me the apartment.
Bush League. You can meet someone tomorrow. I want deep. I want painful. I want long-term, man. I want to know how you're gonna die alone. Seriously, whoever gets this apartment is gonna die of old age in here. Go deeper.
You sure you know what you're getting into here?
Indeed I do.
Well, fuck. Not only am I such a uselessly specific combination of traits to the point where nobody other than myself could possibly relate to me, but even with all that, I somehow met someone anyway, and then I still found a way to leave it dead in the water because I'm a fucking battleship where all the guns point inward. And this is my harbor, and here I will spend my remaining years converting myself into a museum ship of frigidity until I'm broken up and sold for parts. Sorry, I was watching the History Channel until 5 a.m. because that's what you do when you're an undateable mess.
90% of people are undateable. The keys are going away. Goodbye.
90% of people don't die alone, though. Honestly, I'm just too weird to be a match for anyone.
Fuck you. I've had Settlers of Catan cosplay sex. Twice. And I was the wood. Everyone's weird. You want this place or not? Imagine a stage and a crowd and one chance to speak. And then tell the world.
Okay. Hi, the world. I've tried to be true to myself, and I've tried to keep myself in the game until that big break comes. And then that actually happened, and it still went to shit. And I'm normally the biggest optimist, but even I have to accept that the universe only extends its hand to you once. And it did, and then it extended the finger and vanished. So I could really use a nice little place to settle in for the long haul here.
Post-breakup fucking boilerplate. Boo! Get off the stage.
It's true, though. As much as there are 7 billion people, we still all have different faces, and we're all equally different inside. And then the one time you actually managed to connect with someone, well, the timing was wrong because fuck you. And good luck with your efforts in winning the lottery a second time.
Making a sandwich here.
You sort of know when you're not meant to find someone. Love doesn't gravitate to people whose souls are so locked away behind mental problems that only their singing voice is loud enough to escape. Love's a two-way street, not a conjugal visit.
Oh, half the people on this fucking planet are in one-way marriages. Not good enough, damn it, not good enough.
I'm bereft of hope, though. I suck. Memory after memory of the door to normalcy swinging open before me, only for me to walk right past pretending I didn't see it. Would you like to dance? Oh, I don't know. I'm sorry. I never have before. And then she's already halfway across the room asking someone else. And with good cause.
I'm completely stuck in the past.
Who cares? So am I. Fucking scare me.
Can I turn this down?
Do it.
Look, I only have a few years of hope left until I can only care about abstractions and I disappear into charity work like Diane Fossey into Virunga. And then one day they'll find my withered, gray-haired corpse face down beside the bed, so untouched I'm retroactively declared a virgin despite a youth of such promise. All of it unfulfilled. A virgin of love and courage and of allowing myself to break through the glass wall between me and acceptance, even as it smiles and beckons me over. I have already died alone, but as we can only perceive time in a linear fashion, you'll have to wait for the physical proof.
Texts I never replied to because of catastrophically low self-esteem, Volume 1. Hi! I don't usually do this, but I really enjoyed talking with you the other night. What are you up to on Friday? That would be Friday 2 years ago.
You know, I hear people talking about their kids and midnight feedings and first steps and first Christmases and the basic aspects of human existence. And it's like Martians talking about Mars.
Pushing through one day at a time.
I was 21. and she was 19, going on 30. I learned about kindness from her, and thoughtfulness, and lactose intolerance, and how sometimes ice cream is worth it anyway. We'd sit in her Honda listening to the same mix CD again and again, the soundtrack to the car and to that summer, always ending on her favorite song, Stereophonics covering Nothing Compares to You, like heartbreak trapped alone in a white room. She'd whisper about where she planned to go and the kid she wanted to have, and I'd say nothing and hope she didn't notice how much I wasn't ready to go with her. After a few months, her dyed hair looked faded, and she wasn't doing that thing where she'd clap her hands when she laughed. At 2 a.m. in the parking lot behind the theater, 2,000 miles from here, we sat in her car for the last time, and I admitted to both of us that I wasn't ready for what she wanted. 10 years later, I finally value the things in life that she'd already figured out back then, and sometimes it feels like better never than late. Occasionally I'll try Googling her. I see glimpses, that smile and that kindness. She'd give you a ride home across the city no matter what time it was. Nothing compares to her.
Listen to me very carefully. This is a work order from the city. Next Tuesday at 7 a.m., they are sending a pothole crew to pave over my genitals.
Some people just go to waste. You want a dark night of the soul? That's every night until I die of scurvy in this apartment and am skeletonized by drain flies.
So you suck.
Yes.
You're pathetic.
Oh, I am fucked up, lady.
You've given up.
Oh, I've fucking given up.
Because you're incapable of normality.
Yeah, that.
Because you're incapable of love.
No. Wait, what?
I don't know that I'd go that far.
Oh, come on. You're a husk. It's over. You have nothing to offer. That's why you're here.
No, I never said that.
Sure you did. You're incomplete because you fucking can't love. The keys are yours.
No, you know what? Fuck you. You think I don't care? That's the entire problem to begin with.
Oh, it is it?
I said my soul was trapped, not that it didn't exist. And when I'm on stage, it can make itself known. Nobody's ever loved anything more than I love that.
I get stuck in the past because I've been in love, and I fucking loved it.
You want these or not?
I'm not gonna pretend I don't care. Nobody's ever wanted anything more than I want the things I don't have. And the things I've lost.
Sometimes you don't have something because good things are hard to find. I know I'm lucky to be able to look for them.
Go on.
You know, when you've been lifted on the shoulders of hundreds of years of ancestors so you can reach the freedoms they never had, then you have to find the right goddamn person, and one day you'll look back and you'll say you can't pick the era you live in, but the one I lived in was fucking awesome. And for the longest time, I was single. But my kids thanked me because I waited for the person who I would never have met unless I'd waited.
I just haven't yet. You think I don't want kids? You think I don't want to risk everything by creating a new life? By creating a person that I can't live without? Because right now, I'm living without them, and if you think I can live with that, you're the fucking empty one.
But how can you even manifest love when the world has given you so much pain? Asking for a friend.
I don't know, but I imagine a stage and an audience and one chance to speak, and my first instinct is to want to prevent that pain in others. Forget about the apartment. Hi, my name is Jackson, and did you know that both men and women attempt suicide in equal numbers, but it's men that are 80% of victims? I want to tell all guys what makes you special. The strength and the independence are also what can take your life away. One bad night can be someone else's cry for help, but for you it can be the moment that ends everything. Please know your own strength and know your own weakness and when you shouldn't be alone. Everyone has bad nights, but too many are paying the ultimate price for them, with too many left behind. And don't blame those who have passed on. In fact, the opposite. We don't know things until we know them, and we have to learn and build towards a future where those who are gone live on in an answer to that cry for help for those who are still here. The way it is now, the way anything is not the way it has to be. Because I love you. If anything, I'm more determined.
Sometimes things are worth it despite the pain. Ice cream, human connection. I know that much.
You're not incomplete without a relationship. You're incomplete without love.
And I love myself.
And I love what I do.
And someone else might love that too.
You know why I hate myself? Because I know how much I have to offer and how much I could give to another person and how much I could get in return and how much I deserve it. But I don't have it, and I fucking hate myself for that because I want the best for me. Because I love myself more than I would ever let on.
And every time the world disagrees, I love myself even more for not listening.
For only pretending I'm right for this horrid apartment.
I wish I was incapable of love. It would solve a lot of problems.
I'm gonna go find somewhere with room for a fucking king-size bed.
Cause who knows? Maybe I don't actually suck.
Hello. I'm here about the apartment.
Yup.
This seems perfect. I can't believe it's not taken. Is it just you?
Yup. Forever alone.
I can relate. How long have you been trying to rent this place?
God, it's been years now. Can't seem to convince anyone.
Indeed. That's unfortunate.
I don't know, I kind of love it. So, tell me about yourself.
Imagine a world with no days, no tomorrow, no weekends, not even weeks. Imagine never sleeping. Imagine waking up exactly once because the only 2 days were today and death. Imagine just one decades-long corridor with the end visible in the distance. Imagine the people who lived there like elongated screams, no time to be anything other than desperate and sure of it. Imagine how grateful you'd be to live in our world instead. There's a century and it's separated into decades and they're divided into years, and each year has 12 months and each one is divided into weeks and then days and then hours. And every few weeks at 3 p.m. on a workday, I receive a box, and part of it I like and part of it I'll never look at again. And the part of me that's still obsessed with this kind of thing loves it even though other parts of me don't. And they contrast, but they coexist as well, because imagine if you had to be one thing all the time. And all parts of me will be slightly different tomorrow, and in 10 years I'll have completely different tastes, and all you can do is take things one box at a time. Every day, every year, every point in your life, it's its own world, its own box. And you can choose to stay, or you can choose something slightly better or something slightly worse. And one day you'll say to yourself, what I really want is in that box way up there, so it's impossible. Other people must be born up there or something. And sometimes they are. But taking one step up is super easy, and you can do that. You can get to tomorrow and the day after that, and the same with next Tuesday and next month and 10 years from now. And then one day you'll look back and you'll look down and you'll realize you're a million miles and a million days from where you started, and you'll be like, how did I do that? Well, you did it because all you had to do was something slightly better than the time before that, because no one can jump that high, but everyone can take one small step. Good fences make good astronauts. You also might find yourself looking way down thinking you can never fall that far, but there's a part of all of us that's capable of terrible things, because all of us can do something that's just a little bit worse than last time. You never do something terrible from a standing position, but you can take a step, no big deal. That's how bad things get done. They get done the same way good things get done, one piece at a time, one day, 1 year, one generation, one box, one coffin after another. And then one day you might find yourself looking up to where you used to be and realizing you can't even see the light anymore. The world is part good and part bad, and part of being alive is the journey to a place where you can't believe how far you've gone. That's the beauty of not being able to see in front of you, and it's the curse as well, but that's just a part of life. And wherever you are, there's always a way out. There's always tomorrow. My world is made of many separate pieces, and no matter how I arrange them, there's always a space.
I go places and I climb my life one step at a time, and there are 12 months, and most of them are great, but there's always one that isn't. And it feels like you spend all year climbing up only to slip back down, and when you're living the good parts, you can't see the bad ones, and when things are bad, you can't believe in anything else, and you tell yourself that you feel a lot more than a lot of people, and you can't leave yourself open without being open to everything, because everything is part good and part bad, and everything has a downside, and you tell yourself you can't worry about disappointing people without caring about people, and every day is one step closer to something better, one day closer to freedom. You can't be you without the imperfect parts and the bad days and the gaps and the empty space. It's the space that lets me move so freely one day and one idea to the next, and the good parts are worth the bad ones. And there's a downside, of course, when nobody is one thing all the time. Everyone is made of separate parts, and sometimes people are equal parts good and terrible, and only some of the people see the terrible parts. And so everyone else thinks they're only made of good. But even the worst parts of the world are good in some way, yet it doesn't mean you should move there. And some people are also a bad place to spend your time, even if it doesn't seem like it, even if they're good to some people all the time. It's easy to think some people are all in one box and others in another, but one person is many boxes, and so are people in general. So is life. And part of life is having to figure out which pieces overshadow the others and what you're not seeing and how to not see it everywhere once you do. And then part of you is gonna need a drink and some music. Some nights I'll be at a show and it's part rock and part country and part unique, and there's always that one part of me that thinks I could be an artist too. Maybe if I just practiced a little more every day, and maybe there's a future phase in my life where I will. But until then, there's another part of me that enjoys the magic of not knowing how it's done. The magic of someone who's just one of 100 people in a room but can get all their attention because a huge part of her needs self-expression. And she probably used to look up at the stage and think it was impossible to get all the way up there. But it wasn't impossible to play the guitar slightly better than yesterday, and it wasn't impossible to need it a little more every year. And now she's there, and we're here, and this part of the world helps you forget the rest of it, at least for tonight.
The sun-kissed path, singing memories pass, with the calm lake's glare.
I think most people are good. And there are a few in every room who aren't, but you can't have a world without everyone. Just like you can't have freedom without other people doing things with it. Just like you can't have next week without hope for the future because you can't see it yet and it could be anything. The freedom to not know the future lets us focus on ourselves. And every day and every year, every generation is one step beyond the next, one step wiser, and maybe one day you'll have kids and they'll come to you and say that it's ridiculous to focus on the differences between people when we're all made of the exact same parts. And they'll say that it's okay to feel sad some of the time. And then they'll say that success is when you help other people succeed too. And they'll say that the best days are yet to come. Starting at the bottom of their own staircase, they'll be so far from the mistakes their parents made, and it will be amazing to think you're separate yet a part of each other. And like a new day, each generation might be a step towards a part of history that always feels the way things feel in the best parts of today. Every day is 24 hours, and by the 24th of them, I'm ready for every part of me to be unconscious except the part that takes pieces of the day and makes dreams of it. Part of every day is hard to deal with. Part of every year and a huge part of my life is just trying to feel better before and after a setback for myself or for humanity. Trying to believe despite knowing that more bad days will definitely follow. Trying to be happy with only being happy some of the time. Trying to glimpse hope and then memorize what it looks like. And even trying to feel like I have the right to feel better when the world is composed of so many different places and I was just fortunate to be born into this one. I write this stuff down every day. And there's a reason a journal has entries and a book has chapters and a person has different sides and a life has different phases. And it's the same reason we have calendars instead of nothing, and centuries instead of being tied to the past, and stairs instead of the impossible, and people who have the time to change and grow and be so many different things. Imagine a world where, faced with the infinite, we find ways to manage one day at a time, one step at a time on the way to something greater. Tomorrow is another world just a few feet away, but far enough to always give you hope. I hope I'll see you there.
Hey, I'm doing a YouTube thing where I get ignored. Hey, I'm doing a YouTube thing where I ask random people what they're listening to.
The audiobook of the complete works of Shirley Jackson. I just play that continuously in place of the audio of real life, albeit sometimes you can barely tell the difference.
Cool. Wasn't expecting that. And where are you going to? I see. Can I ask you another question?
No, the girls aren't actually into you, except for the one time they are, so it's exactly like life in general.
No, I was wondering.
Because if you could double your annual income with one surgical procedure, you'd do it too.
No,
Because being a cam girl is ultimately a social enterprise, and I hate talking to people. Also, I fucking love my job.
Okay, that makes sense. But also, I was going to segue into asking what music you use at work.
Oh, well, if I were music, it would be something dark and idealistic and free of words as it danced at night, alone, because human connection is only a rumor, so yeah, mostly synthwave. I wrote a postgraduate essay that anticipated the rise of the genre and how it was prefigured by increasing cultural isolation and perpetual nostalgia for things from roughly 23 years ago. I was always proud of that.
I feel like you're overqualified to work here.
Everyone is overqualified to work everywhere. That's the basis of the economy. I'd moved to a small town, but I've read way too much Shirley Jackson.
Just one more.
A writer from the 50s that resonates with loners.
Surprisingly common follow-up question. How come you're alone?
How is anyone alone in this world when you can shoot at someone from across the map and they will immediately drop what they're doing and move heaven and earth to come after you like you're bound by cosmic fate?
Right? Like the slightest human contact and it's just till death do us part. I noticed that immediately with this game. It's like, oh, look out!
Dude, that was just superbly executed. I need a cigarette and a shower after playing with you.
Yeah, you do. The worse I am at real life, the better I am at this game. I'm sure there are more appropriate things I could be doing, but this doesn't cost any money for whatever reason.
Oh, I know. It gets my maximum rating. 3 out of 10. Same score I give to masturbation and shoplifting from self-checkouts.
Oh my god, high five.
Almost had him. Go again?
You know what? I can't. I have to be somewhere in 20 minutes or 20 minutes ago. I forget which. You know how it is. It was honestly really great to meet you, Anonymous 34546.
You too, Anonymous 94302. I never pair up with randoms because...
Because people are the worst?
Yeah, that would be it. But this is legit the most fun I've had in a while. What are the chances, eh?
I don't know anyone in real life who plays, so this has been amazing. I might be on later, who knows? Maybe I'll see you again sometime?
Yeah, man. I hope so. Oh shit. Weird neighbors I've never interacted with. Just pretend to look at your phone.
Nice. Didn't even have to smile and nod. That was just superbly executed.
I'd say I'm alone because everyone looks different on the outside and therefore attracts people who like how they look. But that's not a connection. It's just following something around.
Yeah, I can see that.
Despite that, I'm still leaving work early to go to speed dating. I guess dating is the one thing where you have to overlook the definition of insanity. Or I just haven't yet hit that precise moment where you give up.
Oh, nice. What kind of guys are you into?
I don't know, someone decent and educated who likes reading and aspires to more in life and knows how to meaningfully interact with someone who has intimidating amounts of sexual confidence.
Ah, too bad.
There was nothing left to say.
It is too bad. I think I just self-sabotage when it comes to finding a partner. I know I do, and yet I keep on doing it.
All I have are suggestions that are super easy to say, but hard to actually do, and therefore worthless, aka advice.
Oh, I hate advice. Still.
You know what? Just make eye contact with the person in the room you find most attractive and see what happens. They'll probably stop what they're doing and come over to talk to you. It's a bar. What are the chances they don't?
Okay. I think I can do that without sabotaging it.
Stealing hours from the week.
I can't come over. We're in different worlds. I wish I could explain it. I just can't find the words.
God damn it. I mean, I know I have a lot of good qualities. I say, let me know if you need anything, but I actually mean it, and I specifically want to prevent other people from feeling the types of pain that I've felt. Very few problems in the world are caused by people like me.
I think a lot of people can say that, though.
No, I know. I'm not uniquely good or special. I've never felt beautiful or had more money than the previous year. I think I could just really be value added to someone else's life, you know? Couldn't I?
Well, you'd have to give up those childish video games, though.
Yeah, but that's alone stuff.
Oh, you mean the bottomless pit you can pour time and love into in lieu of having another person in your life until you're out of both and feel worthy of neither?
Yeah, that's right.
But I do feel worthy. I go through life and people keep telling me I'm one of the good ones to my continual surprise, but maybe that means something. I like people. I'm sure I could be nice to one of them on a regular basis, but to find that you need to be so presumptuous and bold and other things that do cause problems in the world.
You have to risk the time and sanity of someone else too, and maybe I don't want to hurt them or myself. Again, repeatedly.
Plus, we're all trying to be ourselves despite the expectations of traditional gender conventions, like a Halloween costume you can't take off, so you just try to wear accurate t-shirts.
Plus, I either want no sex or constant sex, and I can't figure out which.
Plus, I pay for 5 separate streaming services, but I just watch YouTube all day. If I did that to another person, I'd be in jail.
Plus, you have anxiety to the point where it's like a hostile entity following you around and conversing with you.
Yeah, you see. You get it.
Right when I close my eyes before I wander off to sleep.
Yeah, too hot. Out of your league. Hey, I know you. Keep walking, loser. She's out of your league.
Yes, sir.
What's that?
Nothing. Goodbye forever.
God, I'm good.
Hey everyone, I don't do comedy, but I almost do. But that's what you get when you almost live in a society. I mean, who here was fine back in school though? Right? Yeah, school, right? Turns out school actually was cool. So you're in the same place every day, always told what you're supposed to be doing, so you can focus entirely on what you think and what you like and who you like, and everyone dresses how they feel, instead of now, where clothes are the only thing you can control, so everyone's just a pain mannequin with a super nice leather jacket. School had parameters, but then it ends. And here in real life, what are the chances a stranger looking at you means I like you, when it could easily mean I hate you, or I'm thinking about a website from 2002 that no longer exists and not noticing where I'm staring? Plus, you've already made 375 decisions today, so it's easy to want to create your own parameters by, going home and staying there.
He was 16, his dad told me how to ride through the countryside on Sunday drives. He said man's connections tend to break up, whether or not you're civilized and make up. I'd rather just find a book to take up. Earth is a hard place to live. The alpha beings are stupid.
Hey, maybe we find
find each other physically attractive, or we can just get along on a basic level. And we're given so little in life that it's impossible to not assign meaning to that.
So let's embark on the weeks or months or years of the horrible, gradual realization of how little that actually means.
And if everyone you meet is incompatible, then maybe the problem is you.
Also, do you know where the washroom is?
Oh yeah, there's the precise moment I gave up.
Sorry, you're what?
Omnisexual. It's where you're potentially attracted to anyone, and so you maximize your potential to be attracted to unattainable people because society tells you that the only thing that's valuable is what you can't have.
That sounds hard, I guess.
Not as hard as when you and your estranged brother are the only two people who show up to speed dating.
Yes, this certainly is a poorly attended event.
So what would you be saying to someone else right now to fool them into thinking you're a super awesome guy?
I don't have to fool people. I just tell them I'm a decent, educated guy looking for someone who's outgoing and smart, with a love of American literature and a side of sexual confidence, who's passionate about their career and is financially where I aspire to be rather than where I am.
Oh, you mean someone who doesn't apocalyptically share a one-bedroom apartment with their hated sibling because the higher the rent goes, the lower the bar goes for farcical living situations?
Yeah, that. Where I just capriciously sat in a strip club for the first time because the absolute zero chance of something happening was better than going home. Nothing ever leads to anything in this city. I'd give up and move to a small town, but I've read way too much Shirley Jackson for that. Plus the racism.
Plus, I fully intend for you to die in a fire.
I cannot believe this isn't even the worst date I've been on.
Oh, dude, this isn't even top 50 for me. P.S. Fuck you.
And you. Table for one, despite what my sweet haircut would indicate.
Hey, plenty of space. We recently added a bunch of smaller tables due to a lot of people dining alone.
Ah, I specifically love it.
Yeah, it's what we have instead of low prices. Also, it encourages talking to strangers, which is cool.
I no longer love it.
But I'm already here.
I know, but I feel we get so used to not having things we forget that people are everywhere. You could be sitting next to the best friend you'll ever have and not even know it.
Yeah, but...
What are the chances of that?
'Cause I am who I am. Oh, sometimes I think it's wild how clearly I see your smile some nights before I fall asleep. And I wonder if you do the same for. Oh, sometimes I see your smile right when I close my eyes before I wander off to sleep. And I wonder if you ever think of me. And I wonder if you ever think of me.
Take the reins from me.
How does anyone meet anyone?
Hey, I'm just the imagined Star Wars-esque ghost of your dead brother, so technically I only know what you know.
All right, what do I know?
You maybe don't actually want a relationship. You just want to feel better about being single.
But until then...
Well, if dating apps alone were enough, no one would be single. We need an additional factor.
Oh, like a near-death experience or a weird dating strategy like radical honesty or reverse catfishing that elaborately bypasses the self-delusion we all rely on to keep society from disintegrating into a bloodbath, but which also makes human connection difficult to the point of wondering how anyone meets anyone.
Yeah, or just have self-esteem. Whichever you find easier.
I see.
She's not what I usually go for, but maybe I've always foolishly ignored some great people on my quest to perfectly match with someone as literate as a dictionary, but then magically also as thick as one.
The legendary Fictionary.
Yeah, not hugely realistic.
Indeed. So now I'm actually on my way to meet someone instead of swiping left and not.
So what's she like?
Kinda like me. Glasses, smart, dances as a kid, hates every TV show. Not successful, perhaps, but not unsuccessful.
I guess.
Okay, yes, she's a meek, sexless, underemployed nerd, but honestly, I love what she has to say. It's exciting to me. I obsess over physical chemistry, but maybe that's why I'm constantly expecting one thing but getting another? Well, that's not gonna happen anymore. So is there a word for this?
Reverse catfishing.
I see. The truth by omission? That's creative, I suppose.
There are two kinds of people. Those who find you attractive regardless of your personality, and then the opposite. So you need to weed out the first group by targeting the second.
But the text was accurate, i.e., you actually are an antisocial weirdo who solely watches documentaries about how stupid everyone is, yet is squandering years of fancy education in an unspecified, unskilled career?
All true. My goal was to make it possible to actually see and connect with all that. How do you meet people in general, let alone on a sliding gradient of appearance and mentality being inversely proportional in a dystopian societal context of entrenched standards bias?
Okay, that was the kind of sentence a TV show would use as a joke to indicate confusing big words, but you actually talk that way. And now to marry you.
As much as I'm jaded enough to marry anyone who doesn't ration their syllables, there's a lot of other stuff we have to do in reverse first. This now is what I call a turbo date. I use innovative methods to mitigate the things that preclude human connection. Like a zany sitcom scenario, but actually. So, are you in? And answer quickly. The truth is lost in consideration. You know, is killing wrong? Yes, but what if it's justifiable because, they did this, so maybe they deserve it. And we do have the right to defend ourselves, and it's really only thou shalt not murder, and then all of human history and... sorry, go ahead.
Well said, actually. You know what? I'm sick enough of reality to be interested in whatever you have lined up next. I mean, if that's what it takes to get to know someone who somehow interweaves escalating Shirley Jackson quotes into the sexual act, then sure, I don't mind leaving it to bed within minutes of meeting.
No live organism can continue for long to live sanely under conditions of absolute reality.
Well, do you literally have a tattoo that says Dictionary?
Okay, so we've established physical attraction and that you're also surprisingly giving in bed. Really good so far.
The system works. So what else?
Well, ideally, I'd now have my friends vet you, but I'm sort of between friends, so we'll just see what some acquaintances at the bar think. You talk to them, they talk to me, maybe we keep talking.
I look forward to the challenge.
Do you look forward to it too much, though? Maybe you're the kind of person who does things they don't actually want to do just to prove you can. And what does that say about how you feel about failure?
I mean, I don't feel great about it. I'm not going to go along with someone I'm not into just to avoid failure, though.
I don't know. I'm really good at failure, if that sentence even makes sense.
It does not.
And I know that wanting to avoid it is definitely a thing. There's looking across the room and finding someone hot, and then there's the additional factor that you're sick of getting out of bed and paying rent and thinking your friends hate you and never feeling like you work hard enough and waiting for a better future that never actually arrives.
And then going back to bed and fantasizing about abandoning your life and moving to a basement in Estonia where nobody can get in touch with you, and that's the most relaxation you get during the week. And then eventually you're in a New Yorker article about old people who die alone in their apartment and aren't found for months, and a distant acquaintance from school has to dispose of their belongings. Maybe I just want to avoid that. Maybe that would be enough. Maybe just not dying alone would be enough success. Maybe that's understandable. Maybe we all have insane reasons for pairing up, and the real beauty of relationships is what you build on top of all that panic and randomness and fear.
Oh, I read that article. That's why I'm trying to find someone.
Oh, nice. Me too. Cheers.
So, what did you think?
Oh, he's great.
No red flags.
No, not that I could see. And I would know. This shirt I'm wearing is literally made from repurposed red flags for the fall of the Soviet Union. Also, I suck.
Oh, you do not.
Shut up.
Excuse me?
Nothing.
Don't talk to me.
Sorry, no, wait. Damn it.
Anyway, looks like you passed the test, i.e. whatever bad qualities you might have didn't rise to the level of distracting people from talking about themselves.
I'm glad to have met the challenge, but not for its own sake, for good and healthy reasons.
I see.
So what's next? Are you going to explain to me why we're taking a 2-hour trip to some small town I've never heard of?
There's a certain kind of person who's great to be around, but when even the most minor thing goes wrong, they turn into a bitching, moaning nightmare, like a self-capsizing boat. And nobody's self-aware enough to admit that. You just have to coax it out with circumstances. It would be too expensive to do this at the airport, so here we are, taking the train out into the societal wilderness, like traveling back in time 23 years. To the lamest place ever. Nothing is open, not even the washrooms in the station. There's literally nothing to do. The next train home won't be here until midnight, plus it's unseasonably cold, plus you can't even use the lure of getting me in bed to soldier through it because we've already had sex. Checkmate, pieces already back in the box, table folded and put away, your move.
Well, then let me just say, that's exactly what the book is. Thank you. It's not a ghost story. It's a story about the kind of person who becomes a ghost. Finally, someone who finds that obvious.
Christ, I know. You can be Robert Frost and win 4 Pulitzers and still have everyone interpret your work in the precise opposite manner in which it was intended, because all any reader can do is credit the writer with the same intelligence as their own.
And then I think of most of the college professors I had and...
Oh, adulthood is the precise moment when you realize most of your teachers were basically just random people with no special knowledge.
That can't be true because I'm definitely not an adult.
Are you sure? I only date adults, you see. Or at least a person who can hold a conversation for 3 hours in an abandoned train station.
Honestly, it's brilliant. There are 2 potential versions of every person, the one who's into you and the one who isn't. And it's always the process of determining which they are. Immediately having sex and taking a nightmarish road trip is a hell of a shortcut.
Yeah, I once read a possibly apocryphal article that in Iceland they just have sex first and ask questions later, and then you notice that their streets don't echo with the desperate laughter of dystopia, or at least less so.
Any questions then? Because I'd certainly go on a second date, but am I right for you? I'm not cool. I like candy and video games, and I have the kind of job where you have to dress up, but you're still poor. And I haven't said the F word since high school, and I'm still single at this age because I'm egotistical beyond my actual achievements. Plus, I have a bedroom full of outer space stuff. Lego rockets, ages 12 and up.
I literally have a NASA bikini, if that helps. Yeah, I have some questions. Sit back. Imagine a future where we're together. How do you feel about quietly reading together? Museum memberships, feminist short film festivals, vegetarianism, being late for things because of sex, and never wanting kids, but then suddenly changing your mind 10 years from now.
I could easily see myself doing many of those things.
And dating someone who people stare at and who has no filter and will talk in granular detail about what's wrong with the world, in a way that unsustainably blames the innate conformity of the average person and the unquestioned link between masculinity and power.
I cannot stress this enough. This is the most adult conversation I've had since college.
And dating someone like that who has this many tattoos and who goes to strip clubs all the time despite ostensibly being an intellectual.
I'm an honors student and I'm at least perversely curious about strip clubs. I'm honestly kind of relieved.
And someone who goes to strip clubs all the time because she works there and has chosen to do so for her entire adult life and always will work there. And then that's you, the honors student with the loudmouth sex worker girlfriend. Turbo date.
Well played.
I think at this age, people are single for a reason, and it's not going to be a bad reason, but it's going to be something that others judge you for or that they project their shame onto.
Oh, like how you have extended conversations with the imagined personification of your anxiety, so you can pretend you're not just talking to yourself?
Yeah, exactly.
And I guess whatever the reasons are, they're going to weed out the judgmental assholes, but then what if I'm one of them?
No asshole would say that.
Also, it weeds out the cowards.
I see.
But I think the miserable aloneness of modern life proves we're all weeding out good people sometimes. So, I could have based my dating profile on all the visible stuff, never give you a chance to decide who I am, and then we'd never have adult conversations, never have literary reference sex, never leave reality, never have that feeling with another person when you have no idea what time it is, never instantly connect to someone who matches your own alienation like you're remembering them from the future, never leave the house today, none of it. We would never meet. Your call.
I'm only sort of saying this to seem benevolent, but just as a human being, I'm genuinely sorry that to find connection, you have to elaborately convince people how wrong they've been their entire lives. What?
Nothing. So, were you wrong?
So wrong. I mean, I never used to meet anyone, Sean.
Yeah, me neither, Brian.
When I found the end.
cheers to telling the truth by omission.
Well, it was either that or alcohol, and I'm so sick of it.
Of course, that's it.
Man, I do not miss being alive.
Doesn't fit. Ooh, I keep my weakness at bay. Ooh, it tries to claw its way to me, but I don't show no sympathy. No, 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 the way isn't easy, but this just is peace of mind.
Oh, wow. Flossie Brandenburg. Hi. Sorry if this is weird, but I'm a huge fan of yours. I see all your shows. You wouldn't have seen me because I always leave early to beat the crowds, but I'm always there. This is so cool.
Hi, Janice. Yeah, I noticed your business card on one of the seats after my show tonight.
Yeah, I figured it was worth a shot, but I didn't think you'd actually. Wow. Neat. So how's it going?
Oh, really good. I should say I don't usually,
Don't usually do this sort of thing.
I don't usually do this sort of thing, but I suppose sometimes I'm sort of,
Horny.
Horny, and, yes. I have a weird aversion to commenting on people's appearance. It feels extraneous to who they are as a person, but,
I think you're hot, too. And that's not why I come to your shows, but that is absolutely why I left the card. And if you're into sexually omnivorous tall people, then you asked for the right Janice.
Certainly I am. There's,
You're autistic, which most people barely know anything about, and which affects everything, including your gender and sexual identity. And if you're gonna be in a romantic thing with another person, then they really need to understand that, which they never do. Yeah, I've read that interview you did. Honestly, you inspired the shit out of me, just as a human being in an inhuman world. Plus, hot. I'd very much like to buy you lunch and talk some more and see if there's any romantic chemistry. That's me unambiguously asking you out. That was the objective here.
That sounds really nice. I'd love to. Wow. This is easily the best $1,700 I've ever spent, Janice.
Oh, shit, I meant to comp you. Sorry, let me just...
Oh, even better. Oh, hey, Janice. I'm so sorry if I'm late.
No, I just like to be early. It's the one thing I do well. Nice outfit.
I basically only wear this outfit, so I'm glad if you like it. I literally have 12 of this shirt. It's a whole thing.
I'd love to understand that. It's like a sensory thing?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just the way clothes feel against your body. It's so hard to find things that feel like they fit. If I look cool, it's not on purpose.
You do. Sorry, I know I'm probably more lecherous than you're comfortable with. I have no issue toning it down.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, I think you're hot too. I don't say it. Except for just now. That's why I like you. You're so direct. I don't have to guess what you're actually saying. That's an autism thing. Like if I was subtitled, it would read the same as what I was saying. There's not really subtext. Whereas with neurotypical people, communication can be more indirect. So there's always kind of a language barrier.
God, that sounds so frustrating.
For someone else, life remains a funny. It's okay, but thanks. I'm sure I'll get the hang of it eventually, if I meet the right people. Everyone's different. That's the advantage to being different, to have empathy for that. Sometimes I think my disability is just to actually be aware of how weird I am.
So you do think of it as a disability?
I mean, that's always a huge debate, but I've never wanted to be anyone else, even if I have to get weird looks for wearing hearing protection in daily life. If it's a disability, it's because you're not accommodated by the world, because there aren't enough of you to be worth accommodating. Rare moment of cynicism from me. Like anyone who's different, I have to manage in a world specifically designed for other people, which is good in terms of having a different perspective. It makes me a good artist, but it's bad for feeling like you're from this planet. It's bad for feeling like there's constantly a glass wall between you and the normal things that don't come naturally to you, like eye contact or dating or sex or parties or supermarkets or malls or airports or gender roles or conventional geopolitics or, not info dumping about specific topics instead of asking someone how they're doing. Sorry.
I'm not sorry. I'm so not sorry that I want to get you dinner even if food is more expensive than poison these days. I read about this sensory-friendly restaurant downtown, and although the prices seem to be incongruent with a societally disabled lifestyle, I will be happy to pay. Like, Friday? 8 p.m.?
I've heard of that place, and I would love to have dinner with you on Friday at 8 p.m., Janice.
Right on, Flossie.
I've got to hit my daily steps. Would you like to go for a walk? Bonus points if you're as insanely fast of a walker as me.
Oh, I'm good. I'm just gonna answer some emails, but I'll meet you Friday. I'll be early, but you don't need to be.
Okay, perfect. I'll see you later.
Oh, yeah. Tell me more.
And then we texted later, but we had so much to say that it turned into a phone call. Like I didn't even have to think about it. It just happened. We talked for hours, and I remembered what it's like to be happy instead of just buzzing with anxiety like a fluorescent light.
Yeah, that's the stuff.
She doesn't care about my shitty apartment or how I'm an overeducated pervert loser. She just sees right through it to the content of my character.
Oh, baby.
You know what? I'm sorry. I just realized I completely forgot to change out of my street clothes.
What? Oh, no, it's fine. This is much wilder.
Okay, good. So, anyway, she makes me feel normal. And I already think I'm in love. And I'm so afraid of losing her.
I am not even missing that $1,700.
This is embarrassing, but I'm hopeless at reading other people. Usually I have to interpret things from context. Obviously, you might like me because you asked me to dinner, but how do you feel right now?
I feel really good, and that's not embarrassing. Your emotional honesty is a form of nudity I didn't know I wanted.
Thanks so much. Like, actually. I find eye contact so piercingly intimate, but maybe that works right now.
Works for me. Can I ask you something, Flossie?
Oh, certainly, Janice.
You're just cool. Do you think you'll ever not have to be thought of as different?
Well, for someone who literally gets disability payments, I'm, pretty adamant about difference, not disability. I think what's common to most people is that they don't regret the things that make them who they are, even if they're disadvantages. People like me are maybe 5% of the population, so I'll always be different. But there's how I felt when I kept it a secret, and there's how I feel now.
So you used to hide it. Tell me about that. Because I love just how comfortable with yourself you are, basically. How you just trust others to accept you.
Oh, that's only recent. My whole life I just pretended I wasn't autistic because it's Fucking hard to be different if you don't have to be. It is. All you do is worry about losing people because of who you are. Normal is like this exclusive club where everything is tailored to you, and if you can get a membership, then you can get those benefits too. And I've done that, and I still do it sometimes. I'll still pretend just to not have to reel off that long memorized explanation of how I'm different. Passing for normal is a privilege that's so hard to give up. But I don't regret it. Just like I don't regret being who I am. It's such a process getting there, though. It's so hard to walk away from that easy place where you don't have to explain yourself. Just to set out on a road to a place where nobody has to explain themselves. A road so long that you might never get there. But at least it means other people can follow you.
That's really beautiful.
Thank you, Janice. You're really beautiful.
Huh, well, thank you. I never hear that. People just assume I know.
All right, I have to autistically speed walk to the bus stop because if I don't go to bed at the exact same time every night, I won't sleep. Thank you for such a lovely dinner. How are you getting home?
Thank you. Oh, I'll get a later bus, actually. I'm just gonna answer a couple of emails.
Usually it takes me 2 years to feel comfortable around people. So you must be special.
I must indeed. Good night. Oh, the hell with it.
All right, that's fine. Everyone has a bit too much sometimes. I will have to ask you to leave, though, unfortunately.
Janice, I'm so sorry about the glass. I'm not drunk, I promise.
Oh, I see. Sorry. Can I help you at all?
Janice. My name is Janice.
You too, man.
Food's here. Not that I care if you eat, but there's no room in the fridge for leftovers. Thus, you fulfill the role of physically storing food that would otherwise spoil.
Cool story. Can I use the table first, or do you need it for your various futile meanderings?
Fine. You have 8 minutes. I'm receding back to my half of the apartment so we don't have to interact.
Yes, thank you for your approximation of humanity.
Thanks in advance for eventually dying alone in a parking lot.
Sure, and congratulations on turning a baby into some sort of chittering rat monster.
Sorry for being born.
Finally, an apology.
Hey, I'm just doing a video where I ask random people what song you're listening to.
No, you're not going to turn me into content. The only way to stop the machine is to ignore it. No, you know what? I'll tell you what I'm listening to. 7-methoxy-beta-carboline telepathine by Time Machines, which was a spin-off project of Coil. It's 23 minutes of scary noises that simulate drugs and time travel that I use to block out reality.
Oh, cool. Surprisingly common follow-up question. Why do you want to block out reality?
Because I'm that age that everyone is, but I can't make enough money even at jobs I hate to be able to afford my own place. So I'm stuck living with my hated sister in a shithole west of downtown designed for one miserable person at best.
Wow, that's crazy. Why do you hate your sister?
Realistically, because we had a rough childhood and were too consumed with self-care to be there for each other. And then the subsequent years of bitter resentment despite being different people now. But also because I don't like sharing a one-bedroom apartment with a mortifyingly loud sex worker, and she doesn't like sharing one with someone who has to declare their self-esteem based solely on future earnings, which can be whatever number you want, hence my entire personality. Since you asked, people don't listen to music. They block out the echoing chasms of life as the dreams of childhood mutate into the cries of the damned because it was all lies. There was no future and nothing will ever...
Well, I mean, I get it. I'm never home because of the noise from my neighbors, so I go on dates having suspiciously long dinners. I literally have a list of all the places with really slow service.
Yeah, doing anything to avoid going home is definitely an underrepresented genre of human activity.
Yeah. What do you do besides come here?
So honestly, my godsend is this app called 80s Friend where you're anonymous BFFs with someone else in town. Do you know it?
No, but I love it.
Yeah, the basis is the more you know about someone, the less you like them. So here, you get to stay forever in a stage of a relationship where you only know enough about someone to think they're fantastic. Like having a friend in the 1980s where you just talk on the phone and that's all you do.
Oh my God, I wish it was the 80s. Except for literally everything else that happened.
So here's my giant text history with whoever 2212. That's what everyone's called, of whoever, i.e., have a good night, whoever you are, etc. Or sometimes we do talk on the phone and it changes your voice to maintain the anonymity. Hey, I was just telling someone about you.
Nice. Hey, so you wanted to ask me something?
I do, but I'm about to be on a date. I'll call you later?
Sure, yeah. So, what were you saying about me? How super awesome I am, etc.?
Honestly, just how we've been through so much together. And never will there be the threat of catfishing or disappointment or romance or hatred, because I'll never know enough about you to feel any type of way beyond how I feel now. I love this app.
Oh, so that's who you're always on the phone with. That sounds fucking perfect. Why don't I know about this thing?
Yeah, it's amazing how human connection benefits from never having to live up to someone's image of you. Actually, that isn't amazing.
Well, I genuinely can't wait to establish an extremely close friendship with someone I never have to meet or look at. Sorry about your thing with your sister, anyway. I had no idea Janice had a brother. She told me your family died in a fire?
I'm dead to her, not actually dead. And vice versa. It's like we exist in split screen even when we're in the same room.
I mean, I basically have that relationship with all mankind, but yeah, sorry. Oh my God. Imagine if your anonymous friend turned out to be your sister. Plot twist.
Oh, I've had that thought, knowing what a practical joke reality in general is, but I know it's not her because we only tell each other the truth, and I've specifically asked them if they had a sibling that they wish were dead, and they said that they don't.
Oh, I was kidding, because I say weird, awkward things when I'm comfortable around someone, but that's great. Christ, where are our drinks? It's been like 45 minutes? This place is unbelievable.
I know, it's fantastic.
Oh, I definitely wish he was dead. More bad blood than a hospital after a extended power failure. How the Christ did you end up dating my brother? Has he mentioned yet how much he sucks, or is he building up to it?
Actually, he led off with that. It was kind of refreshing.
Yeah, well, not when you're stuck in the same 413 square feet as him because of all your money going to people already wealthy enough to own property, or however society can currently be described.
Is it that bad? I mean, I don't know. What happens when you don't have siblings?
It's just... think of how little the world empowers us to be there for each other, and then multiply that by someone you're tied to for life. And then divide. It's mostly division.
Sorry, I guess that's why you're always at work? I mean, life is why I'm always at work.
Oh, I work from home too. I have to.
Oh, yeah, there it is. I bet you think you're hard now, but you're gonna be harder than a cement factory after a catastrophic incident.
Hey, buddy. Sorry I'm busy doing whatever it is I do. Just leave a message on my huge 1980s answering machine.
Okay, so that thing I wanted to ask you, here it is. Right. I know the entire premise of this app is anonymity. It hides your location, it changes your voice, and I don't wish to challenge that. But I had an idea. I had an idea that we could still do something together without disturbing that premise. Kind of a weird, anonymous shared activity thing. I thought we could go to a movie together, a popular one where the theater would be full. We could go to the same screening at the same time, and we'll have no idea who the other person is, but we'd technically be seeing a movie together. And it would be kind of meaningful, I think. I don't know, I've been wanting to ask you for a while, so let me know what you think.
I hate you!
What was that?
Oh, I have mice.
Hey, I love mice.
Not me. I want to kill all mice everywhere until people don't believe that they ever existed. Baby. Oh, yeah. So many mice. All for you.
Have you ever been in this kind of situation?
Independently on good terms with two people who hate each other? Yeah, with my family. I literally couldn't deal with it when I was younger. Now I just pretend it doesn't exist. On the plus side, I finally understand old people.
So, if I were someone who had human emotions and participated in society, what would that feel like?
I don't know. When you're young, you don't have the tools to deal with things properly, and then trust gets broken, and it just persists past the point of you evolving as a person. And then you have perfectly fine adults who hate each other. And then Christmas sucks.
Oh, yeah, I definitely pretend Christmas doesn't exist. I pretend everything doesn't exist. People, countries. I don't even look at social media anymore. I just walk from the couch to the fridge. I'm basically 95 years old at this point.
Oh, I'm 100.
You
just wish you could magically fix it? Because it's the person you're dating and you care about them?
Yeah, that,
And then people go to bars at like 11 p.m. on a Monday after telling their partner they have to work late?
Oh, I didn't need to. He actually had to work late.
Right.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I'm sorry for the short notice. I just really needed to get out of there.
No, I totally get it. I left work early too. Something in the air, I guess. Thank you for suggesting this. I was thinking of asking you the same thing.
That's so awesome. Honestly, just thank you for being there. It really means a lot. I think life is islands and bridges, and I'd do a whole lot more swimming if it weren't for you.
Wow. I think we're pretty similar people, man.
It won't get you anywhere. Don't despair. It won't get you anywhere. It won't get you anywhere. Don't be your ones fight for themselves. It won't get you anywhere. It won't get nobody else.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to say, I love you. Not in a weird or romantic way, just in a best friend way where you enhance my life in a necessary manner. I love that. And thus, in whatever postmodern way, you as well. I hope I am always there for you too, whoever you are. and I hope you enjoy the movie.
Oh, dude, you've gotten me through so much. No one else gets it like you get it. I mean, I know you're pretty hard on yourself, but whoever you used to be, well, I'm so thankful for
Whoever you are now, I definitely love you. I hope you enjoy the movie too.
Hey, it's me, your boyfriend. Can I sit here?
I don't know, can you?
Is a thing happening here? A thing is happening here.
I was thinking, there are two kinds of people. Those who had a good time in school and those who didn't. And how that kind of defines your entire life. Because school never really ends in terms of social structures. You're still just walking around the cafeteria, trying to find a table, consequently defined by where you sit.
I went to about 5 different schools as a kid. I think I just ate lunch in the library with my imaginary friends half the time. If that's what you're wondering.
Oh, so did I. Just another decade of my life that I've blocked out. And I figured that about you. I mean, that's your whole appeal to me. We clearly have some huge ideological differences, but I know for a fact that if this was school, we'd both be at the weird table. And I mean that as a compliment. But is that enough?
Is what enough? Being fundamentally the same?
Are we the same?
We both think I'm unusually handsome, so yes?
Really?
Did I say something?
No, not at all. Not yet, at least. But will you? And then, once again, that moment where I realized the other person was someone else this whole time.
Okay, I get it. At this age, we've all been disappointed by enough people, enough times that...
The thing is, you don't get it. You can't get it. You'll say or do something that's reasonable to you, but then it'll be completely transformed by the last 100 people who said it to me. We aren't the same. I mean, we both know that. What we want, how we get it, how we talk, what we talk about.
So what? You've been reading back through my Facebook posts or something? My impromptu essays about capitalism taking the place of war so it's good, maybe? Which clashes with your anarchist sensibilities? My religious leanings, the people I follow, the podcasts I like, where rich people laugh at their own jokes? There are two kinds of people, right and left, them and us.
Okay, I think I deserve more credit than that. That just sounds like something you'd say to someone else.
I don't want to talk to someone else. There absolutely are two kinds of people. Those who actually believe in what they say, and those who want to look like them for free. And I like you because you're the first kind of person. I don't even have to agree with you. And I would hope you would see the same in me, the same ideology. Sincerity.
And I absolutely do, but where do we diverge, though? If extended to their logical conclusions, do one person's opinions not ultimately preclude the validity of someone else's?
No, Christ, we evaluate each other's opinions like they were just elected emperor of the universe and are about to force all mankind to live by their decrees. But how much power does the average person have to actually do anything? It's just talk.
Yes, but talk normalizes things. It others people and makes them vessels for others' shame and thereby endangers their lives. You have more power than you think. Everything you say helps set one giant precedent, or everything you don't say.
Oh, please tell me this isn't the "your silence is deadly" speech. If you really want to piece together my character from my social media posts, or lack thereof, you'll be sorely disappointed. Maybe most people have trouble saying something that's more intelligent than silence. Maybe I'm silent because I'm goddamn listening.
Or maybe you're deeply insecure about it based on that reaction.
Look, I know what you mean about school. I remember being a kid when there was no political spectrum to label people with, and everyone was just who they were, and you could be friends with anyone. And maybe that was the right way to go about things, but it still ended with people all at different tables just to absolutely beat that metaphor to death.
Yes, but there were more than 2 fucking tables. It was something, at least. And then the real world, where if you're not one of us, you're one of them, and us is just anyone who reminds you of yourself, and them is everyone fucking else. And then it even infects the discourse on a personal level, because here we are, arguing about it, even though I very specifically don't want to, but I can't get past it.
I agree. I'm tired of this garbage narrative about how both sides need to understand each other, and then the 2 sides in question are imaginary at best. I never believed in ideology. The universe is way the hell too big for that. But all week, I get labeled with something or other so people can decide they already know what I think. So it makes them feel better about wasting their finite existence on everything except thinking. Just walking around, taking orders. Sorry, we need another minute.
There actually are 2 kinds of people, though. Us and extremists. And the more we fight with each other, the more they can pretend like they're normal. But I am not an extremist, surprisingly, and I hope you aren't either.
You know I'm not.
But who are you? A guy who goes to strip clubs but still won't post a selfie with me because, like everyone else, you like sex but project your shame about it onto the people who do it for a living. You fuck, but you won't say fuck. And, like all people through history, you place the responsibility for change on us because there are fewer of us.
God damn it, this is the most intelligent conversation I've ever had. So conflicted. That's a logical fallacy, though. There are fewer of you, therefore you're right. And I mean, I get it, it's certainly plausible that that's the case, but I don't want to be afraid to take selfies with you. It's the same forces you're talking about that infect everything. Everyone's afraid to look like one of them. I know you're not posting about me either.
Do you understand how hard it is for me to trust people? How even the most promising thing has to get vetted to fucking death because I can't take being disappointed on the level of you turning out to want to control my body or help me get a real job or use violence as a first resort or be afraid to be seen with me or anything else that's just the cultural norm. That's my whole life, and I've fucking been that to other people enough to know how easy it is to be dehumanizing. So if that's where this is headed, then it ends here. It does.
I just want to sit down.
That's what I want too.
Then what?
Then don't dodge the issue.
What is the issue? That there are 2 kinds of people, righteous feminist god queens and the knuckle-dragging scum who try to...
The issue is that I don't know you well enough to not care about how stupid what you just said is. I get older and I don't feel like I know anyone well enough. I go to a concert and the music is so beautiful, but then I'm scanning the orchestra, wondering which of them would sell me out to save themselves, which doesn't care who has to die so that they don't have to change, how little it might take for it to stop being an orchestra because you never know where the line is with people, where nothing matters except themselves. That's the issue. No, I am not fun at parties.
Look, I know who I am and what I have and what I've accomplished. I know that I work harder than goddamn everyone. I'm one of the seemingly 10 people alive who actually cares about how good of a job they do. And I know where I came from and how distant it is from where I am now. And someday, my kids will benefit from the generational wealth that I created out of goddamn nothing. Out of nothing. That's who I am. I know what I have it instead of, and that's who I'll always be. I don't like swearing or being poor or being who I was in the past. I'm sorry if that doesn't say enough about me to convince you I'm not gonna ruin your damn life via my presence.
Yeah, I know what I have. I have values instead of normality, and honesty instead of respect, and I have self-expression instead of a future, and so fucking be it. So maybe I look at the people who buy into normality and buy into the validation, and I see what they have it instead of. Maybe one day you'll have more money than 50 of me, instead of having something you never even thought about. And maybe, like every other person in a suit, you fantasize about being with someone like me so you can occupy the same space as someone who aspires to the things you gave up on as soon as the peer pressure was too much. You think I haven't been hit on by that person about 10,000 fucking times?
Maybe I fantasize about being with someone with actual values and integrity and self-expression. Is that your big gotcha moment? Well, yeah, I'll admit it. Guilty. The suit guy's terrible secret revealed. He likes you.
Sorry, I didn't have anything prepared for you agreeing with that.
I'm not trying to teach you a lesson here. You could be wrong all week and still be more alive than most people. I get it. We've all spent our lives in a world where everyone's so full of it, they'll pretend to care about things in a way that's somehow worse than not caring at all. But not everyone is as terrible and compromised as you imply. I hate this. I hate it.
I think we've all spent our lives in a world where any number of people would literally rather die miserable than give up the scapegoats for their misery that their prejudice affords them, and there's not a fucking thing you can say to change their minds, and I can't apologize if that affects how I see everything.
I see that. Believe me. I can apologize that I've been doing the whole thing where I'm fine with strip clubs, but somehow I'm uncomfortable dating a stripper, hating the player, but not the game. It's wrong, and I'm sorry. And I'm sure it's not even in the top 1,000 things that people have done to disappoint you. I'm just asking for more than the half a chance you're giving me. I don't expect it, but I could do a lot with it, Joan.
It is in the top 1,000, Brian. It's number 1, actually, because I never liked anyone this much before. I never intersected with someone from the same planet as me before. I never got mad at someone for their potential to deny me their own presence, whatever the word for that is.
Impotent rage of the universe, I think.
Well, thanks, I hate it.
Me too.
And right now, I believe you. But what's the word for when you genuinely mean something in the moment, but then a couple of days later you revert to some default mindset?
All I can say is right now, I've never wanted anything more than how much I want to get past our differences. I don't think there even are differences. I think there has to be some way to come to terms with this whole needless bisection of society thing without losing what we have.
Well said. I think the short version is that as people, we blame each other for the ways in which society as a whole has failed us.
Really well said.
And you can sure as hell get past the idea that you're dating a stripper. You're dating me. And I'm this, and I have these opinions, and I don't strip, I dance. So come by the club next week and I'll show you what you've been missing.
I will. I look forward to seeing that.
Then hopefully it's at least comparable to what I was missing when I wasn't dating you.
Because you always fantasized about occupying the same space as an uptight, money-liking suit guy who can teach you about the world of not having values?
Ha, but no. Because I always had it in my head that there were two kinds of people. Me and everyone else.
Yeah.
And then we met, and it wasn't true anymore, and I just can't risk it being true again.
Then is anyone sitting here? Or...
Go for it. Why did you even swipe on me, originally? I thought I was done with dating, but I can't really explain it, but you somehow feel familiar, like I'm remembering you from the past or the future or some other universe where we already met.
Yeah. It's weird, but that's how I feel about you too.
Hi, can I sit here?
Yeah, for sure.
Hi, I literally need food fast. What's the least poisonous thing you have?
Oh, we've done a lot to keep up with modern food trends. So the standard CD burger is comparable to what you'd get in a restaurant, calorie-wise and ingredients-wise, but not price-wise. All the information is available in our pamphlets, but if you're not sure, I would just recommend the basic number 3 meal. And you can get that with fries or a salad. That's what I usually get, and you'd think I'd get sick of the food here, but I never do, so it's probably pretty good.
Thanks, that's actually really helpful. I didn't think anyone cared about their jobs anymore. Yeah, number 3 would be great.
No worries. Thank you for eating at CD Burger.
You know what I think about a lot? Okay, and now I'm gonna talk really fast so you can't yell out.
Sex?
Okay, fine, yes. But also, I think about Star Trek a lot. And I'm sure that that's common in a world that constantly finds new ways to go backwards. You know, let's all imagine a better future where we granularly debate the ethics of scientific exploration instead of worrying about how to find money every month to send to the few people who don't need money. But I think about it in a different way because, well, I'm different and special. I think there's actually one super negative thing about Star Trek. And no, I don't mean that one episode of Voyager where they all turn into lizards. Okay, I've come to realize that was a completely fine story, until the end where they had to reset the universe for next week, which is not a thing in real life. In real life, you are just a lizard forever. What I mean is, okay, and think about this, what's one really good thing you notice is weirdly absent in Star Trek, compared to how things are now? Here's a hint. I'm literally doing it right now.
See, intellectually, I know nothing has ever looked like this, and yet I would never say a painting was photoshopped.
Oh my god, I know. Like, what's the difference? I've always thought they should have to put an actual photo of the person or the landscape beside the painting just for transparency. Just to show that everything has always basically been visual metaphors.
Do you think any artists ever,
conceptualize their personal issues as a visible apparition and then actually painted it?
Ooh, good question.
No, it isn't.
That must be a genre.
Right? Most things you suspect must exist usually do.
No, they don't. You're wrong. You're... Okay, never mind.
Art! Art is missing from Star Trek. Escapism. Getting drunk and listening to an equally drunk guy talk about something that isn't the problems in your life. YouTube instead of working. Music instead of silence, video games instead of the past and future. Star Trek doesn't have those things. Yeah, they have whimsical holodeck programs and occasionally somebody does a painting or something, but it's an afterthought. It's not the point of the spaceship. They don't have art like we have art. And why is that?
I like this guy, I really do. But it's tenuous, him being somewhat leery of the optics of romantically pairing with a borderline insane sex worker. So I meticulously convinced him to struggle against the current of societal pressure and come down here and watch me on stage. It was like pulling teeth, but he finally promised to come tonight. And I spent like 3 weeks designing this hyper-elaborate dance routine in an attempt to single-handedly convey the value of my art form to him and also justify my choices in life. Because it's the first time I've ever been in love. Oh, all these other words, they're fucking just window dressing for that one. Nice. Checklist. Reserve seat with a single rose, which is so cheesy it loops back around to being romantic. Check. Visual presentation thoughtfully incorporating a bunch of things he mentioned offhand over the past few weeks. Check. Searing intestinal upset due to nerves and/or fast food. Yes. Casually admitting personal things to people in the vicinity. Check. Losing my mind due to unprecedented anxiety. Check and mate.
Ah, nice to meet you. You're wearing that?
Oh, Christ, I'm on next. He'll be arriving right now, exactly on time as always, not sure how he got to this point in life, and I've got like 6 minutes to convince him of the beauty of my work and existence. Can I do this?
Yes.
It's easy to decide that a utopia wouldn't have art in it because art exists to distract from the bad things in life, and in the future, they don't have any bad things. But we sure as hell do. And since the time of caves, we've always made art. You're gonna die of old age when you're 32 or get trampled by a mastodon that you probably provoked anyway. So you can at least draw a nice picture that's still proving you existed like 60,000 years later. I have to believe that art is as huge a part of being alive as food and companionship.
2 garden burgers with sweet potato fries and 2 Coke Zeros. Thanks so much for eating at CD Burger.
Man, this is actually way better than the garbage we serve at work. We literally just shape piles of salt into food with a big stencil.
Better service here, too.
Better service, too, as opposed to me unconvincingly interacting with the customers.
Oh, whatever. I had a crush on you forever because of you and how goddamn super nice you are. And I know your job is to get tips, but I can't help but take people at face value. Luckily, you actually did like me.
That's because she doesn't know you.
Okay, to be fair, I like everyone, but yeah, you're better looking than them at least. Do you want to, I don't know, swing by work later and hang out while I'm goddamn super nice to customers?
She's just asking because she knows you'll say no, so then she can end it.
Hell yeah, I do.
Well, he says that, but that's why ghosting is so unexpected, because they were lying to your face.
Hey, I might be a ghost, but I just want to say, good for you. I always knew you could be attractive to someone and then date them, and it's great to see, even if I'm technically not seeing it.
And he never will.
Because having problems, but fucking doing things anyway, is a huge part of being alive. Can you just strip that out and have a future without it? Don't people need to dance? Reset the universe and everyone stops needing the things we've needed up till now? I doubt it. Because I think the one flaw of any utopian vision is that creating beauty out of horror is who we are. And I don't just mean art. I mean beauty we create every day. The way your friends always have time for you and your problems, even though they have their own problems. The way people find each other despite their issues. Or even try to find each other. The way we do things despite our anxiety or the people we've lost that will never see what we found. The way you just sometimes have to fucking smile and perform in indirect proportion to what's going on inside. How scary it is the way we can hide it, but how that makes us the same. And then one day, we don't have to hide. That place you go to, that beauty you create. It's easy to say it's faking it but never making it, or grinning and bearing it. But it's more than that. It has to be. Because we deserve to feel good about how courageous we are despite everything that happens to us. Because think of a world if we couldn't create or find love or perform because it didn't reflect everything that we are. That's the problem with any utopia. We're performers. And sometimes it sucks and requires pain that I absolutely am not going to tell you about. And I'm sorry this isn't funny, but just imagine how funny I'll be next time. This is just where we are. It's where we've always been. That's something I think about a lot, what we turn our pain into. I'm grateful for everyone who's trying so hard, despite how hard it can be. I think that's who we are. All we can do is be ourselves and create beauty so that someone else might eventually walk towards it.
Do you, Hey, I'm just doing a video and... Okay, no worries. Hey, I'm just doing a YouTube thing where I ask random people what you're listening to.
Well, usually I'm listening to the sound of traffic, people in cars I could never afford going past, like fast travel in a video game, while I walk somewhere that's way before their first stop, watching them go and wondering where they're going and what it's like there, or feeling like I'm supposed to feel that way, being dirt poor and all. I realize you're asking what music I'm listening to, but fucking with people is free entertainment.
No, that's cool. Honestly, I only run the videos where people have weird answers. They get way more views.
Oh, I get it. I'm a YouTuber myself, so I know exactly what it takes to cultivate an audience. Hey guys, today's video is gonna be a banger. This is it, the big one I've been kinda teasing for a few weeks.
Finally!
Oh, my friend Ted is watching IRL. Does that count as a view?
I'm watching, aren't I? Yeah.
All right, yeah. Just add one to whatever the view count is. Anyways, for everyone watching, I'm gonna dish the dirt now and tell you about my absolute favorite album ever. I can't wait to tell you about it.
One sec. I have to get all my ideas out before I get successful, and all my jokes are about how I'm afraid of losing my success.
Oh, even I am too left-wing for most comedy specials. Hey everyone, I haven't left the grounds of my mansion in 55 months. Here are my super relatable observations on modern life.
It's amazing how much more specific you'd have to be for me to know which special that is. Hi, by the way. I didn't know you were coming. Thanks for being here for my show, even though you know the much worse early drafts of all my jokes.
Thanks for being friends with me for 20-ish years, even though you know the much worse early drafts of me.
Hey, it's fine. I wasn't busy. So, what's up? You're doing that lack of eye contact thing when things aren't completely fine?
Thanks for noticing. What's up? I don't know. Even for me, it's hard to bring up, and you could probably pick my vomit out of a lineup the number of times I've brought it up at parties like a magic trick. How does she fit it all in there?
Okay, let me be clear. I've brought up things that my parents would disown me for, but you're always just like, dude, it's fine. Like you're from some other planet where nobody judges. So there's nothing you can't confront me with. That's who we are. You can't buy that. You have to create it.
Well, Theodore, I've been seriously considering asking you to be in a relationship, but I'm afraid even saying that could make me lose you as a friend. So feel free to not listen.
No, I'm listening. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot.
Well, I'm either causing friend emergencies or solving them.
It's unsolvable, though. I temporarily was brave enough to ask her out, and somehow she said yes, but I'm a loser, and she is going to notice that at some point.
Dude, you already passed the interview. I don't think she cares about what you aren't.
I care, though. Not about her faults, of which there are none, but definitely about mine.
Yeah, well, ain't it like that? I don't know. I'm someone who got talked into applying to grad school and somehow got in but couldn't afford to go, whatever genre of person that is. And when they designed my character, they put the minimum points into expectations, so I'm not one to talk. But I'm pretty sure you're a good person. Mostly because you don't think you are, which is the fucking biggest clue.
I am literally insane. I actually worry about if time travelers from the future are coming back here to enjoy my hapless buffoonery like a living meme.
No bad or insane person would say that, dude. They would just blame someone else for how they were feeling.
Yeah, but maybe I'm still just slightly sane enough to realize how insane I am, but not enough to prevent any further.
No, look, fuckface, shut up for a second. If you're gonna decide how other people feel about you, then at least tell them to their face. Text her to meet up, and when she immediately answers yes, and then lights up with a huge smile when she sees you, you fucking tell her how much she hates you. And I guarantee one of her friends is telling her the same thing. Can't pay the bills, but damn it, this I can do.
Oh my god, relatable content.
That's why I love this game. I always have $5,000.
Right? Plus, I don't question my role in this partnership.
Hey, if you can ride with me, you can ride with anyone.
It's just, my relationship kind of feels like two people who both think the other's too good for them, whatever that genre of person is. It's hard.
sorry. I'm literally crazy. Surprise!
Whatever. I mean, I've only known you for 20 minutes, but you fully deserve happiness in life. The people I run into who don't suck just stand out by a mile. So take it from me that you should probably just fucking go for it. 'Cause you're not crazy.
Wow. Thanks for saying that.
Someone reminded me of that today, so I'm gonna remind you. If you lack anything, it's perspective. Like, have you ever been on a date where you're just doing like normal things that come naturally to you and the other person's like, oh my God, I so rarely get treated this kindly, and you're mystified because you just thought everyone was treating each other like human beings all the time? Well, guess what? Now you have. Because most people are not as nice as you, or as respectful, or as worried about bothering me. Even if you accidentally bother me by worrying too much about bothering me, you're not insane. Like all good people, you're different from a world that's insane. And not everyone is naturally comfortable with that kind of non-conformity. Hence the problem to begin with. Yeah, so anyway, yeah, oh my God, shut the fuck up, you fucking idiot.
That is the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me.
Okay, well, let it be the second nicest then. You're hot and lovely, and let's obviously date and trust each other, because I always wondered why I was always so unsure about dating, and it was because I wasn't into people like I'm into you.
Well, then let me say I feel the exact same. Plus, once you said you never felt beautiful, and I assumed you were kidding, and I still do, because you're literally the most beautiful.
Okay, now definitely shut up.
I just always assume the true path is the hardest one. So I keep thinking this is too easy, and I should be taking you aside and telling you how secretly horrible I am and how you should get out now, and so you don't invest a bunch of years until one day we're celebrating our 40th anniversary at breakfast, and I pour you some orange juice, and I'm like, oh, you know who loved orange juice? My brother. My brother, who preventively killed himself because we all just left him alone all the time. Or at least it sure feels that way when I'm imagining talking to him for hours a day as some kind of penance, and so on, etc. And oh my God, what am I even doing?
As someone who has very secretly considered suicide at least twice, I'd much rather know that about you than not know, because it means that you're thinking about it. And that's how people evolve, right? As much as all I ever want to do is say whatever will make other people feel better regardless of my own feelings, I actually do mean that.
Okay, well, I definitely mean it when I say how glad I am you're still here. What's insane is the kind of people this world is so hard on.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I have a very particular set of skills, and then, some handsome, gender-fluid future kids who make me obsolete are going to exist because of people taking my advice about shacking the fuck up already.
I literally wasn't going to meet up with her again because I'm thinking I'm not good enough.
And I've been there. I'm always there. I'm literally flipping burgers for former classmates, or whatever the cliche is. But I don't know. I would date me. I can follow the plot of an 80s straight-to-video action movie while having sex, and everyone who hated me at first is lifelong friends with me now. And I have taste in music the way the French art gallery has specific paintings. I would date the hell out of me, and pay for dinner. And that's gotta be worth something.
That's gotta be worth a lot, because you're the fucking best. You do have the best taste in music, by the way. Who are you listening to right now?
Well, I've just been listening to that inner voice that gets you to do things to make it shut up. I wish it was another whimsical anecdote about growing up as a brain-dead hillbilly from out west, but this is where we are. Boy, I don't have nothing but my porn and video games. I can't even feel the pain no more. Sorry, but they're maybe selling my building and rent-evicting everyone, so my rent will triple wherever I end up moving to. But if we were in a relationship, then at least it would be half of triple. Just the kind of things I have to consider as a peasant here in the 17th century.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know if getting betrothed to the nearest gentleman is the answer, but I get it.
Maybe we're not sexually compatible, but I could learn to like strap-ons. How hard could it be? Pun retroactively intended. It would be scary, but everything is scary at first.
Yeah, but having to meticulously rationalize it is probably a sign that you maybe shouldn't. Because I never once have questioned our friendship.
Neither have I. And I don't want to either. They spend all week pointing their fingers in my face telling me that I have nothing. Oh, and yeah, they'll have fries with that. But thanks to you, I at least stopped telling people I have no family, because I mean, you're clearly my brother.
Goddamn right I am. But as siblings, we could also just be roommates if you want.
Yeah. Yeah, of course we could. Sorry, I went straight to incest.
I mean, this is the 17th century.
As roommates, I guess I just worried about how you'd explain me to girls you bring home.
I'll tell them, this is Martha, my best friend.
Okay.
Right?
I think a lot about how if we hadn't met back in the day, we'd never meet now. We barely intersect other than our shared history. But that's why it's worth so much, that we did meet. And now I can just think out loud instead of having to bring you an edited version of myself.
That is worth everything. I can't even imagine how shitty my act would be without all the years of your brutally honest notes. Also that, but my life. I will never not listen to you.
So, who were you listening to?
Do you actually want to know, or is this like a pretext to talk to girls who look appealing from a distance?
Why not both? Honestly, I see you around here, and I know nobody's how they look, but how bad could you possibly be?
And that's fair. I like how you look too, so if we never say another word, it's a perfect relationship. How much do you make doing videos that people actually watch? I always wonder.
Oh, I only get like 100,000 views. The videos are basically a loss leader, but my whole thing, social media, I do all right. Adult money, surprisingly.
That's really cool. Congrats, man. I definitely aspire to that, even just the adult part. Maybe that's why I buy records, like adults did when I was a kid.
Sorry, let me start recording again. So, what are you listening to?
Hey guys, so this is my absolute favorite album ever, Dirt, by Yamantaka Sonic Titan. And if you have absolutely no clue who that is, that's kind of why I mention it. I've never heard of them either. Didn't even know they were local. I just randomly saw the album and bought it because of the cover, which I never do, but I did. And then I put the needle down and holy shit, suddenly an alternate reality I never knew existed. Just 42 minutes of the most epic, world-eating metal, like if prog was reinvented to be an expression of all humanity. Like if you had a dream about some impossible super album, but then you wake up and there it actually is. I don't know how you're supposed to describe music, but the bass lines were like a bullet hell shooter and the guitars could cut trees in half. And you could hear their souls when they all sang. And just the whole thing of how have I not fucking heard of this? And then, you rush online to learn about the band, but there's just an outdated Wikipedia entry. And their social media stops in its tracks 4 years ago and you realize you hadn't heard of it because most people hadn't. It was just something unique and amazing, off in a corner somewhere because someone wanted it to exist. For its own sake. But I guess that can only last so long. And then I think about all the stuff like that, all the other indie bands good enough to eat the world, but it never happens. Not that I would wish global success on my worst enemy, but you know what I mean. What else is out there that you've never heard of? And then, you kind of have to decide pretty quickly what's valuable to you. Because, I spend all week watching people in nice cars drive past me to places I'll never go. In a city that's basically a giant billboard that says, money has to be valuable so the people who have it can be special. I've never had money. I assume I never will. I'm great at being young. But if you age me up, just look out. Like a band that makes the album of their lives and then nothing else because the money wasn't there. But that album fucking exists. It's like an artifact from a better universe where everything is sustainable. And I think all good things are like that. They exist despite everything, despite only having an effect on a few people. I have that at least. I've spent all day having it. But can you decide that what you have is worth something? Can you decide for yourself that some obscure album is the greatest thing ever, even though nobody else is telling you that? So I'm glad you asked because that's what I've been listening to, actually. The people in my life, the music that reminds me that my favorite thing can exist, the voice inside that says nobody's heard of me either, but I know for a fact that I affect others because they sure affect me. So yeah, I'm gonna hit play again, and maybe my coat is torn and frayed and my feet fucking hurt, and it's permanently almost tomorrow, but I'm gonna walk down the street, and maybe someone will notice me, and maybe they'll keep watching, and maybe they'll wonder where I'm going, and you know what? Maybe they should.
We're the wrong
Since consciousness is such a rare disease, let's take some architecture lessons from the trees. It won't happen by design, but we're bound to turn out fine. You can feel solutions blowing in the breeze. I know we're gonna make it. I know we're gonna make it, but don't ask me how I know we're gonna make it. 'Cause there's no way out. No, there's no way
Hi,
out.
are you together? Do you guys need a second?
I mean, we tried dating a few months ago because we're surprisingly similar people, despite me being a foul-mouthed museum of sex organs and him being a heartwarming PG-13 movie about the corporate ladder. But I guess the more similar you are, the more illuminated the few differences become.
That's a polite way of saying I'm an ass.
Aw, since when am I polite? You absolutely fucking blew it like a 50-foot trumpet.
Well said.
Yeah, I thought so. But you know what? Then he apologized. Like, actually. Like, rule of thumb, you can tell when an apology is sincere when it describes the problem better than anyone else.
The problem being that if she didn't spend half her time forgiving people, then there'd be nobody in her life. And that's not right.
Well said.
And also, I have a lot of things I'm afraid of being judged for that I project onto her.
Back at you. Sometimes you realize that if you weren't spending the other half of your time wishing someone was slightly different, then you could be friends. Like the best friend from school you never had.
Nobody cares how naively idealistic and sexually outrageous their friends are.
Plus, single, independent people are cool?
I know, it's a paradox how attractive independence is.
Right?
But seriously, probably within 5 minutes of meeting you, I got it into my head that I'd want to know how your story goes. That I'd want to be here for the rest of it. And I do.
I love you too. So we're not together because we like each other too much. So this isn't a date, but it's not just lunch. Though we're not fucking, though we have and easily could again, though it's paradoxically more special for me to not sleep with someone I like and him as well.
Whatever the word for that is.
Thinking your friends are hot?
Absolutely.
Yes. And I'll get the authentic veal haggis, by the way.
And I will have whatever the exact molecular opposite of that is.
How about you guys? Do you know what you want?
Oh, I mean, yes, but we're just hanging out for now. Being in the same place, sort of living in parallel rather than being a couple. Because mentally we both need a lot of alone time, but also have a lot of love to give. And I don't think either of us knew it was the kind of thing that existed, so we didn't know that we could look for it. But then the upside to masochistically being yourself all day is that occasionally you do end up in the same place as someone else who's there for the same reasons you are. And, oh God, you meant do I know what I want to order, didn't you?
Wait, if you don't confirm that, she can't dwell on it for the next 3 weeks.
So noted. And that's cool. So you're together?
Maybe. Maybe we're dating, or maybe we're just hanging out. I don't know what's classified as what.
Maybe it doesn't matter.
But it's always going to be like that with me. I never know if I'm somewhere normal because I don't know what normal is.
Maybe a lot of us feel that way.
But there are certain expectations you have, and maybe I can't meet them because they don't even occur to me. And maybe in retrospect, this will all just be something that didn't go anywhere. And maybe I don't want to waste your time because that would be horrible.
Maybe the way to avoid hurting people is to worry about hurting them.
But maybe I'll never be ready the way you deserve. Maybe it'll be a year or two before I'm ready for physical intimacy and living together and other normal things. And maybe you'll have to wait for things that I know you want and you could easily find somewhere else.
Well, maybe I've always wanted to care about someone that much.
Okay, as strong, maybe.
We'll have omelets.
Maybe you will. Okay, great. Hey, I always see you guys in here. Thanks for coming by so much. I always wondered, are you together or...
Oh, we're family. I mean, not literally, but also, yes.
Not that I haven't solemnly proposed anal sex. For purely economic reasons.
Plus, I borrow her clothes sometimes.
Not even shirts, like things you would not expect.
Also, I dyed my hair because she did.
I thought I did because you did.
Also, we live together.
But we're not together.
Whatever the word for that is.
Makes sense to me. Like, actually.
Oh, nice.
Hey, table for two?
Maybe a
booth? Yeah.
Thanks.
Sorry, what did the sign say? Anti-Valentine's Day?
Yeah, it's just to acknowledge that the stereotypical world of either being single or a couple is an outdated thing, which I feel like is somewhat borne out by reality.
Oh, yeah, that's really cool. We're honestly just a boring traditional couple, though.
Yeah, just two normal people who like each other very much.
Very much.
Oh, it's not to take away from the traditional, just to add to it. So, how'd you guys meet?
Oh, do we have to?
Oh. Okay, well, I was born just a few decades ago, but it feels like another era entirely. And then I grew up watching TV shows that prepared me for the past, but not for the future. And school, well, prepared me for everything except finding my own direction. And then I was working a really good 9 to 5, but my anxiety, which I imagine as an entity that follows me around, made me too afraid of losing what I had, so I, of course, ended up losing it. And then I got a job in a dive bar where the owners forget to pay taxes, so they'll have to sell the building eventually, but at least the drinks are cheap. And yeah, I'd been there for a couple of years.
And then, yeah, I was born and I did all that other stuff too. And then I moved to this city on a whim to kind of start over after my brother died. And I eventually discovered her bar through some friends. They're actually sitting right over there. Remind me to introduce you. Who I met at a super weird support group for people who were secretly gigantic losers.
Secret Losers Anonymous. I was also in that group for a second. Also, in retrospect, it wasn't anonymous in any way.
Yeah, also, I stopped going because I thought I was still too much of a loser compared to everybody else.
That's why everyone stopped going.
And yeah, I recognized her at the bar, and then I was too afraid to ask her out because of the,
Say it.
The apocalyptic self-esteem problems that we share.
And then you were talking to your dead brother?
And then I was talking to my dead brother at the bar, and I just said, fuck it, and I drank what turned out to be $72 worth of gin. And I stumbled over without even introducing myself, and I asked her if she thought Fraggle Rock was a metaphor for the Manhattan Project.
And I pretended to know what that was because I just felt so protective of him since he was the least obnoxious person to approach me all week, so I let him non-sexually crash at my place because the imaginary personification of my anxiety told me not to, so I intentionally did the opposite because I've been working on my issues for a few years now, and my inner doubts are getting easier to ignore. Not always, but usually.
It's an absolute chore with her lately. Outright defiance.
And yeah, we kind of kept in touch on social media, and then I liked this one post about never being ready for relationships.
Which you overanalyzed.
And I just assumed that was it for us, so I wrote her this whole long message that I'm just mortified by now.
Oh, it was glorious.
But I'm old enough to read between the lines, and it was actually super sweet. Like someone waving goodbye, but then you notice how nice their hands are, and then you turn that into a hello instead.
And then I insisted she ask me out, because I've always been internally wrestling with who I actually am versus societal gender expectations.
And I was comfortable with that because I secretly struggle with the same kind of things. I mean, if I wasn't born a million years ago, I'd probably be non-binary.
Oh, yeah, me too. So it balances out. And then, yeah, we kind of hesitantly met up a few times, briefly thought we were finished because we were both waiting for the other to make a move. Both kind of broke the silence at the same time, and then we spent like a week discussing our darkest fears and secret shames.
How I'm literally his best friend, despite technically not existing.
Well, technically, Calvin and Hobbes is a comic about a kid who spends all his time in the woods talking to himself, so...
Yeah, he can't hear me, so you just sound crazy, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Non sequitur. But, yeah, that's true, actually.
Oh, no, sorry, I was talking to him.
And he was talking to her.
About how you'll never escape me, so every relationship you have is a throuple.
My anxiety problems are like being in a throuple.
And my relationship with my past is like a whole other person, so it's like a,
quadruple?
Exactly.
But despite that, I found someone where I'm not editing my text for 5 minutes. I just always know what to say because I'm not afraid to say it. And it almost never happened.
But it did. And you know, if I was here, I'd say, you got this. So, you got this, man.
And getting here was wild. You know, I almost got expelled from school for stealing pencils, and I almost never moved here, and I almost a lot of things, you know, almost never asked her out, almost never met, but then we did, because gradually, I got this.
Me too. So yeah, guy meets girl. Just the normal stuff.
Yep.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
Hi, I know you're not together.
No, I was just using the opportunity presented by the discount mimosas to inform my estranged pervert sister that I'm kicking her out of the apartment.
And I was just telling my insufferable South Park libertarian brother that I gleefully accept his offer of not having to live with him anymore.
And I was just explaining to my working below potential professional victim nightmare sibling that I only accidentally heard about a really affordable ground floor sublet that would make life easier for her in her politically correct life challenges, and I'm only grudgingly passing along the information.
And I was just extending a rope down into the depths of the ignorance of my egomaniac, sibling and name-only professional betrayal service team leader that if I said thank you, it would probably be strained and fake and not like thanking another normal person.
And I was just saying that I hope your new circumstances can elevate you to a better life. And then when we reach an age where we're better able to have compassion for our younger selves, I'll be able to admit we're related to each other.
And then we'll cry and stuff. Not yet, though. Right now, fuck you.
So, yeah. Anyway, we're, that.
Whatever the word for that is.
Family? I think. Enjoy, and best wishes to you guys. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah, you too. It's good to see you.
You guys know each other?
Oh, we went on one date and then connected in a fundamental way, but I fucked it up by objectifying him in ironically the same way people do to me. But then I apologized in a series of 2 a.m. Instagram messages.
Extensively describing the problem better than I could have.
And now we're casually friendly, but with an underlying thing of the potential for something deeper.
Like just enjoying that there's someone out there from maybe the same planet as you and cares how upset you are, and maybe that's enough.
Or maybe it could be more.
And either way, seems equally right, so who knows?
And then I'm just rambling even more than usual, nervous about something or nothing, but in a good way.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever the word for that is.
I see.
Oh, I know. I'm still looking for the kiosk where I can trade in internet upvotes and Fortnite wins for real life money.
Oh, nice. Do you play?
Yeah, totally. You?
Yeah, I love it. Oh, we should play sometime.
Fuck yeah, we should.
Well, thanks. Whatever we are, I certainly didn't expect it. I'd have a hard time explaining it, but I'm pretty sure I enjoy it.
When I want to know what I really think about something, I don't think about how it feels. I think about how it would feel to no longer have it. And then I'm sure as hell glad it exists. Whatever you want to call it.
Two people who know each other in the same room in a world actively trying to prevent those things, so fucking cheers.
Well said, my friend.
Yeah, I thought so.
Cool.